Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Wimbledon. It is the semi-finals, and we are all set for what is going to be a fantastic battle on centre court. Welcome to everybody on JBSports and USON. Let's go down and join our colleagues at the BBC as we prepare for the first match action.
In some ways, for some players, you feel, well, that's an achievement. I've got this far, whatever happens, never mind. And for others, this is it. This is everything. This is the last big hurdle.
I always felt like the semi-final was a little bit more pressure because you feel like you are so close to making it to the finals and being there on the last day of the tournament. So the semi-finals, it felt like you are so close, but yet still quite far away. So to me, we have breaking down the both games of our semi-finalists today, but it is going to be about the emotion.
Oh, there's little Jackson. Look at him. He's come to see and watch his auntie. And I mean, he's going to enjoy it whatever the result, which is a lovely thing to think, because it's just a big occasion. And I hope for both of them they don't get too warm, frankly, because it is pretty hot out there. For Sabalenka, the big prize is something she has never yet achieved here at Wimbledon.
She has not. She hasn't won a major off the hard court, so she desperately wants to win on grass, on clay. But I think it's this one where she's been building up and didn't get to play last year because she had a shoulder injury. But she's been #1 in the world since October. She's won the most matches this year, has won 3 titles, 4 other finals. She's primed to win this. And Claire, she has played against Raducanu on that Rockin' Friday night. Mertens, a quality match. And then that Sigmund match, there was a nail-biter. So she has been tested.
She nearly lost it altogether, though. And I don't just mean lost the match.
That was mental warfare out there. So she's been through a lot already, battle-tested, and playing very well.
Well, we are barely 45 seconds away from them taking to the court. So Tracy and Daniela, if you want to head up to the commentary box, the first of our semi-finals will get underway shortly here at Wimbledon, and the man to guide you through it is Nick Mullins.
And the semi-final day blessed with semi-final weather. All of us knowing how lucky we are to be settling down for this.
First set.
The first of the semi-finals.
Anisimova to serve.
Aryna Sabalenka against Amanda Anisimova.
Play.
All then at the moment, as we're just getting our scoreboard set up due to a failure, and JT isn't around to solve it, so I'm going to do it myself. Looking good so far, though, as we get ready with Anisimova on the serve, straight down centre court, forehand returned into the net from Sabalenka. It goes to 30-15. Not a bad setup so far then here on centre court. It's going to be a really interesting weekend of action here. As a serve from Anisimova, straight down again now, centre court. Forehand return from Sabalenka. It goes out. It goes to 40-15. Sabalenka looking good so far then. She's world #1 in the singles ranking. As a fault serve from Anisimova, the American, is trying to go for their first final at Wimbledon. Straight down centre court, return from Sabalenka, tries it for a jump shot. Anisimova gets there, but it goes out. It goes to 40-30.
40-30.
I'm not sure where our colleagues are. Here we go.
Standing by for 2 of the sport's biggest hitters, going punch for punch as we've seen so far. How much room or time there will be for subtlety remains to be seen.
Straight down from Anisimova as well. 400 returns coming up as well. Sabalenka hits net. First game to Anisimova.
forehander Anisimova, as she takes all of this in right now for the first time, hopefully keeping with her as much of it as she might for the rest of her life, tasting all the flavours of her first Wimbledon semi-final. Tracy and Daniela have joined us. Tracy, 2 times a semi-finalist here. Daniela, quarter-finalist. Afternoon, both.
Good afternoon.
Great to see you again, Nick.
Sabalenka to serve.
Sabalenka with the serve, straight down centre court. Forehander return from Anisimova as well, and it's the 15-love that Sabalenka was looking for.
18-love.
And for all that the best tennis player in the women's game has achieved in her career so far, she has never been to a Wimbledon final. All the beauty and the glory of centre court on the concluding Saturday. The prize right now.
Straight down again from Sabalenka's serve. The return from Anisimova goes wide. It goes to 30.
This is going to be a completely different match than the one that Sabalenka played in the quarterfinals against Laura Siegemund. So much spins and slices and drop shots from Siegemund variation.
Sabalenka sends it again. Not good on that serve. Number 1 at the moment. Sabalenka straight down. Backhander return from Anisimova. Backhander into the net from Sabalenka.
It's going to be hard and flat, deep. Anisimova wants to be on the offense immediately in a point because she doesn't defend as well. Her mobility is good, but it's not great.
Anton Dobrov, coach.
Straight down again. Backhander was a fault. Still trying to find out. Sabalenka straight down the serve once more. Forehand return from Anisimova. And now we're into the rally. These two like to go long rallies, but it's gone out from Anisimova. Sabalenka takes it to 40.
Anisimova, that Sabalenka will try to test and attack as much as possible, because backhand to backhand, that's where Anisimova wants to stay. That shot is so solid and technically perfection.
Desperately now trying to look for the next game. And they come in once more. Sabalenka straight down on the serve. It's a fault on the first. Straight down again from Sabalenka. Anisimova with backhand return. Sabalenka tried to put it with a forehand. Now trying for net play, but Anisimova was able to send it the other way.
That was an invitation to the net there.
Nicely done.
Sabalenka has improved in the variation part of her game with the backhand slice and the drop shot, and it's just not all power, but that was well too deep.
Well, I've made my way up into the commentary position now, and I can delightfully say good morning, everybody watching and listening in as well. You can see the weather conditions are here superb as Sabalenka with a serve return. Game Sabalenka.
Early service holds just to settle the tummies, settle the nerves.
And I agree with you, Tracy, that match against Siegemund was probably maybe in a way more awkward as far as the variation and everything that Siegemund was throwing at Sabalenka. This is actually a nicer match because she can just use her raw power and try to overplay Anisimova.
Yeah, receive balls at waist height instead of low and short and
slow.
Awkward. Anisimova plays at a normal pace between points.
Straight down as Anisimova with the serve. Sabalenka sends the ball up high. It stays in. Forehander with power, but Sabalenka into the net makes it now at the 15.
Rob Brandsma, Rick Lissauers.
The semi-finals then, the first match of the day on centre court. Straight down once again from Anisimova. It's a fault on the serve. Straight down again. Forehand return with some power from Sabalenka. Goes a bit too high on a return, stays it in. Trying to bring it in for a net play. Sabalenka puts it into the net.
She has to be careful with that, Sabalenka, that today she will get a lot of balls back that normally other players would not be able to deal with that pressure, and that she doesn't start to do something extra, just like that last drop shot. That was more of a panic shot.
You could see the desperation in her eyes. Anisimova now with the serve. Straight down centre. Forehand and return. It goes out wide from Sabalenka. Anisimova takes it to 40 love. Oh, was that not updated yet? Pressing the buttons, it's just the Wi-Fi's not working. One of these days, I'm afraid, where technology's not so good. Anisimova now with the serve. Backhander, it's a fault. No, it's not working yet as they come down again. Forehander returns, trying for a net play. Anisimova gets it! 2 games to 1.
Very quickly into her rhythm. Impressively into her rhythm. It's,
Anisimova leads 2 games to 1.
not Anisimova's first time in the last 4 of a Grand Slam. Did extraordinary things at Roland Garros 6 years ago, you may remember, as a 17-year-old semi-finalist in Paris. Story eventually ended by Ash Barty, who would go on to win the title that year on court, Philippe Chatrier. And on the other side of the net, in comparison, Sabalenka, 12th Grand Slam semi-final, and a 3rd here now at Wimbledon. Although she has lost the previous 2 to Karolina Pliskova, 2021, and then on Jabeur, 2023. Here she is getting another go.
Yeah, so she's had so much success recently because in 2022 she was not allowed to play, being from Belarus, and then last year she was here practicing before the tournament and had to pull out right before with a shoulder injury. So this is a tournament that Sabalenka desperately wants to win, to add to her Grand Slam resume. Show that she can win a title, a Grand Slam off of the hard courts, Australian Open and US Open.
On serve, early stages of this first semi-final, Sabalenka 1-2.
Straight down on centre court as well from Sabalenka. No serve coming her way, unfortunately, as I think I've got my data screen back operational. I think I have, actually. As we come down, it goes out again.
First serves are going to be important for Sabalenka. This is an incredible stat. Anisimova has the highest second serve return speed of anybody left in the tournament, men's or women.
Oh, hello.
77 miles per hour, faster than all 8 players.
Computer's gone wrong.
13 left.
And it's not only the speed, but the depth she finds with her returns.
The width, the depth,
Yep.
it's that aggressive mindset.
I don't know what's happened to our systems on our software, but it's gone wrong. Somebody's trying to correct it.
40 left.
It's 40 love at the moment.
Well, that takes care of that problem.
Yeah. Ace at 117 miles an hour.
I've never seen this. It's like somebody's coming in, it's
Fastest
disrupting
serve of the match so far.
system. Anyway, that scoreboard is now correct on your screen as Sabalenka serves, and it's a fault on the first. Sabalenka serves again, straight down centre court, forehand return from Anisimova. Sabalenka nearly goes into the net, but Anisimova sends it out wide. 2 games all.
Two games all percent.
Great defense there from Sabalenka. Just absorb the pace, get it back deep up the middle, take the angle away from Anisimova.
Straight down centre now with Anisimova on the serve. A backhander from Sabalenka goes out wide, tries to play for net play, but
is an
it's
incredible
gone wide.
backhand. Maybe one of the best, if not the best, on the WTA Tour. We're just talking speed now. Again, this number. She has the fastest backhand speed, equaling Sinner of all the players left in the semifinals.
Yeah, she averages 76 miles an hour. It's a rocket.
Laser beam.
Straight down, it's a fault from Anisimova. I want to say good evening to everybody listening to us as well on Mixler, on USRN. Good evening to you here at Wimbledon. Still trying to hold it going forward. Goes out wide and into the rally here. Several others trying to go through. And a backhander goes out wide.
Well, she's doing the right thing, and these are kind of a good misses. She's just missing it a little bit deep, so once she gets used to also maybe the pace of the court, is the first time she's playing on center court, so it takes a few minutes to really find the proper rhythm.
Straight down again on the serve, with it being now 15 all. Goes out again.
That's a shot that I think
takes the
Sabalenka should
30.
mix in. She has the ability to go to the variation. Doesn't want to make it just a hitting match at waist level. Some slices, some drop shots, some awkward looking shots to Anisimova.
Straight down. Can't find anything coming through. It's gone out wide. Takes it to 30 all. Not a bad game so far. As the heat in this commentary box is unbelievable. There's a fan just here. But it's not blowing too much air towards me, but it's keeping me nice and cool. Straight down again. Let on the serve coming through. Well, what can the 27-year-old do for Sabalenka, whose best was a semi-final here in 21 and 23? Is it going to be a repeat every 2 years as we go straight down? Skies it, Sabalenka.
Serve. Smart, tie someone 6 feet tall up. Don't get let Sabalenka have a free swing.
It's a very smart serve from Anisimova, finding that forehand side of the body serve.
Straight down, forehander returns again with power. Goes out, game and Anisimova.
Opening semi-final on serve so far. Anisimova, 3-2. Just beautiful coming into the court about half an hour ago. Everybody in extra especially early because it is semi-final day, looking at their tickets. Some of them may be here for the first time, taking it outside and then walking into centre court. They ought to have a camera on the faces of people coming in here for the first time. It's like that scene at the start of Love Actually. Just it is breathtaking however many times you've been here, but for so many here today, it's just a magical experience, isn't it?
And it gets better and better with every single time we enter these gates, doesn't it? I think the appreciation over the years grows more than anything, and just to be involved at this stage of the tournament, one way or the other, it's such a huge blessing, really.
There's a look at
Everybody
the courts.
Semi-final best, you can pick out some famous faces, favourites of your own. Bjorn's in there. We'll have a look at Bjorn a little bit later.
I'm ready for that.
Sabalenka, 2-3, first set.
Straight down on centre court, forehander return from Anisimova. Goes out wide, Sabalenka. Love 15.
Anisimova has such incredible balance. It's so steady with her body as she hits. Great contact point, very clean, and technically very sound.
Sabalenka straight down, goes out on a fault. Just losing time. as she will regroup again. Straight down centre court, forehand, double fault.
To me, purely technically speaking, Anisimova is the best player out of all the 4 semi-finalists today. There really not much that can go wrong, and it's up to her how she will be able to manage the emotions when she gets break points, when she has opportunities to close the set.
Straight down we go again with a fault. Another fault coming. Sabalenka straight down, forehand return into the net from Anisimova.
That was a juicy opportunity missed. Love 30-second serve, 87 miles an hour for Sabalenka. That's on the slower side for her. Maybe that's why the miscue, the change-up.
Who's going to be playing in the final? This is the big one. Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down centre court, forehand return from Anisimova. Backhander from Sabalenka as well. Now we're into the rally with backhander. Sabalenka switched up with a forehander, just keeps it inside the court lines, sends it down, straight down on centre, and Anisimova goes wide. It's great point. Sabalenka going wide.
Anisimova having no problem whatsoever with the Sabalenka power. Sabalenka tries to mix it up. Great footwork from Anisimova. Gets set.
Great points.
23 years old is Amanda Anisimova. Sabalenka now tries. Well, it'll be a second break point as it goes to 30-40. Don't break under this, you've got it. Again, so much power coming from the fans here. They know a good sport when they see one. We're off again. Straight down centre court with a fault from Sabalenka on her serve. Is it really going to be break point? I thought I was sweating through this. Oh yeah, no I'm not. It feels weird, this shirt. Straight down centre court, forehander returns, backhand to Sabalenka. Now forehander from Anisimova, keeps it in the line. Sabalenka's giving all of her power, and it goes out, goes to juice.
Down on her knees in frustration.
Yeah, well, she knew that was a
And
wrong
she did that
error.
in her previous match. Whenever she had opportunities and she missed them, she kind of goes down on the floor. So I wonder how many more times we will see that, whether it's beginning of something maybe more complicated.
Wait, please.
Somebody in the crowd.
Yeah, there is somebody who needs some attention, and the security.
I think Sabalenka's going to go get some water. Quick thinking.
Yeah, here she comes, just as Carlos Alcaraz did last week. And it is those spectators in the East End absolutely open to the sun. Umbrella is coming in to offer some kind of shade, and Damien Dumassoir, our hugely experienced French umpire, says we will wait.
Yeah, that's too much commotion over there. The patron has to get settled and organized. Smart for the players to sit down.
Daniela, I know those who are listening to your pre-match chat will know this, but who do you make favourite, and therefore how does the underdog win?
Oh, that's a very good question, Nick. I do think Anisimova is just a very, very slight favorite, just because of that match against Noskova and showing me how well she can play on grass. And as I said, technically, I mean, it's perfection, both ends. If anything, her shots will break down because of her emotions, not because of there's something wrong technically with her shots. Now, the only worry I have with Anisimova, when she gets the opportunity, say she might win a first set, and she starts to feel like she's close to winning. I mean, that's where Sabalenka is a huge favorite.
Yeah, dealing with the mental challenge of a semi-final. Tracy?
Yeah, I think I agree with the experience for Sabalenka. Sabalenka asking for a banana now. But you just wonder when Anisimova lost that break point opportunity and went down on her knees. You saw the tension. It was so evident when she was trying to close out that match against Pavlyuchenkova in the quarterfinals. You look at the draw, I think that Sabalenka has had a much more challenging draw than Anisimova as far as seeds are concerned. Noskova was the highest seed she played at number 30. For Sabalenka, she played that Raducanu match on the Friday night. Boy, was that challenging with the crowd. And then against Mertens, such high quality. And then against Sigmund, boy, that was mental warfare out there. So I just feel like the experience at the end of the day might help Sabalenka. And the key is going to be Anisimova's composure, whether she cannot make this such a big moment that it overwhelms her. She wants it so badly. When I talked to her in that interview, she desperately wants a major. She desperately wants to get to number 1. And I wanted to tell her, you're 23. You know, slow down. Let's just take it kind of year by year. You're improving so much. You can want it too bad sometimes. But she does look locked in.
Do these kind of moments bring back your memories of Wimbledon quarterfinals, Wimbledon semi-finals, Grand Slam titles? Is there a sentence or two that you might throw at us to sum up what this feels like for a player out there right now?
The biggest privilege you can have as a tennis player, being on a center court at Wimbledon. It doesn't get better than that. And it's also a place where it reveals the most of your personality, your tennis, your technique. So this is where you also get tested the most, but at the same time the place where you can enjoy it the most.
And I think this is where it's everything that Sabalenka has worked on to become more composed in the big moments. We saw her unravel a bit at the finals of Roland Garros because of the windy conditions. Anisimova on the other side took that mental health break. Had some therapy, worked on herself. She's done an excellent job. Get herself back on the tour and she'll break into the top 10 on Monday.
Well done to everybody here at Wimbledon. And a round of applause as the person now has had the correct stuff. It's juice. Sabalenka again behind,
So
trying to
up we
level it
go.
up.
6-7 minutes later, players ready to go again.
Sabalenka serves straight down centre court. Backhander from Anisimova was okay, and it's a point to Sabalenka. Advantage.
Advantage to Sabalenka.
Sabalenka straight down, backhand return goes wide, and it's out from Anisimova.
Well, that took a bit of digging from Aryna Sabalenka, but she dug well.
3%.
And it's even more important to save those break points when you feel like the player that you're playing against holds serve pretty well. Anisimova does. She hits her spots, hits her corners. Her second serve can be difficult to attack.
Straight down from Anisimova on the serve then. Now she's sending Sabalenka out wide, but it went out anyway for Anisimova. Sabalenka takes it to 15, so it's love 15. But the judgment call is out by literally a millimetre.
It was that close. We can tell you that it was 1 millimetre out.
One blade of grass.
Straight down centre court to a fault. Anisimova serves. Backhander, it's a double fault.
Love 13.
She does tend to be brave on those second serves. Not easing off, pushing the lines. It comes with its own risk, the risk of double faults.
Anisimova with the serve again. Lets it go. Straight down centre court. It's a fault again. Straight down. Backhander return comes in from Sabalenka. And it goes out.
Fantastic
Anisimova.
depth on that return from Sabalenka.
Great point.
Well, Sabalenka had to fend off 2 break points in the previous service game. Now she has 3 to deliver the first significant punch in this first set.
Straight down, finds over, backhand into the net! Sabalenka, 40-15.
Has an excellent serve out wide. So many players have a hard time getting that nice angle with pace.
Anisimova straight down. It's a fault again on the serve. All tied up, remember, 3 games each. We go down again. Forehander return goes out wide. Sabalenka.
That was a brave second serve. She already double faulted in this game.
She goes for it though, because even if she doesn't mind a double fault, she knows that if she sets up that double fault, Sabalenka will have her on the move immediately. And Anisimova has trouble on the defense.
Return looked good. That was beautiful. Anisimova, it's juice.
There's that backhand.
Such an incredible, pure strike. Stays so well down, follows through.
Moving the ball from cross court to down the line, redirecting, a little more risk. Very well.
Ace from Anisimova.
An ace swinging away at 109 miles an hour.
Butterflies just ricocheted around the commentary box. Where the hell did that come from? The door's closed. Whoa! I'm going to have to hand over in a second. This is unbelievable. Where's this come from? Oh my word. It's a fault. It's double fault coming
Second
through.
double fault in
Juice.
the game.
I'm going to have to get this out of the box.
A stat that's difficult for Anisimova is every 1 in 5 second serves, she's averaging a double fault. But she won't back off.
Switched over to the handheld as Anisimova with the serve again. It's a lovely run down centre court. Sabalenka's giving it a all. Backhander, net play coming in. And it's beautiful for Sabalenka.
Quickly into the attack.
She did back off there, a 95-mile-an-hour first serve to ensure she didn't have to hit a second. And that's where Sabalenka could get her on a string. Finished with the drop shot that's kind of newly added to Sabalenka's game.
And I feel like when she goes cross-court, it's a little bit safer than when she tries to hit it down the line. What a touch.
He's slipping on the grass here. Advantage for Sabalenka. Fault on the serve. It's going mad up here in the commentary box right now. Okay, so the butterflies disappeared again. Isn't that always the way? Into the net, Sabalenka! Anisimova gets the game!
Yes.
That's the side that she wants. Second serve. Missed opportunity there on break point.
There is a giant moth directly above my commentary position here. That is actually a butterfly as we go into the rally once more. Forehand return for Sabalenka with power. Anisimova sending her around the court, and it is now advantage Anisimova.
Advantage Anisimova.
So much pressure against Anisimova to have any ball kind of hanging or neutral. In the backhand, it will be punished.
If anyone sees it on the camera, let me know. Oh, there it is, there it is. Why, there it is. I'm going to have to ring for outside assistance to get in. Oh my word, it's huge. It goes out. Game to Anisimova.
New balls, please.
Well, both players have had to battle very hard over the last 2 service games to hold on. Hold on.
Anisimova leads 4 games to 3. Percent.
This match is now live on BBC One, so if you want to continue watching the first of today's semi-finals, it is live right now on BBC One. Here on BBC Two, we are going to take you on this beautiful camera shot travelling towards #1 court, and that is where we have doubles semi-final action. And the top seeds, Marcel Arevalo and Mate Pavic, have taken the first set against Hijikata.
On this surface.
Yeah, I think although the success that Anisimova has had in coming here, playing a couple of tournaments and doing well, winning the matches, was important for her to have that confidence, especially in the close matches that she's had at the championships, because the season is so short. You have to have it kind of click where you say,
Time.
grass is good for me.
So Marina Sabalenka's boyfriend, Georgios Frangoulis. What a fabulous shot that was at the lake as well. Good day for boating.
Good day for anything.
Good day for anything, Daniela, yeah. Good day for tennis. So with new balls, and that's caught Anisimova on the hop. She'd kind of temporarily forgotten where we were games-wise, so new balls means a new racket, just making sure, Daniela, that the string tension is exactly where she wants it to be with a new one.
Yeah, it's great to see the players these days. They do it really on a regular basis. I feel like our generation was more of a miss and hit. Some people would do it, some not, which I think it's no-brainer that new balls, new strings.
There's a couple of reasons why they do that. They want to get back to the right tension that they started with after 7 games to start and 9 games, every 9 games after that. Racket loosens up a bit. New balls tend to fly.
Well, an update then on the moth or butterfly. It's shot off somewhere. Now we don't know where it is. As Sabalenka with the serve. It's 15 to Anisimova so far. It's gone out
days
wide.
like today when it's even more warm, you want to stay to the tension that you originally
15 all.
started the match with as much as possible, because the balls do fly a little bit more.
In the heat.
Yep. Much harder to control.
Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down on centre, back, oh, default. Got close, got close. Straight down again now from Sabalenka. Beautiful return.
It was surprising.
From
First of all, the return was
Anisimova.
spectacular, but Sabalenka didn't even make a move. I think she thought it must have been an ace, because when you see your opponent outstretched, you've got to move forward.
Yeah, I think she didn't expect Anisimova would get to that return.
Big mistake.
Straight down again.
30 all.
Ace from Sabalenka. 30 all with a wonderful
Without wanting to
straight
become too
down.
much of a string tension nerd and disappearing down an endless rabbit hole, the tighter the tension, the more control the players are going to have on the ball on a day like today.
Absolutely.
Sabalenka, once again, straight down centre court, backhander. Again, you can see the ball change direction, but it's a beautiful return from Sabalenka.
Sabalenka to just hesitate. That ball stopped on the grass.
40-32.
Anisimova commit one way or the other before she decided to go down the line.
Both right-handed, but it's the change direction that can do you sometimes, and that's exactly what we're seeing here tonight. Well, today, I should say. It's 2:15. We're in the court, 38 minutes. Straight. No. Can Sabalenka level up the game once again? Straight down centre court, backhander from Anisimova. Cheeky drop shot over the net, but it's ready, and Anisimova hits it into the net. Game Sabalenka. 4 games all, first set.
4 games all, first set.
Really impressed by Anisimova's, just her second semifinal, first in 6 years, how composed she is. This really looks like she's so focused, and a lot of work on the mental part of the game.
Just checking to see where the sun is serving from this northern end.
We go down again with Anisimova on the serve. The backhander coming in as well from Sabalenka. But Anisimova really now... Oh, and Sabalenka hits the net.
Yeah, that's a little bit brave to go slice back into Anisimova backhand cross-court rally. It was a great idea, but I would go straight up the line just to test the forehand side of Anisimova when it's low, when she has to generate her own pace.
With the semi-western grip.
Yeah. The backhand is not going to break down.
Anisimova waits. Straight down the serve, backhanded from Sabalenka, goes out wide. It's 30.
You talked about Amanda Anisimova's mental resolve, Tracy. Grand Slam semi-finalist as a teenager, as we said, in Paris 2019. A lot to take in for a 17-year-old, a bit too much at the time.
Up a set and a break against Ash Barty.
Straight down again, it's a fault.
She took some time away to reset and now very much back in love with what she's doing again, playing in a Wimbledon semi-final.
Straight down again, backhanded from Sabalenka. Forehander into the net, Anisimova.
I think also what it helps when you're away from the game to make you appreciate everything that the sport gives us, doesn't it? You know, you might try to do art, you might try to study, and it's great to have the perspective on life and what's to come after the tennis career, but at the same time, you want to be back as soon as possible because this is such a privilege.
40-15.
40-15.
She's found the love
Ace
and the
on
joy
Anisimova.
and not thinking of the expectations that she had to contend with. It was a lot. Just really proud of her to take time away.
Ah, beautiful return from Anisimova. Takes the game. 5 games to 4 in the first set.
Final at Wimbledon, you'd expect high quality. We are getting high quality.
Let's get around the game.
Anisimova leads 5 games to 4, first set.
There's Bjorn Borg.
5 times champion. Between 1976 and 1980, so many of us modelled our games on him, hopelessly modelled on his. That final, by the way, with McEnroe, 45... Were you even born 45 years ago, Daniela? I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? He retired when he was 26.
He did. He played that final against McEnroe here, and I played the mixed doubles final before that, and it became a 3rd set. And I could see the Wimbledon officials kind of getting antsy, like, this men's final is supposed to come up. But he was like a Beatle in the day. He was so famous worldwide, international value. Remember him, the tea room used to be just across the way, and you had to walk from the locker room to the tea room. And there were mounds of young ladies around him just screaming his name.
Bjorn Mania. a second medical issue of the afternoon, and another spectator again in that east stand that is fully open to the sun has just found the temperature all a little bit too much. The umbrellas have come in again, and the
first thing Sabalenka said, you need another water. I mean, she's very generous in the middle of a semi-final, be thinking of others.
Yeah, really cool with the reaction. Arina is, even though it's a Wimbledon semi-final, she's able to keep the perspective on things and priorities first. Very well done.
a word for the stewards as well from the services who do just such an amazing job at making this day special for everybody. First and foremost, smiles, welcoming people to their seats, but at times like this they are on it in a flash.
And this is where you remember that for Sabalenka, she's been in so many finals now in her 27 but still pretty young career. So many times she's experienced this. Three-time Grand Slam champion. For Anisimova, she's really choosing just to stay in her own little bubble, which is understandable.
She's played in Grand Slam finals in New York and Melbourne and Paris over the last 10 months. This for a clean sweep, therefore, 4 major finals in a row. That doesn't happen often. It will come as no surprise to hear. It's not been done in the women's game for 10 years since Serena Williams was dominating affairs.
Oftentimes we say, since Serena Williams.
Yes. Yes.
Anisimova, it's well worth telling people that last year at Wimbledon, she had to go through qualifying. Her ranking had dropped so low. She did get to the 3rd round, lost to Eva Lees. So she said that was heartbreaking, devastating for someone who had been former top 25. And it was through the summer of last year that she had to make her way, getting her fitness back. I remember she played a match in Washington, D.C., where it's oppressive heat, and she couldn't get through it. She was still finding her fitness, and then it was just a week or 2 later that she beat 4 top 20 players to get to the finals before losing to Pegula in Toronto. So I think that was the turning point for Anisimova, really feeling like she was back.
You as well, Daniela, will have seen her head-to-head against Sabalenka, and she has a head-to-head that very few others players on the tour have. She's actually beaten no other player more on tour than she's beaten Arina Sabalenka. She's won 5 of their previous 8 matches. 3 of them have been at Grand Slams, including the first in Australia in 2019. Sabalenka won the latest at Roland Garros last month, 7-5, 6-3. This the first time together on grass. But again, just another underlining of how close these matches have been when they've come across each other. This will be tight. It is tight. And after another break for a spectator to be cared for, Arina Sabalenka serving to stay in this first set, 4-5.
Sabalenka straight down centre court. Fault on the serve immediately. Back up once more. Straight down. Forehand return coming in. Anisimova with a lovely point.
Anisimova has handled these first 45 minutes so well, because it can be so overwhelming, obviously playing her first semi-final on center court at Wimbledon, but having that head-to-head and knowing that, you know, I've beaten Sabalenka so many times before, definitely helps big time.
Straight down again. It's a fault.
Gives you a clue into their matchup, that she doesn't have a problem with it. Something in her game works against Sabalenka. How early she hits the ball, rushes Sabalenka.
Straight down centre court. Forehand returns again from Anisimova as well. Backhander with power from Sabalenka. And a punch to language. There we go again.
From the presence on the court and the body language of Anisimova showing Sabalenka she's not afraid of her. She knows exactly how to be effective against her, and yeah, it's been very impressive how she's been able to hold her ground today.
We come again. Oh, bad return from Anisimova. Beautiful point, Sabalenka.
First serves are so important for Sabalenka. She gets on the front foot. The second serve, she is going to be defending the really terrific return of the American. A subtle let's go from Anisimova for herself and her opponent.
.30-30. Sabalenka taking her time to serve. She'll have a time violation here if she's not careful. Straight down, forehand return for Anisimova. Great return from Sabalenka, second to 40.
That is such an incredible play from Sabalenka. Because even though she hit an amazing serve, that return from Anisimova was something. And what an answer.
Sabalenka with the serve again. Straight down centre court. Fault on the serve. Try and pick up the pace. Sabalenka. Straight down. Backhand return from Anisimova. Sabalenka goes high. Drop coming. And Anisimova makes it juice.
Yeah, it's not just the pace. It's the width of the return from Anisimova. Heavy angle.
But Anisimova's 2 points away now for the first set.
Not difficult for Anisimova when she is in the groove.
First set could be going to Anisimova here, and that is what Sabalenka will be thinking as she serves. Straight down, backhander goes in from Anisimova, breaks on her
because there's been
side.
fluctuations from Anisimova this year. She won a big title in the Middle East, WTA 1000, and then she'll have early round losses, so the peaks and the valleys for Anisimova are deeper. Sabalenka, 3 titles, 4 other finals this year. Very consistent.
Ready for the pressure again. Ball up, straight down centre. Forehand return once more from Anisimova. Sabalenka's return nearly went out. Beautiful from Anisimova.
Hit a neutral ball to the backhand.
Juice again.
86 mile per hour winner. So effortless with the free swinging arms.
Anisimova doesn't know what's going on. Straight down centre court, forehand and return into the net, Anisimova. Sabalenka, advantage.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Sabalenka with the serve. Backhand return from Anisimova just to the line. And it's out from Sabalenka. It's juice again.
What a return once again, and what an angle. And I was just going to say that both players are doing such a great job on their own service games, of keeping up the variety. That it's not really any clear pattern they have with their placement, and yet Anisimova was ready for that one out wide.
Straight down for Sabalenka. Forehand and return. It's fault again. Straight down once more. Forehand and return from Sabalenka was really powerful.
Wow,
And
fending
Anisimova
off
in the
that
net.
return. Sabalenka hits down so low.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Absorbs the pace and really steadies her hands at impact. Another 85 mile an hour return, 85, 86. It's all heavy hitting.
Straight down again. As it comes in. Backhander for Sabalenka goes wide. Juice.
It is the constant pressure that Anisimova is able to create on the returns, and I just wonder when it will get to Sabalenka head that she has to serve so good out there today, because if she has to play with the second serve, remember what happened in the past, sometimes the double faults can kick in, especially when she knows how good the serve has to be today.
Sabalenka straight down, backhander coming in from Anisimova again. Oh, it's just out. It's a now advantage Anisimova.
Is not getting to Anisimova.
Anisimova.
2 serves ago was 116, no problem. That one 119.
Set point.
Sabalenka. Straight down on centre court. Forehand goes wide. Anisimova skies it.
Hit forehand. Could not have found her target better.
Not unless she was aiming for a seagull. Or a pigeon if we're in... Hell, ravens. Sabalenka. Straight down centre. Forehand return goes a little bit wide there. And it's beautiful from Sabalenka to take it to advantage.
Smart wrong footing Anisimova.
Advantage for Sabalenka.
And that's what she has done so well throughout this tournament. Not playing her best, but when she needs to, that's when she comes up with her best shots, Sabalenka.
8-minute game.
Sabalenka now to level it up and stop Anisimova getting the first set straight down. Backhander Anisimova. Sabalenka goes high. Anisimova sweeps it down low to make it back to juice.
Longest game of the set. 16 points have come and gone.
They won't stop these two. They just won't.
And
6
she has
juice.
to stay away from that second serve. Kick wide to Anisimova backhand.
I don't know where you go. It's hard on the second serve.
Slice body, but Sabalenka is not comfortable hitting that serve.
Oh, there's that moth again. Oh. Okay, no, it's working up. We can tell it's opening up as we get into a little thing. Oh, a little bit wide there, coming through.
That's a ridiculous cross-court backhand on the full stretch.
Advantage Anisimova.
The ability to let her arms go when pushed wide. Unbelievable.
Another set point.
The moth has gone. Fault on the serve. I got rid of that moth. It just flitted past the commentary box and it went out the door. We opened up the back of the door and it went out. So it's a now advantage for Anisimova again. Can she break the serve of Sabalenka? Straight down, forehand returns, a double fault, game Anisimova, a double fault. It's now the first set to Anisimova.
Would have dreamt of last night. She's won the first set in the semi-final. 6-4 against the top seed. And now we start to ask what Sabalenka does about this, what the top seed does about this.
Well, I am so impressed with the way that Anisimova has come out and played. You want to play your best tennis. You dream of this as a little girl on center court at Wimbledon, and Anisimova is doing that today with her serves, with her ground strokes hit with such commitment. She's moving well, she's anticipating. Her return of serve is just about top of women's tennis, the way that she's taking these 119-mile-an-hour serves from Sabalenka and just hitting it within 3 feet of the baseline. If she sustains this, it's going to be tough for Sabalenka, who's just feeling rushed.
And for Sabalenka, she now knows she is not winning with her A game. And if she can't overpower her opponent, what does she do? There's not like there are too many other options.
Time for a well-deserved gel, a bit of a boost. Let's have a look at some numbers. What do we pick from this?
Break points 1 for Sabalenka, 0-4. She had that one game where she was love 40. That was a really crucial game for Anisimova to dig her way out of. A few more winners for Anisimova as well. And getting a lot of first serves in. 67% is promising.
Yeah, and for Sabalenka, 62% first serves in. She can't drop that if she wants to have any chance to stay in the second set. But once again, to me, is about how Anisimova can handle this situation mentally, because she is one set away from Wimbledon final. And given how tight she was at times in her previous matches, I just wonder whether it is going to get to her or not.
Well, this pause as Aryna Sabalenka goes off to sort herself out gives us a chance to glad hand with some famous people in the royal box. Rob Brydon on his phone. Stephen Fry on the right-hand side. And, well, that's Paddington Bear, or Q in the Bond films, depending on your favourites. Ben Whishaw, the voice, he was not Paddington, he was the voice of Paddington, but you know what I mean. Brilliant Q as well with Daniel Craig. He might have some kit that Aryna Sabalenka might be able to use in this second set. She needs some Bond-style gadgets, maybe, Tracy, to get a fix on all that's being fired down.
She's tried a few slices, and that's what she talked about in her press conferences, to not give Anisimova rhythm. Anisimova likes the ball hard, right at waist level, and she can out-hit most players, and especially when she's on. And she's definitely on today, because there are those fluctuations.
An Ellie Goulding fan, Danielle? No.
I am, but I was just thinking, sorry, about the tactical side still of Sabalenka, and I feel like she has to find a way to target Anisimova forehand and make her win this match on that side, because the backhand, it's so solid, and the way she's able to create short cross-court angles, but with still so much pace and speed, it is going to be very difficult for Sabalenka to win that way if she keeps that backhand-to-backhand cross-court rally. So I'm sure that's what she's thinking about right now in the locker room, how she can change up the tactics. And to me, there is one very obvious one, and that is to target Anisimova forehand a little bit more.
And Hawkeye's telling us that when Anisimova has a backhand in the point, when she hits a backhand, somewhere in the point, she's only lost 4 of them.
Yep.
Because the backhand is so assured and steady, reliable.
Well, back she comes, refreshed.
To the forehand,
Second
maybe.
set.
Yeah.
Anisimova to serve.
And she is a set away from a Wimbledon final. Been on court exactly an hour. Start of the second. The USA's Amanda Anisimova.
Anisimova with the 15 love as we begin this second set here on centre court. She serves again. Sabalenka with a backhander. Backhander goes straight down the line and it goes out from Anisimova. It's 15 all. Oops. So not a bad opening set. 6-4 for Anisimova. Sabalenka needs to fight back now. Can she break the serve of Anisimova? Forehander return from Sabalenka. Down over the line. Another great point from Anisimova.
13-15.
These are such clean and controlled strikes. The control is so important. Just enough topspin.
It's another one of those since Serena statistics.
Serena is on call. Anisimova now checks back up. Forehander return comes in as well. Still with the backhand. Sabalenka skies it, goes outwards. 40.
Really amazing to see Sabalenka having to react. She's responding. She usually is the one in the driver's seat. #1 player in the world with so much power.
Yeah, being overpowered by someone else.
Straight down again. Fault. Straight down. Forehand return comes in into the net from Sabalenka. Game to Anisimova.
That's Anisimova's coach, Rick Blishauers, one of them. Rob Bransma is next door. And her nephew, Jackson, as well, was in there a little while ago. I don't know whether he's still there. I wonder if it's a little bit too hot for him. Watching Auntie Amanda play today.
On his birthday.
4th birthday, yeah. He's probably gone off to have some cake. He's got better things to do than watch tennis. He's got presents and cake, for goodness sake.
Nice for Amanda to have her older sister here. So important to have family around in these big moments.
Yeah, but 4th birthday in London, that's quite good.
Sister Maria.
Dinner at the Ritz later.
Sabalenka. Love one. Second set.
Straight down for Sabalenka on a serve. It's a fault. 106 mile an hour, though, serve. Mighty impressive. And Sabalenka again. Straight down. Forehand return comes in. Nice point from Anisimova. Love 15.
Well, we're seeing things being done to Aryna Sabalenka that we don't see very often.
Beaten. Straight down for Sabalenka. Forehand returns into the net from Anisimova.
I
Yep,
feel like there's going to have to be a little drop in level from Anisimova this set. Sabalenka, see, she's trying to problem solve, trying to figure out this conundrum. She stayed composed.
Straight down again into the net from Sabalenka.
Hasn't always
on her
been
serve.
that way when things start to trouble her.
Straight down again. Backhander from Anisimova was out.
And I can't believe I'm saying this, but with Sabalenka, she just has to hang in there and see if Anisimova is going to drop her levels, which might happen as well, given how much there is on the line and how the emotions can get to Anisimova. But it feels like it's more on Anisimova racket right now.
Straight down again. Backhander into the net. Anisimova.
One thing Anisimova did against Laura Siegemund the last round was hang in there. She was...
Sabalenka.
Sabalenka.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sabalenka was about a point or two away from a loss.
Straight down for Sabalenka. Forehand return from Anisimova. Sabalenka takes it. 1 game all. Continue on.
1 game all.
Where's that coming from? That's a great point. Somebody keeps pressing buttons. Whoever's got the link keeps pressing buttons.
Just makes you want to play some tennis, doesn't it?
Looking at all those brown patches, it was all green.
Yeah, it makes you want to go and water the lawn, to be honest.
Straight down again. Oh, it's an ace from Anisimova. Sabalenka couldn't get her racket to it, even though she tried. Straight down. It's a fault on the serve. Straight down again. Backhander comes in. Forehander. Going to be swapped up shortly. There we go. And Anisimova hits the net. 15 all. Getting very
so
hot. Here.
hot. You can see how many people have chosen to find shade in that east stand.
Straight down again. Backhander for Sabalenka comes up. Forehander swaps back. It's 25 degrees where we are. Over there, it's nearly 30. It's really warm out here on Wimbledon Centre Court. And Anisimova sent it out wide. Sabalenka takes it to 30.
Airs creeping into Anisimova game.
Pim's on order, I
Fans
think.
with fans. Fan cam.
Straight down from Anisimova. Fault on the serve. Straight down again. Backhander from Sabalenka. Forehander just tips the top of the net from Anisimova. It goes out there on
She got away with
Sabalenka.
that forehand, but she's starting to feel a little bit too flat. And that's what happens to Anisimova when she gets a little bit tight. She doesn't drop the racket to get under the ball enough to create a shape and more security. Just has to watch out for that a little bit.
It's 30 all. Straight down, forehand return comes in as we sweep back up again. It goes out wide.
Sabalenka trying to slow the ball down this game, but it's a risk. She's trying something different.
Anisimova takes it. 40-30. As the pace now starts to come up once more. Straight down centre, forehand return again, coming through, goes out wide. Juice.
I think that's the next plan for Sabalenka. Plan C is to hit hard, hit the slice, hit hard, hit the slice, not the same ball twice if she can manage it.
Another fault on the serve. Anisimova straight down. Backhander comes in again. A little bit touch of wide. Sabalenka pushes it back up. It stayed. No, I think that was in.
And once again, that slice has to find a way to go to Anisimova forehand.
Anisimova.
Not set up with time on the backhand.
Computer says out, but that looked in to me. That was right on the line. Being told it was a couple of thousandths of millimeters. Anisimova to serve then for her second game in the second set. Into the net on this run. Ball up, straight down. Forehand returns with power from Sabalenka. It's out. No, it stays in from Anisimova. It's out for Sabalenka.
The American set up 2-1 on serve in the second.
Anisimova leads 2-1, second set and 1 set.
Oh, God, what is that?
That's just a damn patch where I've been crying.
So as the BBC go to an ad break that they're not supposed to do during Wimbledon matches, let's take a look at what's happening around centre court as well. Very good matches lining up with some doubles. Reminder, we've got the doubles final coming your way here on JB Sports this evening. So after the two ladies singles semi-finals, we will have the mixed doubles final here on centre court, and we'll be bringing you all of the action as we go. So far though, let's head back down to centre court and get the latest reaction as well from Claire Balding.
And 5 Live will have coverage of the England versus Wales match on Sunday night. Also on 5 Live this evening at 6:30. 6 Love 6, your chance to put any questions you'd like to John McEnroe, Tim Henman, to Naomi Brody. 85058 is the text number to use, and it is a great listen. It really is. There are no holds barred, no filter, as you might expect. Right, back on centre court, can Aryna Sabalenka work her way back into this match? She's trailing by a set, and Amanda Anisimova has the advantage of serving first in the second set. But now, over to Sabalenka.
Sabalenka serves on the start of this next run. It's a forehander, just in from Sabalenka. 15 love, beautiful. It was just on the line of what was right.
It will have to be this good from Sabalenka to stay in the second set.
That's in the 90-degree angle, the last square. That was fantastic. It's a fault on her serve though this time by. Sabalenka serves straight down. Forehand return. That's just a little racket, and it's out this time for Sabalenka. It's 15-all. She's tried the same trick again.
It will come down to the belief whether Anisimova has that within her to win this match, and that head-to-head is surely going to help her big time in the crucial moments of the second set.
Sabalenka serves. Straight down. Forehand return was poor from Anisimova, and it's a beautiful return. Sabalenka takes it to 30.
Anisimova leads the head-to-head 5-3.
Just not been many points in this match where Anisimova is leaning and lunging like that. Just the 12th winner for Sabalenka, 17 for Anisimova.
Straight down for Sabalenka. It's a fault on the serve. Sabalenka acknowledges it immediately. Ball up. Straight down centre. Forehand return with power into the net from Anisimova. Sabalenka now takes it to 40. Something tells me we're going to go to 3 sets here. Straight down centre court this time. Ace. 2 games all. Second set.
That's the coaches. Anton Dubrov on the left. Jason Stacey.
2 games all.
Fitness and physio. Hitting partner as well, Andrei Vasilevsky, you'll have seen, with the blonde hair.
They do such a good job just keeping things cool and fun and enjoyable wherever in the world they find themselves on and off the court.
It's like a traveling circus.
Yeah, exactly.
And you've got to take home with you to make it enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a good team. They and us grip with this.
Straight down again. Backhand went a little bit wide. It's out from Sabalenka.
They really help Arena to keep things really in balance, obviously being as professional as they can be on the court, but then having so much fun off the court and helping her to accept whenever she has a bad loss to move on with it quickly.
Ooh, just a little bit wide. Anisimova with a great serve. Sabalenka getting to the net. Anisimova now. Her serve still spectacular. And what can the 23-year-old do? She will now serve down on centre court. Straight down again. You can see how angry Sabalenka got. She knew she made the error. 40 love.
Wasn't ready for that backhand. Anisimova's been going 62% of the time wide to the forehand in the deuce. 2/3 of the time.
Straight down again. Backhander into the net. Sabalenka.
Game that took 75 seconds.
Wow.
Purposeful strike back.
Anisimova leads 3 games to 2, second set.
And now this is
one
starting
set.
to get a bit nervous, isn't it?
And I like that look from Sabalenka to Anisimova after that last point where she was celebrating with her raw. It's like, what are you doing? You don't take, you know, the sound issue away from me. That's I'm in charge of that. So a little bit of in between points messages going on here between these two.
It is a loud match. Called the Andreeva Bencic match yesterday, and you could have heard a pin drop. The crowd, of course, is so respectful here at Wimbledon, so opposite of the US Open, but also neither player grunting.
And the player sheltering underneath the towel right now with a little bit more to think about than the player using the ice on her face. Amanda Anisimova.
Time.
She knows she just has to hold her serve, maybe try to either get a break or take it to a tie break, and Sabalenka's going to feel the pressure. Anisimova handling this moment very well.
The winner of this will play either the unseeded Swiss Belinda Bencic, only one of the fortnights of her life, or Iga Swiatek, looking for a first Wimbledon semi-final. Next up on centre court, once we're done here, but a long way to go here.
You say that, not really. Because I've got a feeling Anisimova is going to take the second set. Sabalenka starting to have a few errors, but this is her serve. She doesn't want it broken. Can she find the sort of grasp and the pace from it as we go straight down centre court? It's out wide from Anisimova. And there's the 15 love. Crowd cheering on Sabalenka. Straight down centre court. It's a fault. 113-mile-an-hour serve, though. And still we come through again. Anisimova with a backhand return. Forehander from Sabalenka. Goes a little bit wide. Sabalenka misses it!
She talked in the middle of the point as a winner. But Sabalenka did look up. You've got to wait. Yep.
Yeah, she got a look.
Not sure about that one.
And the point is over when the ball bounces twice. It was a clean winner, but you have to be careful. Remember that happened at the U.S. Open. I believe it was Serena and Stosur.
Straight down for Sabalenka. Forehand return goes out wide. Sabalenka.
Yeah, that had some words in it towards Anisimova. Definitely.
She's left the ball go. Sabalenka serves. Forehand return was good for Anisimova. Sabalenka's really feeling the energy now. It's buzzed up and it's hit the net.
Right now, it looks and sounds like a slightly off-tune choral contest as much as a tennis match.
Well, Sabalenka, the last forehand, the extended grunt where it's still happening as the ball crosses the net. There's a little extra in this particular game here. Great value.
Straight down from Sabalenka. Forehand was a bit slow for Anisimova, so trying for a net play. It works out for Sabalenka.
Maybe that's a plan D for Sabalenka. It's not happening with the points, so let's try to distract Anisimova a little bit in between the points. Just make her think a little bit extra what's going on here.
Bring out the tiger of Sabalenka. Tiger tattoo.
She serves again. Straight down. Ace!
That was Anisimova with a little smile on her face.
She's starting to feel it now,
Not
isn't
happening
she?
besides forehands and backhands now.
I would translate it something in terms of, hold on a second, you are new to this party. I've been in those semifinals many more times than you. You just calm down, okay? Something in those terms? Wow.
Isn't this great?
New balls, which actually always helps the server because the ball will move through the court. It's more sleek. It's not puffed up yet. Tougher for the returner to control.
She knows how close she is to a Wimbledon final. All the noise and distraction.
Anisimova straight down to the net on her serve. Try again. Straight down. Forehand return. Sabalenka out wide. That's going to annoy her. Coming up on 3 o'clock here on centre court. Straight down. Forehand return for Sabalenka. Trying for a net play now as Anisimova comes in wide. Bad return for Sabalenka. Backhander again. Forehander. And it's point to Anisimova.
That is huge from Anisimova. No signs of getting tight on both forehands. Wow. Very, very impressive.
Also not bothered by the distraction of the last game.
Here tied again. Anisimova respectful there to Sabalenka. She goes straight down. Forehand return comes in. Oh, and Anisimova hits the net. It's incredibly hot here on centre court, by the way. We will have a few more water breaks in effect.
Backhand unforced air. Middle ball, she chose to hit a backhand. Ran around her forehand.
Anisimova will serve again. Straight down centre court. Backhander comes in from Sabalenka. And into the net again. For Anisimova, she keeps on doing that.
She was screaming before she hit. She's feeling tension in that forehand.
I didn't like her reaction the point before. She's 30 love up. She misses a okay ball and just a little bit too much of a negative language maybe starting to kick in.
Into the net from Sabalenka.
Here, and if you're Sabalenka,
It's
you've
great
got
point.
to feel that there's added tension on the other side.
30-40.
See it and you can hear it.
Right. This could be Sabalenka's time to return up to the maximum. Anisimova with the serve. Break point for Sabalenka. Straight down centre court. It's a fault. Would have been a nice ace, but just out of it. Straight down again. Into the net. Double fault game. Sabalenka.
Highlight of Arina Sabalenka's semi-final so far. She has broken Amanda Anisimova for the first time.
Sabalenka leads 4-3. Second set. First set, Anisimova.
And at the end of that, no noise.
Yeah,
Just the reaction of centre court.
Anisimova had saved all 4 break points up to that moment, but you can feel the tension start to rise. And Anisimova, when she screamed before she even struck that forehand, maybe a set in 3-all, starting to think about the end game. Very understandable.
It was really that 30 love miss and her reaction afterwards that was maybe a little bit too fragile at that stage. Yes, there is so much on the line, but you gotta play point by point and not think too much ahead of yourself. Obviously easier said than done.
Yes. So Sabalenka's team coming down with some special potions and the ball kid bringing them back to Sabalenka.
Arina Sabalenka ahead now in this second set with the break, 4-3.
Love 15.
Love 15. Anisimova gets it on Sabalenka's own serve. Sabalenka fired up now. Can she take this to 5 and win the second set, which means we have to go to set 3? Should be in the serve. Straight down centre court. Forehand return from Anisimova. Back into the net. Sabalenka.
Now 13.
What a rebound from Anisimova. Push that last game out of her mind.
Sabalenka now. Straight down centre. Backhander was poor for Anisimova.
18-13.
Sabalenka takes it to 15. Sabalenka now keeping an eye on everything on centre court. Ball up and straight down the centre. Backhander from Anisimova. Forehander for Sabalenka, but Anisimova sends it upwards. Drop shot could be coming. No. And it's Anisimova hits it wide with the racket. Sabalenka levels it up at 30.
Such first strike tennis, both incredibly big hitters. 75% of the points, so predominantly 0 to 4 shots. 23% make it to 5 to 9, and only 2 points have been past 9 shots. Not many rallies.
Sabalenka straight down centre. Backhander was poor from Anisimova. Sabalenka just drops it over the net, takes it to 40. Crowd love that one.
40-30.
Just a little touch from Sabalenka. Ball drops so easily into Anisimova's half. Can she lever it up for an ace to get it to 5-3? Straight down. Yes, she can.
Look at that.
Well, the tennis ball might not be travelling far in this semi-final, but it's travelling at speed whenever it does travel.
You see that confident walk towards the net after that ace? Different confidence level.
Yeah, that was not the roar, just the walk.
Yep. The prance.
Sabalenka's really taking it back through now, hasn't she? Let's see again. Straight down centre. Forehand. It's a fault from Anisimova.
Anisimova now serving to stay in this second set.
If she does lead the first set, though, it'll be 1-all for a third set decider coming up. Straight down. It's a double fault. Sabalenka takes it to 15.
Now 15.
Just gotta stay positive here. It's the only way. It's really about creating that right momentum going into the third set. You don't want to show anything to Sabalenka at this stage.
Straight down. Backhander goes up high from Sabalenka. Drop shot coming, but no. Anisimova didn't come closer. And it goes out from Sabalenka. It's 15 anyway.
Backed up about 8 feet for that return. She's really struggling with that wide serve. It's been so successful for Anisimova.
Straight down centre court. It's a fault from Anisimova. What are we going to have this time? Straight down centre court. Backhander with power from Sabalenka. Anisimova switched up to a fault, but into the net for Sabalenka. Anisimova takes it to 30. She's on the precipice here. She can't let it falter. Straight down centre. Backhander comes in again. Forehander swap back up. Forehander now. Sabalenka! Beautiful return point. 30-all.
30-all.
Anisimova with the serve. Oops, a little bit wide. Straight. Fault coming in again, Anisimova. Straight down centre court. Forehand return with power from Sabalenka. And Anisimova into the net.
The serve hit the line, the return did too.
Set point.
30-40.
Sabalenka has moved back just this game from 6 feet to now back to 10.5 feet.
Set point and break point.
There was a pause, no question, from Anisimova.
Adjustment here in her positioning.
Set point.
Anisimova, straight down, forehander, it's a fault coming. And that's not going to do anybody any good. They pick up the pace again. Anisimova, straight down, backhander, across wide, Anisimova forehand, forehander for Sabalenka. And it's a point to make it juice. Anisimova got there in time with a wonderful volley. Straight down centre. Yeah, just hits the top of the net. Anisimova. Straight down. Backhander from Sabalenka. Switches back up to the 4. And Anisimova sends it wide.
There.
1-8, 7.
Interesting news in the world of MotoGP. Alea Bashi has been diagnosed with appendicitis.
Final into a third set.
Anisimova, straight down, back. Oh, it's a fault again. Sabalenka, a point away from set. Straight down, forehand return into the net. Sabalenka again.
Mix up from Anisimova. She's been going to the backhand and then all of a sudden sends it to the forehand.
Couple of bounces of the ball. Straight down. Forehand return from Sabalenka into the net. Anisimova back to advantage.
Sabalenka is mentally. She's trying to figure out things, changing up her position on the returns. Very positive body language given that she hasn't won the second set yet. Very mature mental performance, I would say, from Arina at this stage.
Sabalenka now. A third set point, straight down centre court, backhander goes out wide, it's juice again.
She makes some mistakes, she just moves on. It's not in that panic mode yet, just like we saw in Roland Garros. I think that match against Coco will help her eventually.
She learned a lot.
Yeah.
Talking to Novak after their practice, I think, helped as well.
Straight down for Sabalenka, forehander now coming through. Oh, that was wide, stays in. Sabalenka playing with aggression. Anisimova changing directions, poor backhand there, net play coming in. And it's a drop coming. It's saved, and Sabalenka takes it to an advantage.
It's meant to be easy to reach a Wimbledon final.
Fourth set point. That was superb from both of them.
Sabalenka reaching new heights.
Literally flying, jumps up to get the point.
Definitely the point of the match. Anisimova in the ascendancy the whole time.
And the tiger spirit full on. Wow.
Sabalenka goes again, straight down, backhand. It's a fault from Anisimova. Looks like we're going to go to a third set. If Sabalenka can wrap this point up. Forehand return, backhander from Anisimova. Just waiting now as we go into the rally. Oh, that's too deep from Sabalenka. It's juice again.
Both slices went to the backhand. Got to make Anisimova feel it more on the forehand side.
Fourth juice of the game. Harder and harder to wrap this one up.
Tough to hit that backhand slice down the line, though. Less court to work with.
We go again. Straight down from Anisimova. Fault called. Anisimova with the serve. Forehand return for Sabalenka. Out wide, advantage Anisimova.
Anisimova showing durability, saving 4 set points so far. 7.
Well, you remember not so long ago that she was winning games in 75 seconds. This one more of a challenge.
12 minutes on court. Straight down. Backhand return for Sabalenka. Goes a little bit out wide. Ah, it's juice again. Come on, fifth juice. Really struggling.
Rick Flishauers, Rob Brandsma, 2 coaches.
It's an eternal stalemate going on right now. Anisimova straight down centre court. Backhand backhander from Sabalenka. And a beautiful point from Anisimova. Advantage again. Sabalenka starting to get worried.
One of the fastest shots of this match.
82 miles an hour.
Yeah, there you go. 108 mile an hour. Straight down again. Oh, fault comes through. It was nearly an ace. Straight down for Anisimova. Backhand of Sabalenka into the net!
Well, that game came with added value. Amanda Anisimova still in this second set.
Sabalenka leads 5 games to 4. Second set. First set, Anisimova.
There's a danger sometimes that semi-finals can run away with one player or another and they don't quite live up to billing. No danger with this one today.
Absolutely not. It's got to be one of the points of the tournament.
This one right there, to just pick this up and then to anticipate and execute.
It's not meant to be easy.
Gave her a set point, one of the 4 that she had in that game. That's the line, get that set.
I absolutely love the way they support Arina, her team. They're there for her, but they don't get over too excited. Not the standing ovations after every single point. They just got it right.
Arina Sabalenka first off her chair, getting ready for business, the business of serving for the second set in this semi-final, leading 5-4.
Here we go again then. Back on centre court with the changeover. Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down centre. Forehander return, but it's a fault. Regroup and go again, I suppose. Straight down for Sabalenka. Backhander out again. Anisimova. Sabalenka takes it to 15.
She has improved the depth on her second serve, Sabalenka, in this second set.
Now 40 now on court as Sabalenka takes it to a fault. It's insane how long this second set has actually gone on for. Straight down centre, backhand, it's a double fault.
Just when I said it, right?
Never see Anisimova back up too far on the return. She has good hands, excellent timing. She wants to hit that ball early to get on her opponent quickly.
Rare from Sabalenka to have a double fault. Straight down again. Backhander was wide from Anisimova, stays in. Beautiful point from Sabalenka. Forehand return with power, 30-15.
13-15.
Absolute control, precision of where that ball needed to be on centre court. Wonderful. Sabalenka serves. Straight down, backhander to fault again. Straight down for Sabalenka. Forehander comes back through. Goes up high. Sabalenka 30 all. Well, that was a surprise and a half. I didn't think she saw that one coming. Continuing to push out here at the moment. As Sabalenka serves again, 30 all. Straight down centre, out wide, fault. Tension amazing on centre court right now. Sabalenka serves. Straight down centre court. Forehand return into the net. Anisimova.
14.
It's set point.
Set point. Once more. This time on the Sabalenka serve.
Sabalenka, can she wrap up the second set with an ace? Straight down centre, forehander goes wrong for Anisimova. Second set, Sabalenka, 6-4. So we go to a third set decider here on centre court.
It's that we all wanted. Spiky, but how good.
So little between them. It's all about coming down to those break points, and Sabalenka did increase her depth on those second serves. That set 30% more than the first set. We're in the back third, so a little more difficult for Anisimova to attack. The margins are so small. They're both looking for a couple of percent here, a couple of percent there, a few miles per hour here, and all while trying to stay calm and composed in a Wimbledon semifinal.
Yeah, both players have headed off for a reset, Daniela.
And I think we are back to square zero, where we were before the match, which to me was almost impossible to decide whether there is actually a favorite in this match. Both players coming into the semifinals with their own strength. Obviously, in Amanda's case, it is the technical side of things. In Arena, it's the fighting spirit and attitude. And
some numbers on those serves on the American side, Daniela. 54% of her first serves in. Only
That's
winning
gone down.
52%.
yeah, she has dropped that, and on the other side, Arena has picked it up. Just by a little, but at least she manages to stay where she was in the first set, and more winners from Arena's racket.
The first serve points won has gone up from Sabalenka to 84%, and Amanda's has gone down, so they've gone in different directions there. I think Sabalenka backing up a bit has helped her have more time. We've actually seen Iga Swiatek do that in her matches as well, because she has a kind of a big take back on that forehand.
Third and deciding set to come here on centre court in the first of the women's semi-finals. Fiona Shaw there on the left, Rob Brydon, all enjoying this, and Stephen Fry is a big tennis fan. This is going to be sensational as it comes to a one-set shootout between Aryna Sabalenka and Amanda Anisimova. It means as well that for Belinda Bencic and Iga Swiatek, well, they will have at least another 45 minutes, you would think, before they will be preparing, or certainly be putting their bags down and walking out onto centre court. Bencic's toe injury, interesting update on this. She revealed after her quarterfinal yesterday that it was so bad that she was going to get a dressing on it, but didn't want to subject anybody watching to the sight of her toe, which has got a cracked toenail. But apparently she may need to get a hole cut in her shoe today to allow it the space it needs, so it's a very painful thing. She will be up against Iga Swiatek, trying to make the Wimbledon final for the first time. She's won 4 French Open titles. She's won a US Open title as well. But here at Wimbledon hasn't quite fulfilled the promise of her junior days when she was the girls' champion. That will be the second semi-final, Swiatek against Bencic. And news on Novak Djokovic is that he's cancelled his first training session. You remember he had that nasty-looking fall yesterday in the closing stages of his match against Flavio Cobolli. He cancelled his first training session. He has been seen as Sarangi. He can reschedule that at any point. Number 1 court, we've got coverage of this live on BBC 2 right now, and it is 1 set apiece. This is the men's doubles semi-final. Remember, the men's doubles final will happen before the women's doubles final on Saturday. So That is a set apiece. And Mimi Zhu, who made her debut in the main draw at the beginning of last week and lost her first round match against Emma Raducanu. Well, she is in action in the girls' singles, and that is on number 3 court. She's taken the first set. The 17-year-old from Swansea. She took the first set on a tie-break, second set underway. That's one of the options for you on iPlayer. Here, of course, we stay fully focused on BSky on centre court.
Stand by for a third set of high intensity, high quality, high volume.
Third set begins as Anisimova sends it down on the serve on centre court. It's love 15. Sabalenka. One hour, 48 minutes now into the game. Third set decider. Straight down from Anisimova. Backhander from Sabalenka. Forehander now swapping back up as well. Just about keeping it in as they continue to change directions. And this is going to be simple for Sabalenka to make it 30 as Anisimova wasn't even on the court. Sent it out wide.
Anisimova, she has worked so hard on her fitness after coming back from the mental break and worked on her athleticism. Just trying to get a quicker first step.
Straight down centre court. Backhander comes in from Sabalenka. Oh, and Anisimova to the net. Love 40 at break point already. Break point. Anisimova straight down centre. Backhander with power from Sabalenka. Trying to slow it back down is Anisimova, but Sabalenka has the fire in her, and Anisimova hits the net. Game, Sabalenka.
To this deciding set for the top seed, Arima Sabalenka, the earliest of breaks.
First game, 1 set.
Yeah, she doesn't have the best movement, Tracy, as you said, Anisimova, but she gets away with it quite often because of her aggressive game and normally being able to put the first strike in. But it's definitely still a lot of room to improve for her in that department. I feel like if she can manage to get just a little bit quicker.
Yep. And she has such great anticipation, Anisimova, and soft hands.
The company of 2 players, one of whom the American is playing her first ever Wimbledon semi-final, the other, the Belarusian, pressing for what would be her first ever Wimbledon final.
Sabalenka with the serve.
Third set, 1-love.
Can she take it to 2 though in this third set? Straight down. Forehander return from Anisimova. Sabalenka playing with aggression. You can hear every shot, throwing everything behind it. She's hitting the net. Love 15.
Love 15.
French accent of Damien Dumassois up in the box. If it's worth saying twice.
Sabalenka. 4 seconds left to serve. Straight down, backhander, into the net from Anisimova, 15-all.
Excuse me, Sabalenka? She might have swallowed something.
Yes. Damien, smartly dressed as always. Watching on behind his shades.
Sabalenka straight down, 400.
Service.
Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down centre. Ace!
That was, again, a little bit of a message sent across. She did go for the wide serve with the net call, and right away she goes there again. Sabalenka kind of telling Anisimova, I don't care whether you expected it or not.
Straight down again. Forehand return. stays in from Anisimova, and Sabalenka hits the net, 30-all. Something's wrong with Anisimova. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong with Anisimova. All of a sudden, she's not looking herself on centre court. We go again. Straight down, backhander, just wide. Chance for a drop shot. She's careful here as well. Again, Sabalenka centered out wide. It's out. It's 40 for Sabalenka.
Anisimova on the run. Enough.
Something's wrong with her. Something's wrong.
It was incredible first shot
She's
for
now
Sabalenka
stretching.
because that return was fantastic from Anisimova, how she was able to absorb all the power.
The backhand is lethal from the American. So good. And who has a better backhand? Better two-hander?
Well, Bencic is right up there as far as control goes, but not as far as power.
Not as far as power.
Yep.
It's an unusual one to try and call this. Straight down centre court for Sabalenka. Forehand and return for Anisimova. Sabalenka hits the net. Juice.
And she's not limited. She can go cross deep, cross angle, down the line. Hit the down the line from a cross court that she's receiving. Anisimova has such incredible hands. Oftentimes we talk about power and speed, but soft hands is not overt.
Yeah.
But it's such an asset.
Sabalenka straight down. Forehand return was good from Anisimova. Now we're into the rally. Sabalenka hits the net. Advantage Anisimova. Great point.
Advantage, Anisimova.
We go again. Straight down centre for a default. This is only the second game of this third set. Sabalenka straight down again. Backhander with power from Anisimova as well. She's got her mojo slightly back. Into the net though, Juice.
Wow.
What is wrong with Anna? I'll take it back.
Unbelievable depth from Sabalenka on the last forehand.
Something's really wrong with Anisimova.
Just too good.
Sabalenka seems to elevate her game and do it with pace when she's down in a remarkable way. I think she's won the last 14 tie breaks, and in tie breaks she goes up with her pace on each side, forehand and backhand. Not many can do that.
Straight down centre, backhander again goes in. Anisimova, Sabalenka hits the net.
Advantage, Anisimova.
Well, she just never backs up, but nor does Anisimova.
Second break
Away
point.
from that backhand return, maybe more body serves.
Yep.
Anisimova needs to win this point. It's getting really bad out here on centre court in terms of the heat. Sabalenka straight down on the serve. Forehander comes in. Anisimova goes a bit too deep. Sabalenka, it was out. Game, Anisimova.
Advantage in this third set evaporates.
Broke the serve.
So much credit for Anisimova to lose the opening game of the third set at love on your serve and then just push that in the rearview mirror. Look forward.
Here's the USA's Amanda Anisimova. Third set, 1-1.
Straight down centre court. Backhander from... it goes out wide
It
for
is so
Sabalenka.
important now for Sabalenka to stay positive and not let those Roland Garros memories kick in, because she had a possibility to be 2-love up in the third set. And this is where it can get really tricky for her.
Fault from Anisimova. As we continue on. Straight down centre. Nope. Serves. Backhander, net play, and Sabalenka out again.
Change her racket. Sabalenka's had a lot of tests already in this tournament. She was down against Raducanu 4-2 in the opening set, 4-1 in the second set, down a set point. And then straight sets. And Sigmund, it would have been very easy for Sabalenka to just disappear.
Here we go again.
It was steady.
Straight down again into the net from Anisimova.
She was teetering on being brittle against Sigmund.
Anisimova playing with her now. Straight down centre. Another fault. Straight down. Backhander from Sabalenka. Really throwing it all in as we go into the rally. And out goes Anisimova. 15.
13-15.
I wonder if it's the heat maybe getting to her. Very burned, the pair of them. Out here on centre court. Straight down. Backhander again, goes high for Sabalenka. And Sabalenka gets the point. It's happy about that one.
Oh, wow. Where did they come from?
Back even further in this third set than the second set. Heavy lob, and then such a sharp angle. This is spectacular.
The new racket delivering. Straight down. Forehander returns. Goes out deep. Well done. Anisimova.
30-15.
Anisimova straight down. It's a fault on the serve.
Sabalenka still pretty far back for the second serve.
Straight down again. Sabalenka touches top of the net and loses out. Game Anisimova.
Slow second serve as well, 80 miles an hour. Now the bamboozled Sabalenka. Anisimova holds. 2-1.
Leads 2 against 1. Final set.
Okay, well, this has been a very interesting set so far, hasn't it, here on centre? Let's take a look around what's happening elsewhere. Reminder, we've got our second game coming up for you here today on JB Motorsports on centre court. Then we've got the mixed doubles final coming here. Did I say JB Motorsports? I meant JB Sports, and we're on USON as well. Yeah, it's just ingrained in my head now what that channel is. So we've launched our extra channel now with our Wimbledon coverage, 2 weeks worth of it coming in. But yes, so you can join us all day here on JB Sports for all of the action from Wimbledon on centre court. And we're going to check up now around the ground with Claire Balding, who is on the BBC coverage as they come through. And it's been an interesting match so far. Claire.
That's the view from high up on the drone. Looking down on number 1 court to the right. Patchwork quilt of the outside courts. 4, 5, 6, 7 on the left. And we are occupying a court that he graced for so many years. Bjorn. So good to see him whenever he comes back to Wimbledon. There was a while when he stayed away, where he didn't really want to come back, but he's falling in love with this place again.
Bjorn Borg still very involved in tennis. His son Leo plays on the tour.
Now 15.
I should give a plug for a brilliant documentary ostensibly about John McEnroe that has been out for a couple of years now, but Bjorn certainly plays his part. It's the best that I've seen on both of them, to be honest. Worth digging out if you can find it.
Skies it high as Anisimova's currently on the 15. 15 all now.
Those two careers
Anisimova sent it up high.
Back here in the sunshine and the shadows on centre. What a tussle this is.
Straight down again. It's a fault. Sabalenka's serve not doing as well here as what we were expecting it to. Straight down, forehand return coming in from Anisimova. Sabalenka playing in low. Sabalenka goes out wide. Anisimova takes it to 30. Sabalenka starts to panic now.
Anisimova, one of the cleanest ball strikers that you will see in our sport. Just right in the middle every time. Such control to place it accurately.
Straight down, forehand return, it's a fault. Sabalenka, straight down, forehand return, bit high there, it goes
Extra
out.
kick on that serve. That got above Anisimova's head.
Yeah.
Nice to have all those options on your serve.
It was great from Sabalenka. Really starting to use the court to her advantage now. Fly near her as Sabalenka serves. Straight down, forehand return. Goes just in, and Sabalenka's return was beautiful to make it a point.
Extraordinary angles, and Anisimova, at the end of that, in some distress it seemed, dealing with it all.
It was such a extraordinary shot, but Anisimova once again. At least this time was a quick one. She got up quickly.
Good serve for Sabalenka. Now again, Anisimova's trying to stay with her, and it's hit the net. Juice. Sabalenka furious with herself.
I feel like they're playing a match outside of the match. So much going on between the points with their reactions.
Anisimova just so hungry for a major. Wants it so badly.
Sabalenka strays down again. Backhander goes wide. The latest Grand Slam is always looking interesting. Sabalenka straight down, forehand return again, just goes just to the top of the net. Sabalenka hits the net.
That's where the bigger swing from Sabalenka gets her in trouble. It comes so high above her head, she can't find the contact point.
Great point, Anisimova.
All of us just moving a little closer towards the edge of our seats. Great point for Anisimova.
Sabalenka straight down, backhander goes up high. Anisimova, drop shot coming. Bit saves, but it went out. It went out.
The serve's gone.
Sabalenka went out, and now it goes through. 3 games to 1, and Anisimova has broken that serve of Sabalenka.
Extraordinary 4
Anisimova leads 3 games to 1.
This is getting interesting on
Belinda
centre.
and Iga watching this getting slowly warmed up for their semifinals, they must be thinking, well, we better bring some intensity out here as well. That has been the standard of this match.
Straight down again. Backhander from Sabalenka. Forehander into the net. Anisimova.
15.
We've had 3 breaks of serve in the opening 4 service games in this third set. If it's the last break of serve, then there will be an American in the final on Saturday. Anisimova leading with that break, 3-1.
US Arena now licking their lips, and all our American listeners. But is Sabalenka going to do a fight back here? It's starting to look a little bit doubtful. Straight down from Anisimova. Forehander from Sabalenka, and Anisimova now running around centre court, goes out.
Well, this is a huge test for Amanda, where she is mentally, because it's the first time in this third set she must be feeling like, right, I'm very close. And let's see how well she can deal with her emotions now.
She's serving with old balls now. This will be the last game with these old balls, so as slow as they will be.
Sabalenka will return. Backhander from the serve. Oh! Sabalenka into the net. Anisimova takes it to 15.
Sabalenka lifting up on that forehand. Needs to stay down on it. Easy to do when you get nervous.
Anisimova again with the serve. Straight down into the net. Straight down centre. Forehander return. Backhander from Anisimova. Net play trying. Sabalenka will get the point. 14-15.
Just so good.
And Anisimova was so quick to pick up on that slice drop shot, and she was ready to move in. Maybe it was better to go up the line with that approach. I mean, easier from
taught to hit up the line, to keep the ball in front of you.
2 points to break back.
Anisimova into the net on her serve. Straight down, forehander return, picks it up, Sabalenka into the net. 40-30. Second break
there.
point.
To me, that's a sign of nerves from Sabalenka. Understandable.
Anisimova rises. Ball straight down, backhand, it's a fault. Extremely close fault there, actually, coming through. Straight down, backhander from Sabalenka. Oh, and Sabalenka into the net, it's juice.
Anisimova has saved 10 of 12 break points in this match, 83%. That is stunning.
Close game. Straight down from Anisimova, backhander from Sabalenka, forehander switches up, stays in, Sabalenka goes back wide, drop shot, Sabalenka saves it, keeps it in, and it's just in from Anisimova to take it to advantage. That was perfect.
The American, the improv skills.
The backhander return, spectacular. A centimetre, 1 centimetre.
An unbelievable touch and balance at the same time. Just too good.
Advantage Anisimova to take it 4-1 in this set. Straight back down with a good forehand serve. Backhand now being swapped out for forehanders between these two. It's out, it's juice again.
For a 4-1 lead.
so flat when she gets tight.
Straight down. A fault on the serve. Straight down. Forehander return coming in from Sabalenka. Now swapping out for a backhander. Again, just going wide. I thought it was out, but the computer hasn't said anything. But that was Anisimova. Beautiful serve. Makes Sabalenka dive and misses.
The full stretch and still sends it back with depth.
Advantage, Anisimova.
Anisimova now with the advantage to lead it 4 games to 1.
Control the fire, to douse the fire. Now it's an American game point.
This is an unusual way around. Straight down, forehander for Sabalenka. Forehander. Game! Anisimova, she leads 4 games to 1. A Wimbledon final for the American is on the cards. And Sabalenka is struggling out here today.
Anisimova leads 4 games to 1.
I liked Amanda's reaction after that last point. Not over too excited, just positive body language. Yep, I've got this.
Very mature.
Yep.
And when you think of her career, she was always the top junior. Everybody talked about her in the United States at a very young age, about the talent, the skill level that she had. She had that huge success early as a teenager at Roland Garros. But I tell you what, she's done a lot of work mentally. You can see the stress, but she's able to bring it back the next point, and that's just been so impressive from Anisimova, the 23-year-old. It's been quite a journey to get here, but she's put the work in.
Yeah, you can see it coming, the negative thoughts and how hard she has to work to push them aside, and she's done such an incredible job in this 3rd set.
Just her opening service game at Love, and has won 4 games in a row now. Sabalenka told her team that she wanted a racket from up high, then told them no, canceled it. Sometimes they bring down a new racket from the box.
She did change strings a couple games ago, maybe 2-3 games ago.
With new balls and with a bag full of problems, Arina Sabalenka 1-4.
It's a fault on the first serve. Sabalenka now back up with it. Straight down, forehand return from Anisimova, and it's out wide and a return for Sabalenka. It's slipping away now for Sabalenka. Play here last year. Come through again, straight down, backhander comes in. Sabalenka pushing like crazy now, forehander for the pair of them. We're into the rally now. Oh, bad backhander from Sabalenka. In comes Anisimova to take it to 30, close to the net play.
When she locks into this technical battle where everything is perfection, and she stayed down on her shots and just hits through it. I mean, doesn't get better than this. Wow.
Going well, isn't it? Straight down for Sabalenka. A little bit of a net play coming. Great point, Sabalenka. Backhander to the bottom
That's how
right.
good it has to be from Sabalenka now.
And the fact that Anisimova has been able to sustain this level over 3 sets is so impressive. I saw glimpses of this throughout the year, but it has not been durable week in and week out.
Sabalenka straight down, forehander into the net. 30 all. Anisimova straight down on that return. Getting a little bit worrisome now. Sabalenka straight down, forehand return from Anisimova. A little bit uphill, trying for a net play now. And it should be. Anisimova should be able to return this quite quickly. Anything you can do, I can do better. And it's out for Sabalenka. 40.
How on earth did she win that point?
I don't know. Actually, did she? Yeah, she did. Are we sure? She didn't. No.
2 millimetres.
I thought not. I was correct. Anisimova had it. Break point, Anisimova. I knew that was out. Never, ever, ever underestimate your judge call. It was out.
Skills from Anisimova. Stayed patient.
Didn't panic.
She said out.
Great reaction from Sabalenka after realizing that she lost that point.
It was out. It's break point and advantage Anisimova.
For 2 breaks in this deciding set.
Straight down Sabalenka, forehand and return coming through for Anisimova now as well as she's going to the net. It's juice.
That almost felt like a little match point, didn't it?
Yeah. The way that Anisimova's been serving.
It's a cracking game. Cracking. Straight down centre, forehand return into the net, advantage Sabalenka. Advantage Sabalenka. On her serve. Straight down, forehand return from Anisimova. Trying for a net play. Game Sabalenka, 2 games to 4. Third set.
It was really that reaction from Sabalenka after losing that unbelievable rally that she was like, okay, disappointing, but let's move on to next.
How much improvement have we seen from the finals of the French, where she was just so discombobulated by the conditions, and Coco Gauff handled it beautifully. Quick learner.
Amanda Anisimova with a break of serve in this deciding set, 4-2.
Straight down for Anisimova into the net. Anisimova serves again. Into the net, double fault.
15.
Catching a couple of them out now.
Sorry, go ahead. So important that this doesn't get to her mentally. Anisimova having those opportunities in the previous game to be serving for the match.
Straight down again. Return was good from Sabalenka. Just a little bit wide this time by. And that is Anisimova on the board.
Sabalenka, you saw that Anisimova was nervous. The double fault first point, and then goes 3-4 times in a row to the backhand that is as sturdy as can be. Gotta send one the forehand way.
Straight down again on centre. Backhander goes a little bit skyward as well. It's out.
18, 30.
Sabalenka to 30.
To your point, Tracy.
Forehand still awesome, but the backhand is off the charts.
Anisimova serves straight down. Backhander from Sabalenka goes over the net. Now tries for a slow-in drop play. Hasn't worked out. They pick up the pace. Send Sabalenka. Knew she's going to hit the net. 30 all.
30 all.
Time and time again. The scream up.
It's been a long time since top seed lost the women's semi-final here. 16 years, 2009. Dinara Safina swept aside by Venus Williams that afternoon.
Anisimova straight down. Backhander for Sabalenka. Again, oh, that's a poor backhander. Ready for her is Anisimova and Sabalenka's going to try. Beautiful drop shot from Anisimova to take it to 40.
That was phenomenal from Anisimova. We know how well she can hit those ground strokes, but the backhand slice approach and the drop volley.
Brilliant,
40,
brilliant.
30.
This one,
Just straight drops it. Beautiful on the net.
next level.
Bang.
Didn't panic at all.
The family enjoyed that one. Anisimova serving straight down. Backhander for Sabalenka. The tension rising for Sabalenka now. You don't want to hit the net or go out. Oh! Anisimova gets it over by hitting the net. Sabalenka can't get a racket to it. She ends up in her net. It's 5-2 in the third set. And Anisimova is just one game away.
Anisimova, a game away from the Wimbledon.
Anisimova leads 5-2. Final set.
Amanda not giving any sign of apology to Sabalenka after that net call, and I think that was a little bit of a tiny conversation.
I'm just so impressed with Anisimova, who started that game with a double fault, so you thought maybe the tension would bleed into the rest of the game. Even that last forehand from Anisimova, she really went for it. Just decided, I've got to keep that racket head speed. Got to continue to play on the front foot. Yeah, she's too thankful to win that 7th game to worry about apologizing. This is all between the ears. Who can handle the nerves? Sabalenka being brought a couple rackets from her team.
When they make a film, which they may well do, of Amanda Anisimova's life in however many years, this moment will be central to it. The next few minutes. Sabalenka to serve. She might get it done here, but the next few moments will decide how her career might be covered.
Absolutely. All the hours she spent with her dad on the court developing these perfectly clean strokes, all the mental work she's done over the years.
The final awaits.
And here's the top seed, serving to stay in this year's Wimbledon.
Sabalenka with the serve. Straight down. Forehand and return. Out wide from Anisimova. It's 15-love. Anisimova can't panic. She can't feel the pressure. She needs to know what is coming and just breathe. Sabalenka, straight down center. Backhander. Beautiful ace from Sabalenka.
30-love.
Anisimova might have to serve for the match at this point. Sabalenka straight down. Forehander return, stays in. Sabalenka drops it back out. Running in wide, and it's out. It's 40.
40-love.
Anisimova must now, I reckon at this point, serve for the match. 56 seconds the game has been in length, and Sabalenka already on for 40. She's going to get this done in less than 1 minute 20. Straight down, backhander comes in, drop shot up high, and it's out. It's game. In less than 80 seconds, it's game for Sabalenka. Anisimova now to serve for the match.
Anisimova leads 5-3.
That was the fastest game
This is the moment
in the match.
serving for the Wimbledon semifinals.
73 seconds in length, the fastest game of the match. And now Amanda Anisimova will serve for a place in the Wimbledon final. The 23-year-old from New Jersey. Straight down center court. Backhander from Sabalenka, and Anisimova hits the net. It is going love 15. She serves again. Down center. Backhander was poor. It's a 15-all. Sabalenka makes an error. And that will get the momentum back on Anisimova's side. Straight down centre. It's a fault. The tension now palpable on centre court. 100-mile-an-hour serve though. Sends it down again. Forehander return with power from Sabalenka. And again, trying to slow it down. But goes out, Anisimova.
Play from Sabalenka, finding Amanda's forehand now as much as possible. And Amanda, I think I want to serve now to Sabalenka backhand, so my first shot is likely going to be the backhand side.
She's only served a couple of times in this court T, mostly backhand.
Straight down. Forehander return a little bit high and out from Sabalenka. It's 30-all.
Changed it up. These last 2 points.
She's 2 hits away from a place in the Wimbledon final. And Anisimova can feel this pressure now as she's on the serve. Straight down centre court. Backhander from Sabalenka. It's now who makes the mistake. Sabalenka being forced everywhere. Oh, cheeky slow down coming in from Anisimova, and she's gone out wide. It's 40 for Sabalenka, and break point. It's not going the way she thinks.
30-02.
The crowd rally. Anisimova serves. Backhander, and Sabalenka hits the net. It's juice.
Break point in that ad side. She's going 45% to that backhand wing.
Anisimova. Straight down centre. It's a fault. Straight down again. Forehander return for Sabalenka into the net! Anisimova is 1 point away from the Wimbledon final as Sabalenka makes a mistake. It is match point here on centre court at Wimbledon. Can Anisimova get it with an ace for an American in the final? Straight down centre court, backhander from Sabalenka. It's out, and it's back to juice. For Wimbledon, that's been so unpredictable. We're certainly on the precipice of a shock. The world seed #1 out is on the precipice as another serve begins. Sabalenka with forehands keeps it in. Anisimova skies it. A chance for a drop coming now from Sabalenka. And it's Sabalenka with the advantage. Second break point.
I feel like this match is very far from being finished.
Sabalenka.
I hope so. We're seeing the top seed fighting for a Wimbledon life here. Break back point.
Anisimova straight down, forehander from Sabalenka, comes back through, and it's just on the line there from Anisimova, and she goes out. Game Sabalenka. This centre court at Wimbledon has another story to tell. Sabalenka will now have the serve to level the match.
And she's back in it, the top seed, still with us.
Anisimova leads 5-4 by the set.
Now the key is for Anisimova to forget that she had that match point. Just proceed, hoping that everything, all of her thoughts are moving forward, not going backwards.
Almost pretending that she never had the lead.
How easy is that?
It's not easy. I mean, we practice, we go to sports psychologists, we do visualization, we do everything we can to prepare for these types of moments. But there's not much more pressure than a semi or a final on the center court at Wimbledon, especially when you've not won a major and you want one desperately.
And from Sabalenka's point of view as well, I'm reflecting on the long conversation she's had recently with Novak Djokovic. She's been talking about the challenges that she's been facing in her life and running them through with the great Novak. She might be feeding in on bits and pieces that he's been talking to her about right now as well.
Sabalenka's serve.
What a way to spend a Thursday afternoon, goodness me. Still has to serve here to stay in this semi-final. Sabalenka 4-5.
And Sabalenka will have that serve. Straight down centre, forehander returns, good. And Sabalenka into the net. She can't give up these points. Sabalenka straight down. It's a fault. She doesn't know what she's doing now, Sabalenka. She regroups. Straight down. Forehand return with power coming in now, and it's just in still. Oh, Anisimova playing it low. Anisimova takes it to 30.
Very limited, but just at the right time. That is calm, cool, and collected.
Great shot, Sabalenka.
All the time to come up with a shot like that from Amanda.
Backhander.
She did so well.
Just slowed
Bounce
it
back
down.
after losing her serve.
Yeah.
This is what she can do. Anisimova has the tension. Sabalenka, straight down centre. Backhander again comes in. And now Anisimova feels a little bit more confident, and Sabalenka goes out! Anisimova is on break point and is on the second match point. Is Sabalenka going to serve herself out of Wimbledon?
And for their player.
A place in the final awaits. Is it going to be Sabalenka's own error to take her out of Wimbledon? Straight down centre court, forehand return, comes in strong, it goes out. It's 15 for Sabalenka. It's still break point and match point. The photographers are ready. Sabalenka with the serve. Down centre court, it's a fault. And now the pressure rumbles because you don't want a double fault, and that's why you're out of Wimbledon. Anisimova, a bit calmer than serving, I would say, at this point. Straight down again, forehand and returns comes in. Sabalenka keeps it on the line. Anisimova sends it up high. Fast shot coming back in with a rally. Again, Anisimova sends it high. Drop coming. Back serve stage from Anisimova. It's out. It's 30 for Sabalenka. Another match point and a great rally between the two.
30-40.
Sabalenka sent Anisimova
Amanda
everywhere.
has done absolutely nothing wrong now at this point. Wow.
A wonderful game on centre court.
Anisimova still has one more go at finishing things here.
Another match point. Sabalenka serves again, straight down. Forehand returns, looking good. Sabalenka! And she's done it! Amanda Anisimova is through to the Wimbledon final. Sabalenka beaten on centre court we will have an American in the final. Anisimova has pulled off another impossible rally. It ends with Anisimova 6-4, 4-6, 6-4. And Sabalenka is out of Wimbledon. Anisimova is through.
And it is all paid off. And hit a winner. That is so appropriate for Amanda Anisimova to hit a winner to get to the finals, because her game is all offense. Well done, Amanda.
And off the forehand side, even more so.
Daniela,
What a
that was
wonderful
something
game.
else, wasn't it? What a semi-final.
Oh, just incredible. And the level of intensity from the first point, really, until the end was so impressive. And how Amanda was able to deal with all the pressure. It's just breathtaking. And as you say, Nick, such a special moment in her young career.
We shall hear.
She will now play either Belinda Bencic.
We will hear what Amanda has to say as she's speaking to Lee Mackenzie.
Amanda, huge congratulations. You can tell by the reaction of the crowd that we have seen something very special today. You've made some very brave decisions in your career, but today you played some very brave tennis and you are through to the finals of Wimbledon.
This doesn't feel real right now, honestly. Arena's such a tough competitor, and I was absolutely dying out there. And yeah, I don't know how I pulled it out. I mean, she's such an incredible competitor, and she's an inspiration to me, and I'm sure so many other people. And yeah, I mean. We've had so many tough battles, and to come on top today and be in the final of Wimbledon is just so incredibly special. And the atmosphere was incredible today. I mean, I know she's #1, but a lot of people were cheering out for me, and so I just want to say. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone. And I have my beautiful family over there, my sister, my nephew, my brother-in-law, and his whole beautiful family is over there. And yeah, I think my best friend is supposed to be somewhere, but I don't see her, Priscilla. So you better be there if I can't see you. Oh, you're right there. Okay, good.
That's a relief.
And my amazing team, I mean, what a journey it's been in the last 2 weeks. I mean, has just been so special. So thank you for sharing it with me.
And not just the last 2 weeks, Amanda, but the last 2 years, because these are the people who have been there for you. Did you always believe you would get back to this point?
To be honest, if you told me I would be in the final of Wimbledon, I would not believe you. At least not this soon, because I mean, it's been a year turnaround since you know, coming back, and to be in this spot, I mean, it's not easy, and so many people dream of, you know, competing on this incredible court. It's been such a privilege to compete here, and to be in the final is just indescribable, honestly.
You have a lot of fans here. You do not need to worry about that. What happens now? Do you have time to recover? Will you watch the next semi-final? What's the plan for the rest of the afternoon?
I mean, I'll be around for the next few hours, so you know, I'm sure I'll get a glimpse of it. It's going to be an incredible match, and whoever comes on top, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a battle out there in the final, but hopefully I can finally spend some time with my family. I mean, I haven't had a chance to yet because I knew today was going to be so important, and I was trying to rest as much as possible yesterday, but I mean, I think it's still relatively early, so I mean, I'll make some time for you guys.
Well, Amanda, congratulations. You are through to the Wimbledon final. Amanda Anisimova.
And you see all of the family on board applauding as well. What a sensational match that was. And it was a triumph of mental fortitude for Anisimova in so many ways over so many years. She has had to conquer those doubts, and my God, she was impressive there. Really, really impressive, because there were moments when you thought Sabalenka's coming back. She's coming back at her, and she did. And she gave it everything, Sabalenka. But the coolness with which Anisimova absorbed that power, and the way in which she won that match as well. Brilliant tennis, but even better as a success of the mind, and I'm just so impressed with her. Her first Wimbledon final, and she said she can barely believe it's happened, and you see her there as the match is finally confirmed her way, and the way it just takes over her, that it's we've done it, and her whole family on their feet, and little Jackson, whose 4th birthday it was, her nephew, was, you can see other family members as well, just so delighted for her. And that is just the first of the semi-finals. Amanda Anisimova's name is there. She has made it through. She will play on Saturday afternoon, and she will face either Belinda Bencic or Iga Świątek. And they will have been watching from, hopefully, the shade somewhere. And Belinda... Plenty of people thought this could have another 20 minutes in it. We didn't think it was over when it was over.
No, I mean, Amanda had that match point at 5-3. She got nervous. The nerves did get to her finally. But sometimes it's easier off. You know, now if you break, it's a bonus. You're not supposed to break serve. And she played a much freer tennis in that game than the game before. But still, you know, she's beaten Sabalenka, which was 5-3, so good matchup for her. But still, she had to get it done at these big occasions. She hadn't been here that many times. Only one other semi-final ever before. So she handled it beautifully.
And lots of times, Tracy, the player talks about I'm playing the ball, I'm playing the ball. You can't walk out onto centre court and only play the ball when there's Sabalenka at the other side of it and you're on centre court.
I was just so impressed with, first of all, the way that Anisimova played. That is top-flight tennis, with the serve, the return, landing within 3 feet of the baseline consistently. To put Sabalenka on her heels, that's hard to do. Sabalenka is usually the one that's driving the bus and making everybody else move and coming to the net and just having so much depth on her shots. But also the way that Anisimova, there were a few times, because it was so close, but looked like she was getting nervous, and then all of a sudden she just rebounded. Like she lost her serve, lost that match point that Martina talked about, and then picked it up, immediately got to love 30, love 40 the next game with a little bit of variety. So we've talked about the ups and the downs. 17 years old, Roland Garros, her father passing away, how difficult that was, all the work that she did in the mental health break. But all of that work coming together in semifinals at Wimbledon, you don't often get to live that dream. And the way that she handled it, so composed, just so proud of her.
It almost seems like 3 days ago that the first set was in progress. It was over 2.5 hours long, this match. But let's break it down set by set. And we said before the match started how impressive Anisimova's backhand is. And to be able to do it on the biggest occasion of her life, to still produce these beautiful backhands, it's just a wonder to watch.
Well, first of all, technically so sound. It's just tremendous balance. She can hit it cross, she can hit it down the line, and she can use a little bit of variation with the backhand slice, but that sharp angle that she has. We talked about how powerful it is. Of the 8 semifinalists in the men's and the women's, she equals Jannik Sinner with how fast it is. That is impressive. And she's, I think, really improved her mobility as well. Anisimova, she's worked on that, trying to become a little more athletic. We know that she plays this style of play where she likes to take the return early. She's got fantastic hands that she allows her to take the ball and redirect it from cross to up the line anywhere she wants with accuracy. But because she is moving better, she's even much more lethal on the move.
The backhand is almost a left-handed forehand because she totally extends on the point of contact with her left hand, and so the right hand's basically going for a ride. It's more left-handed forehand, and that's what allows her to get those angles and get the depth and consistency.
It's so interesting, and watching those shots being able to be maintained even when under pressure is, I think, just phenomenal. Sabalenka, as a world #1 and the top seed, we knew was going to come right back into it, and she duly did in the second set, and her power is immense.
Sabalenka served a little bit better this second set, but what she also did was that she moved back on her return. She moved from about 6.5 feet to 10 feet back, so that it gave her a little bit more time on the return because she was feeling rushed. Anisimova doesn't have the biggest serve, but she has a very accurate serve, and Sabalenka elevating her serve was important.
She also looked as if she was trying very hard to keep the points short, do not get into an extended rally. Occasionally it happened by necessity, and my word, we saw some terrific play, but she needed to finish it off and finish it fast.
Yeah, I mean, Sabalenka's used to being on the front foot or during rallies, and she was playing more defense than Anisimova. Arena's not used to that. And that's, again, kudos to Anisimova being able to get on top of the point early, either with the serve or with the return of serve. And Sabalenka got the better of her in that second set, but wasn't enough.
No, and it comes down to, and this is why I love best of 3 set tennis. It's just like they're both getting tired, but they're not so tired they're exhausted. They're not falling over. Funnily enough, as the third set started, I wondered whether Sabalenka might be the one who was physically fitter. The heat out there was intense. But how much of this third set, Tracy, was a physical contest and how much was a mental contest?
I agree with you because Anisimova lost her serve in the first service game at love. So now Sabalenka, the #1 in the world, is up the break. And then Anisimova, again, that bounce back ability, got 3-1 and just wasn't bothered by it. And Anisimova has worked so hard. I watched her play at Washington, D.C. last summer, and she couldn't finish a match because her fitness wasn't there. She has worked so hard with her trainer to become stronger on the outside leg, outside the corners, and didn't show any signs down the road in that third set that she was fatigued.
Yeah, the set almost could have been 6-1. I mean, she had some points for 5-1, but Anisimova lives in Miami. It's hot and humid. It's hotter and more humid than it is today. So maybe Sabalenka's the fitter player, but I think Anisimova, the heat doesn't bother her nearly as much.
It was a phenomenal contest because all through this third set, even when the scoreboard said Anisimova was in front, I don't think she wanted to believe it. And God, it was clever.
Loved the little nuanced shots from Anisimova. Some of those improv skills, and they were important. There were about 4 or 5 of those points that really made the difference in this match, and she's like that right there, getting that soft. We don't give her enough credit. She doesn't move as fast as some of the other players. She's improved on that, but Anisimova's hands are so soft. She can absorb pace. It's beautiful.
And a lovely, deep, beautiful cross-court shot to finish it off on her 4th match point, and I think the crowd absolutely loved that. That was a really, really good contest.
Both players played their best tennis under tough circumstances, but Anisimova just a little more power, a little more freedom. I think Sabalenka felt the pressure more than Anisimova, which is funny because, you know, when you're a favorite, that can get to you. And I think Sabalenka's had a hard time with that. Anisimova, no pressure, just happy to be in the semis. And if she gets to the finals, that's a big bonus. Whereas Sabalenka is #1 seed, she's supposed to win the whole thing. So the pressure kind of plays funny things with your mind.
We had a few choices for point of the match, Tracy, but we're going for the first one, and you called it in commentary, point of the match, and it really was.
Well, there were so few points in this match that were beyond 7-8 shots, and this one showed the offense and the defense from both, the variety, the variation, and how about the anticipation from Sabalenka to keep this point going, and then the execution. And I tell you, it was Great athleticism from both players, such high quality, a joy. 2.5 hours, past 2.5 hours. And for Anisimova, the 23-year-old, who's been told, by the way, since she was so young, that she's going to win a major, she's going to be #1 in the world, and I think that's why we saw, at times, a little bit of panic from her.
It was a terrific match, it really was, and that was just one half of today's entertainment as far as women's semi-finals are concerned. Tracy, thank you so much. Brilliant in commentary, brilliant analysis as well. Martina, if you don't mind staying with me, we'll build up.
If I must.
Second, if you must. And Anne-Claude Fong, come on in.
I'm allowed in now.
Yes, you are. Because we are going to build up now to the second semi-final between Iga Świątek and Belinda Bencic.
She was #1 in the world, and she hasn't won a tournament since the Olympics last year.
And grass, as we know, is not her strongest surface.
Oh, sensational!
Oh, that is beautiful.
I feel like really worked hard to progress here on the surface.
Coolly done.
Strategy and execution by the former world #1. This is grass court, Iga.
I really enjoy playing this year, and hopefully it's going to last as long as possible.
Is she peaking exactly the right time?
Super happy and super proud of myself, and yeah, I'll keep going.
So we're going to be leading up to that match here on centre court, but we're just going to have a break as we swap over USRN to their next stream. We're just syncing up with USRN, and then we are to go for our next match here on centre court for this evening. It's taken a while to get going, actually. Let's return to the BBC.
Presence on court, and what you think of her focus?
Well, she has struggled since the French Open win last year. She didn't get to the finals until in Bad Homburg a couple of weeks ago on grass. So her confidence went way down, but I'm glad that she played that tournament. I thought she would have played the second week, but she chose to play the third week fresh and just looks different. She looks more relaxed. She's been like shrinking from the competition, and now she seems to be embracing it and say, okay, you know what? I got to get down into the trenches and I'm good with it. And she's playing much better tennis because of it.
I was really interested by something we saw from behind the scenes, the eye training that she was doing. I remember Clive Woodward saying when he was coaching the England rugby team, it's something he did with them. What is going on here?
And welcome back to everybody listening on USRN as we have our coverage back operational now. Let's hand you back down to the BBC.
It's not like it's going to tire you out.
No, she's into alternative training. I've seen her use some big glasses that look like massive sunglasses sometimes when she warms up. But look, this obviously gets her into the state that she needs to be when she walks out there on court, and she has looked incredibly focused here at the championships. And I also wonder, because she went out in the semi-finals of the French Open, wasn't able to defend her title there, expectations have been lower, and she's just been able to go out there and figure things out. She was also able to train on the grass, so straight after losing in the semi-finals at Paris, she went to Mallorca early, spent a lot of time working on her movement on the grass, and that seems to be a lot better. She looks a lot comfortable moving side to side and out of the corners, and she looks a lot more balanced. And look, she's been playing some fantastic tennis and looks like a real contender.
As for the eye exercises, if nothing else, it gets you concentrating on the ball.
That's true.
To this day, I have to remind myself to watch the ball longer as it's coming off the grass. It changes direction the most at the bounce, and we're already hitting the ball. No, watch it. So even if it doesn't have the ice, it helps you to concentrate on what's most important, which is actually watching the ball.
These two players met each other 2 years ago in the fourth round here at Wimbledon, and Bencic had 2 match points. Iga Świątek saved them both. and went on to win the match. Now, does that favour Świątek because she knows she can do it even if she's match point down, or does it favour Bencic because she knows she very nearly did it?
Well, exactly. I think it doesn't favour either one. I mean, now Świątek knows that she can lose to her. She has lost to her, not that match. But Świątek also came through with it. Now it's 2 years later. They're both different players. Bencic has since then become a mother, so a lot has changed for both of them. Świątek was a big favorite here. Now maybe she's not as much, but still, Świątek has to think this is my match to win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I don't think it'll play in either player's mind, given it was 2 years ago, because Bencic, you know, she, at this year's championships, I mean, she's here as a mother. Life is very different for her. The way she's able to relax and regroup between matches, it's completely different to how things were 2 years ago. And I think she does have a different perspective on her tennis. Overall, definitely more relaxed, and probably sees it as a huge bonus being in the semi-finals today, right, because coming into the championships, you know, the one grass court tournament she played, she went out in the first round. So expectations have been low, and you know, it's. I think she's surprised herself with each match.
I mean, she started the year 489 ranking. Hello, and she'll be in the top 20 now, maybe better. So yeah, the pressure's off. She's enjoying it, and we'll see how Świątek handles that pressure, because the onus is definitely on her.
Do you know what Świątek is enjoying most of all, though? What? Here, the towels. I tell you what, you've never seen a towel thief like it. No, and you watch, because
she puts them in the bag and asks for more.
She gets them to make sure she doesn't leave any behind. This was in round 4.
Brilliant.
She is in a suitcase.
This is quarterfinals.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
I thought I was bad with getting 2 towels in a match.
I mean,
2.
how many?
Oh my goodness.
The ones on the seats as well. They're going in the bag, aren't they?
And then keep watching.
Does she give anything away?
I think she's kitted out her team with Wimbledon towels.
Well, and then some.
And she knows she's being watched.
For the next 5 years.
Look at that.
She's not even trying to pretend or hide it now, is she?
I think that's very, very funny.
We used to get the towels in the locker room. They were all the Wimbledon towels, and then they just now white, and they give them on the court. But with Iga, wouldn't make any difference. She's going to get her share no matter what.
Yeah. It's going to be, well, they're going to need a lot more towels, I think, extra towels for Iga Świątek, and probably extra towels for Belinda Bencic as well. But we mentioned that Belinda Bencic comes into this Wimbledon as a relatively new mum. She has baby Bella to look after, and obviously the whole experience of having had a baby and recovering from that and getting back into physical shape. But now she says this is a dream come true.
Wimbledon is my favorite tournament. It's always the tournament I wished of doing the best in the whole season. And I've never come past the 4th round.
Bencic, what is it like to have made it through to the semi-finals of Wimbledon for the first time?
It's crazy. It's unbelievable. It's a dream come true. I'm just speechless.
You took maternity leave and now you're back, but you started the year ranked nearer 500th in the world. With this win today, you're into the top 20. How proud are you of this return to tennis?
I'm very proud. Of course, I have to say it's not only me. I wouldn't be able to do it without my amazing family and also my amazing team. We worked so hard on the comeback. To play great is so amazing, but for me it's a bonus. So I'm generally just really happy to be able to play again. My body allows it. So yeah, I'm proud of everyone in my team. Thank you.
It's definitely unreal, but it doesn't end here, so I'm definitely focused already on the next match. I don't think we play similar at all. I think she plays very physical and puts a lot of spin on the ball. And I think I take the ball really early, play a little bit more flat. So, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting game. I really try to have a plan when I go on the court. I don't like just going out and kind of freestyling it. I like to be clear about what I'm going to do, but of course you have to stick to yourself also and stick to your game. But I think I am able to switch on when I'm on the court and be focused. For me, the job is not done. I try to do my best again and try to fight with everything I have.
So she says there she likes to go onto court with a plan. What will the plan be
For me, it has to be move Świątek every chance she has. She has to redirect. She's not going to be there with pace. She's not going to be there with a slice backhand. She doesn't really have one. She can beat her with direction of the ball and try to mix it up somewhat. And she's got to serve well. She's the least dangerous server of the four, and she needs to step it up a notch, I think, against the amazing return of Iga Świątek.
It's interesting watching Iga Świątek this year because something about her definitely seems to be different. And whether that is the fact that maybe she's come in, as you said, with so little expectation, not coming in as the reigning French Open champion. She's had a bit more time on grass. And how is she feeling about all this?
It doesn't really matter what form you had last week. You kind of need to be ready for everything on grass.
Time.
Some years, like every practice was a struggle. And I couldn't really find my game.
The top seed of Wimbledon is out.
Now, it is more natural. It takes me less energy. I'm doing a great job at just, learning how to play on grass.
She is flying.
She is in the zone.
Like, it's going better and better every year.
For the world number one, flies into the quarterfinals.
Now I feel like the ball is really listening to me. I'm happy that the game that I practice on, I can show it on matches, and for sure I feel like I play better than previous years.
Oh, no let up from Iga Świątek.
Confidence is a bit higher, and I'm just happy that I kept my focus and was brave in important moments.
Iga Świątek is a Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time.
I think after winning a lot previous years, people are always gonna expect, especially I feel back home, the pressure, is always pretty high. I just try to focus on myself. I not really look at that. Sometimes it's easier to handle that, sometimes harder, but honestly on grass I always feel like the best thing I can do is just focus on progressing as a player and learning new things. I'm doing that every year, but for sure this year I feel like I've been playing a bit better. Against Belinda, every match is tough. She's a really aggressive player that doesn't give you time, so she's playing great tournament, and for sure, it's going to be a challenge, but I'll just focus on myself and prepare tactically today, and I'll be ready.
Iga talked there about some of the keys to her feeling more comfortable on grass, whether that is the footwork, whether it's fast hands, but also, Anne, she's changed the position from which she returns from last year to this year.
Yeah, and it's been really noticeable in all the data that has been gathered that she is standing further back behind the baseline to return serve, and that's allowing her more time to really get into the point. We touched on the fact that she spent more time preparing on the grass after the French Open, but the other thing alongside her movement that she was working on was her racket head speed. So standing further back behind the baseline allows her more time to get onto the ball and really work that racket, and we've seen her quality of return really hurt opponents here at Wimbledon this year.
Because it's 3 feet further on the first serve that she gives herself the time, and the ball slows down the most after the bounce. So the 3 feet more buys her a lot of percentage of more time to hit that big return.
Yeah, we measure the quality in terms of the speed, spin, the width and the depth, and also the impact it has on her opponents. And that's been an area that's been really impressive throughout the tournament against every opponent she's faced.
I'd love to know whether she's listening to music or whether she's listening...
Just pretend.
Or whether there's a soothing voice there giving her messages. It was interesting, Andy Murray said that he'd written himself messages, and he would sit, and we used to see him courtside looking at, lines that he'd written to himself, and do this and concentrate on that and stay focused and all those things. So whether that is soothing music, whether it's pumping music, whether it's a voice saying... stay calm, what do you think?
It ain't soothing. You gotta be fired up. I literally had some slow songs in my head when I was playing, and I had to mentally change that song to something more upbeat. and energetic, because soothing doesn't work at this point.
I'm pretty sure Iga's into heavy metal and rock music. I think there'll be something pumping pretty loud in those headphones.
Now, interestingly, because of the difference in their ranking, Iga Swiatek seeded 8 here, so she's in the top dressing room, but Belinda Bencic there will have come up from the second dressing room, won't she?
And you know, all the players are sitting there in the lower dressing room pulling for her like crazy, because it's a battle of locker rooms at this point.
Swiatek pulling that cap down further over her eyes. She likes, like a, you know, wearing blinkers almost. Just stay, do not look side to side, don't notice anyone, don't hear anything else. It's all me, it's in my head.
No, you pretend you don't really see the camera. That's right, that you're about to step on top of the guy's feet. It's a long walk. It used to be a much shorter walk.
She's walking pretty quickly as well, and I'm trying to see Belinda Bencic behind to see how she's walking with the bad toe and everything. Can you tell anything? But she's getting left behind, so you can't see her. And they come through past these old pictures and, you know, the history of this place, the champions of years gone by, the women who played in long skirts, and the difference in not just clothing now, but the technology as well, the rackets and everything. There is a feeling of class, tradition, history to this place. And while it has modernized over the years, some of the oldest traditions remain the strongest and the most impactful. One of the new things are these centre doors that will that will open up and allow them to walk through. It's such a dramatic entry now.
Yeah, it's much more dramatic. I remember for us, we made a left turn and then made a right turn to get on the court, on the sideline, and now you just come through the middle. It's pretty cool. It's a better entryway, no doubt about it.
Here they come. And this place will fill up again. A lot of people have taken the chance to go and get a glass of water and some shade after that immense first semi-final. But this promises to be an intriguing encounter. And once again, neither of these players have made it to a final before. And Daniela Hantuchova was saying earlier, Martina, that she always felt that there was, you know, the pressure of the semi-final can be immense. In a way, if you get to the final and you weren't expecting to go that far, it's like a free pass. It's like anything that happens here is good.
The pressure just keeps mounting. Literally not one out of the last 16 women players were ever in the finals. So it was kind of a clean slate for everybody. But Iga Swiatek has won a major, and 5 of them already. So the pressure is more in the finals than the semis, but still for so many, they've never been here. So this is a great opportunity for both. We'll see how they handle it.
We are going to see how they handle it as well. It's time now to introduce our colleagues over at Wimbledon Radio, who are going to talk us through today's match and build up all of the action. Let's hand down to them.
For the pair of them. I'm Sue Thurl, thrilled to say Jill Krabus in my company for this opening set of what promises to be a thriller. So much to look forward to here, Jill. How do you see this one shaping up?
Yeah, this one's a difficult one to call, I think. You know, the way, I'll start with Swiatek, the way she's been playing, I think is the best that I've seen her play on this surface in her career, in her professional career. A couple things that really stand out to me, how focused she is, how much she's worked hard on improving very small aspects of her game on the grass. As well as she moves, I feel like she's moving even stronger, especially to her forehand corner. She's just getting faster in and out of the corners and accelerating through the ball, which is huge on this surface. And for Bencic, you know, she's on this dream run, and I feel like she's got the game to disrupt Swiatek with how early she takes the ball.
In the final set, that one is to 10 points.
Robert Balmforth is the voice you can hear at the net. These two actually were practice partners at the United Cup at the start of the year. Belinda really making a charge back up the rankings after taking time off maternity leave for the birth of her daughter Bella. And Iga has been saying in press this week how impressed she was with the level that Belinda had so early in the season there at the United Cup. She knew it wouldn't be too long before she roared back up the rankings, and she's going to be top 20 again. Regardless of what happens here today.
Which is exceptional. I think actually Belinda would agree with that. Even Belinda said herself that she was really surprised when she came back after having her daughter, surprised at her own level with how quickly it came back, because it's crazy. Even when you take some time off, it does take occasionally a lot of training to come back. It's a lot of hard work, and so she was really impressed with how well she was able to come out and compete, how well she competed after having her daughter. It was amazing.
They've met 4 times previously. The last time they met actually was on the grass here at Wimbledon a couple of years ago, and Belinda Bencic had a couple of match points in that second set before it went into a tie-break. Swiatek saved them with 2 very good points, in fairness. It was on her serve, and when won the tiebreak, as so often happens, and the whole match changed at that point, and it pivoted in favour of the player from Poland. But I think Belinda Bencic will take plenty from that as she comes into this battle today. And I think another thing that she'll take from this is looking at her record this year. This is her 7th semi-final this year, Iga Swiatek, and that has been the round she's had the problem with, because she's only won one of them, and that was in Bad Homburg a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but I think she's gaining ground, and if you look at all those results, but if you just take this tournament in particular, I feel like, to me, she looks a little bit different with how she's handling everything. I think even watching her in the press conferences, she just looks a little bit more confident. I know she hasn't had, she hasn't had that much success, doesn't have a title this year, and that's something that she values, is getting those titles under her belt. But I think, knowing with how well she's gone through this draw, I mean, she's had some tough matches, but the way she's been competing, and I just feel like the way she's been getting better with every single thing. I know how an exceptional mover she is, but I think she looks even faster, I would say, in the last couple matches in particular.
Yeah, her footwork and her movement on grass is one of the things they've targeted.
Yeah.
When she got to the final, her first grass final at Bad Homburg, she was down at number 8 in the rankings, and I just wonder if maybe having a bit less focus on her, although a lot of people were talking about this run of not being anywhere near a title since the French Open last year. I just wonder if that little drop down the rankings, the spotlight isn't quite on you in the same way. Maybe that's freed her up a little bit, this grass swing.
I mean, I think that's a good point, too. I think it could, definitely. I think it depends how the player actually reacts to those situations, and I think for some reason, maybe because it's on this surface, I think it would help Iga in this moment take some of that expectation off her shoulders, because it has been in the back of her mind, I would say, the last few years. Everyone talking about, is she going to get comfortable on the grass? Will she get a Wimbledon title? And you hear that in your surroundings. And I feel like the fact that maybe that hasn't been talked about as much this year, but yes, I think could potentially help her.
Talk about this battle tactically. We all know the amount of heavy topspin that Iga Swiatek is able to put on that ball, and she can open up the court in what feels like a flash. She's had a lot less time on court, actually, than her opponent. 2.5 hours fewer on court than Belinda Bencic. But then you can balance those scales by saying, even though she was pushed by Elsa Giacomo and Elisabetta Cocciaretto last week in the early rounds, rounds 2 and round 3, she's won every single tiebreak that she's played this championship. And that, for me, says much.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because she's come up in those tough moments, right? This is where we see the top players rise and how they handle those tight moments, the big pressure points, and that was against Alexandrova in the 4th round and Andreeva in the quarterfinals yesterday, where she won both sets in tie-break sets. And there was one moment where I think she kind of spoke at her team, and I was like, whoa. It was weird that all of a sudden she barked at them a little bit, but it didn't affect her game at all. She was focused from that moment on, and I do think the fact that their last match on the grass was really tight, I think that's going to help Bencic. Look, she's been to a semifinal of a Grand Slam before. She's been here for that. That's something that you have to factor in as far as her being able to handle it mentally. She's handled big moments. I think we spoke to Patty Schneider this morning, and she said, you know what, she's a gold medalist. She can do it. She knows how to do it.
Yeah,
she knows how to do it. Yeah.
And that run in Tokyo at the Olympics there was a little bit like this one in terms of she kind of went under the radar until she wasn't anymore.
Yeah, true, yeah.
And it's a little bit like this here today as we look at there's a real equanimity in terms of the numbers. the winners almost identical, just 4 overall for the tournament. Bencic 117, Iga Swiatek 113. Look at those serve numbers as well. There's a little edge there for Belinda Bencic. Behind the second serve, intriguingly. Better numbers so far than Iga Swiatek. That's going to be a key department, that second serve, as it always is.
Yeah, I think both, the first and second serve. It's interesting that Belinda's a little bit higher in both of those categories. And you mentioned Swiatek's second serve, because I do think in her quarterfinal match against Anisimova, that was an area that became a bit vulnerable. And I do think Bencic, how early she takes the ball, she was all over Andreeva's serve as well in the quarterfinal.
Iga Swiatek to serve.
Well, centre court bathed in bright, dazzling sunlight, and the prize, a mighty one right now. Amanda Anisimova is waiting in the final for the winner of this one. A second meeting at Wimbledon in 3 years for these two. Last time, it went the way of Iga Swiatek, but she had to do it in 3 sets and save a couple of match points along the way. She is serving first at the royal box end, and people have taken a little break in the heat. Now returning to their seats on centre court. And Belinda Bencic returns that serve deep to the Swiatek backhand, and that's a winner, and that's a very nice start for the former world #1.
Yeah, we've also seen Iga take her time on the serve too. I know she catches that ball toss a lot, but you have to be picky about the first serve, especially against someone like Bencic, who will just be on top of the ball so quickly.
So serving from the ad court, there is that backhand. Trying to skew it down the line, Bencic, but it fell short, and Iga Swiatek said, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a great forehand cross. The use of that high, heavier ball that she can accelerate so strongly on the forehand side. I think Bencic is very well aware of how strong Iga's forehand is.
Yeah, she needs to find really good length today, as she has all week, but that big serve down the tee,
you know,
doing the damage.
It's interesting too, because Swiatek's forehand is so strong because of how heavy it is and how much she can create on the ball, how much work she can get on the ball. But it's also an area that actually a lot of players target.
Tell you what, she's finding bags of first serves in this opening game. Trading blows down the middle. Big forehand from Belinda down the line, and that is her first point of this semi-final.
Yeah, and if Iga doesn't get that ball across enough and be able to spread the court on Bencic, that's what Bencic can do. She can use that pace and redirect it so well.
40-15. Early stages of this battle just shaping up here as Bencic finds the forehand return down the middle. Then that backhand, that's going to be key today. And the multiple changes of direction as well, which she's trying to employ at the moment. She's going at the forehand of Swiatek and wishing she hadn't, because the pole unleashes another winner down the line. As starts go, Jill, that was really pretty sharp from Iga Swiatek.
Very strong start. And the first thing that comes to mind is that was a lot quicker pace for Bencic than Andreeva was bringing. It's just a different style of game that Andreeva was bringing. So that was much faster on top of the ball from Iga. And she knows that she wants to get that first strike on the ball. That's where Bencic is looking to do too, and Iga did that very well in that game.
This is her second Grand Slam semi-final. The first came back in 2019 when she lost to a rapidly emerging Bianca Andreescu that year at Flushing Meadows. She also made the quarterfinals, didn't she, back in 2021 in the US Open, lost to Emma Raducanu. In fact, she also made the quarterfinals at the US Open way back in her career when she was just 17. And then injuries played their part along the way for Belinda Bencic. That was back in 2014. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
It does feel like a lifetime ago. She probably feels like a completely different person, to be honest.
Yes, that is very true. So now she is at the royal box end, bouncing the ball. And that first serve is netted. Very hot day today. The spectators in direct sun fanning themselves furiously right now. As Bencic reaches for the second serve, and that's a brutal return.
Wow, she is on top of the ball, Swiatek. I was thinking that Bencic is the one that's going to be on top of the baseline a lot more, but so far it's been Swiatek. She starts further back, but she's been the one that's actually finishing the shot inside the baseline, really looking to attack.
4 winners already, and we're only at the start of the second game for Iga Swiatek. Serve down the tee from Bencic, big forehand deep to the Swiatek forehand, and there's a rare collector's item, a miss from Iga on that forehand, the first of the match.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, her forehand is so good, and it's the shot that can really hurt the opponents because of how heavy the spin is. But it's also, if you can get her on the run and press that side, that's where she can give you some mistakes.
15 all. Bencic again, not able to find the first serves. They were good numbers from Swiatek. In fact, 5 out of 5 in her opening game. Bencic finds the second serve, and Swiatek onto it in a flash. That's really good length from her. Looking down the line with her backhand, Bencic on the stretch, and now Swiatek inside the baseline, and Bencic has just taken a big tumble. She looks okay. Swiatek looking down the court, just checking that she is all right. Oh, she's just hobbling a little bit to the back of the court. She took a heavy tumble there. She just lost her footing. It felt like, Jill, on that scuffed up piece of court beyond the baseline.
Yeah, it's funny because after she fell, she kind of looked up to see where the ball was, and then all of a sudden it just took her time to get up. It was the left leg that she was just shaking out there just to see how it was feeling. Luckily, she put her hand up right away saying she was fine. Swiatek, of course, just checking to make sure she was okay.
Yeah, the worry would be if she just hyperextended that left knee. Looks okay at the moment. Serve is a good one. So is the backhand, rock solid. But the better length at the moment is coming off the Polish racket until she finds the net.
Swiatek going to the backhand side of Bencic in that rally. It's definitely Bencic's stronger side. Just is going to use the pace against Swiatek from that wing.
She certainly found an exquisite length at the start of this match, and really clean ball striking from Iga Swiatek. Bencic at 30 all looks for the wide serve. That has dragged Swiatek wide. Now she looks for the big backhand, but overcooks it.
That's just interesting because that chip down the center of the court on that return, Bencic completely ran around to take the backhand. That just shows you how much she prefers that side. You see a lot of players trying to take the forehand side, and Bencic just noticing going back to the court again, shaking out that leg, just testing it.
My worry would be that she hyperextended that.
Yeah.
Just because she totally lost her footing with her left foot in the slide. The serve is good, and the return is good also. And again, Bencic under pressure, and again, she just pulls up on that leg. And Iga Swiatek is able to put away the short ball at the net. And early problems, to say the least, here for Belinda Bencic. Unfortunate, to say the least, as well, with that tumble. And she's not happy. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she calls for the trainer. She's squatting at the moment at the royal box end, in the shadow there. Shaking that knee out.
She even took a lot off that serve, actually. That was a first serve at 87 miles an hour, maybe not wondering or feeling comfortable to push off that left leg, and still shaking it out. But it gets in the back of your mind, too, wondering as you're moving. The players play so fast now. You have to dig yourself out of the corner so quickly that you do apply a lot of pressure on the legs.
So Iga Swiatek, with the break, misses a first serve for the first time. And that kind of hyperextension as well, it tends to be something that just stiffens up as...
And it lingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second serve for Swiatek, far end of the court. Bright sunlight, the return clips the net from Bencic, moving to her left with a cross-court backhand. That's excellent, opened up the court, and the drive volley into the space.
But this is what makes Bencic so dangerous, is when she gets on that backhand, she can really take it anywhere. And it's tough to read which direction she's going to go, but she hits her spots so good that you almost get stuck at the other side of the court, at the back of the court, trying to guess which direction she's going to play.
Well, it's so flat, and in that open stance, you just don't know where it's going. And that was the problem for the server. Love 15, just after 5 o'clock local time. Huge serve. Hits the racket of Bencic, but not much more. And it's a thoughtful wander along her baseline as she heads nearer the coaching camps at that royal box end. Just paces up and down thoughtfully, trying not to let Iga Swiatek get away early in this set. That was just beyond the baseline, 119 miles an hour, mind you. Decent pep on the serve. It's been a very impressive start. Taking her time with this second serve. And the pace is taken off it. That's a thumping return from Bencic. Looks cross-court again. Swiatek is there, and Bencic nets.
Again, good depth on that backhand from Swiatek. I mean, these two know each other so well. Swiatek knows Bencic is going to be on top of that baseline and not give up much ground, so she knows that depth is going to be crucial in this matchup.
So 30-15. This, of course, for a 3-love lead at the start of this match. And again, the serve is an excellent one, and Bencic cannot control the return.
40-15.
Well, she's got everything right so far at the start of this match. As we see her coach, Wim Fissette, up in the players' box, buried underneath the cap, but no doubt delighted, and even happier after that. First ace. Everything coming out of the middle of the Swiatek racket. And all 3 games at the start of this match belong to her.
Well, I mean, just watching the beginning of this match, I would not have been surprised if after the Samsonova quarterfinal that Swiatek won, if she would have practiced her serve. She's serving so well. And you're pointing at something, but I can't see.
Think Belinda Bencic has just asked Robert Barnforth to call for the physio.
She put the ice towel around her neck, so that's what I thought you were
no.
referring to. But
it was
so that
instant.
Might just be. Oh,
yeah.
And you're right. He's on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not surprised to see that because she's looking at her knee and bending it and flexing it and wiggling it from side to side just to check the flexibility in the movement range.
Well, everyone has said across the board, all the players have said how important it is, the movement on this surface. And of course, the movement's important all the time. But they're saying especially on the grass. And Belinda was saying in particular at the beginning of the tournament, she felt like is a little bit usually more slippery because there's not the worn out grass part where you can maybe almost slide like a clay court with the dirt. And she feels more comfortable actually as the tournament goes on. But she was pulled so far wide, and that's the area that you don't see a lot of the players, you know, that's where they're slipping because the grass is still pretty pristine in those areas. And I also feel like it surprised her because now at this stage she's felt so secure with the footing on the surface. So I almost felt like she was surprised and not sure how it's feeling right now.
It's just those micro adjustments that when you're a finely tuned athlete and you sense that your body is going and that you're falling, and because your muscle twitch reactions are so good, you try and make little mini adjustments as you're in the fall. But of course the weight is in a different place, in a place it's not used to being, in a different kind of body shape, and that's the problem when you hyperextend.
Yeah, that feel, I've done that before, and that feeling doesn't go away that quickly. It kind of stays with you for a little while. This would be smart. I think, oh, she's up off her chair actually, Bencic, so no trainer is coming out that we can see. But there's also no umpire in the chair, so I don't know. Not quite sure what's going on.
Yes, where has Robert Barnforth gone?
I don't know. I don't know where he went.
Well, he's obviously disappeared
but both
somewhere.
players are at the back of the court ready to go. So, I was trying to spot him. I'm not quite sure where he disappeared to.
Yeah, this is worrying. Oh, there he is. He's just emerged.
But she's still bending her left leg.
She is still bending her knee. And she's now doing sort of hopping exercises on it just to check. And now he's approaching Belinda Bencic, walking down the court. She hasn't seen him. She has her back to him right now. Let's see if we can hear this conversation. Well, I'm wondering if someone's been taken ill in the crowd. Yes, I think they might have been.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Oh, goodness, that's happened a couple times today. It is a hotter day.
It really is. And Belinda Bencic, very wisely, just staying in the shadow of the court, in the far corner of the court, down at the royal box end in bright sunlight. Iga Swiatek just shadowing her backhand right now. There is ever so slightly a hobble in that left leg of Belinda Bencic as she makes her way back to the chair. I think the chair umpire is going to inform them both that we can't continue for a while. More squats and the hand on that left knee.
I mean, she keeps stretching and moving Bencic, so I'm a little bit surprised she maybe just not had called for the trainer. I thought she just maybe have it looked at, but that's a great sign that she feels that there's no need to have someone. I mean, these athletes know their body so well. They're so fine-tuned, but still, just to have a second look at it, if something's bothering, sometimes they can just massage it in a certain way to make it feel better.
She's just gesturing at her coach, Ian Hughes.
I almost feel like this may be a little bit better for Bencic with just the slight delay. I mean, Swiatek was on a roll in those first 3 games.
I agree with you.
And
She's
to
just
stop that
feeling
slight momentum.
the inside of that left knee and massaging it as well. So at the moment, we don't have any play on centre court. As soon as there is a resumption, of course, we'll keep bringing it to you. But at the moment, Belinda Bencic has got work to do because Iga Swiatek leads by 3 games to love. And Bencic just continuing to stretch and flex that knee, and yeah, slightly worrying times. Her dad, as I say, up in the players' box as well, looking down anxiously. Whole camp looking down anxiously.
Are these moments that you can go over and talk to your coach? When there's a disruption like this in particular, when we're waiting for a fan that's hopefully okay?
That's an interesting one. I don't know that. I'm not sure that you can, but I don't see why you couldn't
because
either.
they both can do it, right?
Yes, they both can.
Although the camps are sitting next to each other.
They are, so there would be no secrets out there, Jill, would there?
So they both have to go to the same side and stand next to each other?
They would.
That's probably not a good idea.
They would. Well, the spectator, unfortunately, who's been taken ill is on the far side of the court from where our commentary position is, and I can see the umbrellas up and there is still a cluster of people around them, so this delay looks like it might take a while. So both players just trying to keep warm and shadowing backhands and forehands. The royal box is filling up again because afternoon tea has been taken. And they have returned to their seats now in the shade, happily. And that side of the court would have been really exposed as well, wouldn't it? Shadows starting ever so slightly to lengthen, just creeping across the court in the far corner at the moment. But it would have been in direct sunlight for a lot of the afternoon, and I wonder if that's what has been the problem for that spectator, unfortunately. It is hot today,
It is pretty hot today. I mean, even at 7:30 this morning, I felt like when I opened the door, I was like, whoa. I was like, this is warmer than I thought it was going to be this early in the morning. So then you knew it was going to be a pretty toasty day. But the players would be used to that. It does change the conditions. It's worth mentioning. The ball will go through the air a little bit faster. It could bounce higher off the court just because the grass is the court is a little bit harder.
And that would favour Swiatek, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yes, because of that forehand in particular, it could bounce up a little bit higher. She also has a little bit more kick on her serve when she chooses to use it as compared to Bencic, who's a little bit flatter overall. So, I mean, it is getting a little bit later in the day, so you would think potentially it could cool down, but it is still pretty toasty out there. So yeah, everything will be a little bit faster. For the first semifinal, I thought it was going to be a little bit even. I don't necessarily felt like it favored Sabalenka or Anisimova. I thought that actually they would both like that.
Yeah.
But in this one, you're right. So I think for Swiatek, she can utilize that strength of hers on the forehand.
Well, Denise Parnell, the referee, is going to have a conversation now with Belinda Bencic, presumably to inform her what she has just said to Iga Swiatek, who has now taken a seat again underneath the umbrella. Belinda choosing, I think, wisely to keep that knee moving and just bouncing around at the far end of the court.
Yeah, you got to keep warm. Otherwise, it will stiffen up very quickly. The body will get cooler pretty fast, so you got to keep moving. Swiatek was moving quite a bit as well, just doing those shuffle steps, but now she's just chosen to sit back down a bit. Now she's up, running to the back of the court, ready to go.
Important service game here for Belinda Bencic, because she needs to get on the scoreboard and get some foundations laid
ready to resume the match.
here in this opening set. Just waiting for people to take their seats again. It's been quite a lengthy delay. Bencic is ready to serve. Belinda Bencic then, love 3, opening set, centre court. Been a little bit of a wait to get going, but this is a really important part of the set, you feel. A lot has happened in this opening 3 games. She's been broken already and taken that nasty tumble. So the early signs haven't been encouraging from her perspective. The second serve is good, and that cross-court forehand is a peach from Swiatek.
I really feel like this is the earliest I've seen her take serves in her matches. I don't know if you agree with that. You've been watching her quite a bit too. I mean, she actually sprinted forward off the split set to that serve from Bencic.
Well, her numbers this year in that department have been good. Belinda Bencic is actually, in terms of the ranking, second serve, return points won, even better. She's 3rd in the rankings for that department. Swiatek 12th, as the serve does find its mark, and that backhand down the line does as well from Bencic. She's dancing in the mid-court now, waiting for that ball to bounce, and puts it away with aplomb.
Yeah, that's a great redirect from Bencic. That's what she does so well. Even with that penetrating return from Swiatek, she takes that step forward and just cuts down on the reaction time from Swiatek.
So 15 all, 4th game of this opening set. And Bencic looking to fight back here, even though it's only the early stages. Again, the first serve is a little long. Retrieved by the ball crew, and Bencic ready to reload here from the juice court. Ooh, puff of titanium pigment there on that serve, but the first strike down the line was absolutely on the money from Bencic.
Yeah, it was better depth on that second serve from Bencic into the corner, and like the spot that she chose to the forehand side and covered that cross court. She knows that Swiatek, it's just a more natural return on a deep serve from Swiatek.
When you've had a fall like that as well, Jill, early in the match, it really shakes you, doesn't it?
100%, yes.
So maybe she's just starting to regain her senses a little bit here. There's an inside-out forehand from her, and now a backhand down the line. Swiatek just hurried there to cover that, and she couldn't find the court.
I think the biggest thing is that you start hesitating in your movement, especially when it's a fall and you feel something in your leg. You start to doubt how aggressively that you want to move from side to side. I definitely think that lingers. I do think the unfortunate break, of course, for the fan, I felt like probably was helpful for Bencic.
Well, she finds the first serve and the backhand, and Swiatek just blinks with her backhand, which goes way long. And that is just what the doctor would have ordered for Belinda Bencic. She's on the scoreboard. 3-1 now, the lead for Swiatek.
Yeah, and a good positive fist pump from Bencic as well after she got that hold. And I bring that up just because I think that's a good sign, knowing that her body's probably feeling fine now that she just is feeling a little more comfortable.
She'll certainly feel more comfortable looking up at the scoreboard. 22 minutes gone with that delay in this opening set. Swiatek in front of the royal box. First serve lands. That's a shorter backhand return from Bencic, and she was always going to be in trouble after that, and she was punished for it.
She's serving so good that hasn't allowed really Bencic to connect that cleanly on the returns, and that time went more into the body, really jamming Bencic.
Only missed 2 first serves, and she's won 8 out of 9 first serves when they've landed. That's a suffocating number, and it's working its magic right now for Iga Swiatek. Another first serve lands, a short return again. She's onto the drive volley as Swiatek. Oh, and then a delightful volley.
Oh, she was ready for it. We don't see Swiatek at the net that much, but she came off a beautiful swing volley into the corner, and you could easily feel like you had the point won there, but she did well to stay in that point, Swiatek.
30 love, 3-1. Serve is down the middle. Belinda Bencic on the backhand, and now the forehand trading blows. Again, looking cross-court into that forehand. I feel like because that forehand has delivered so many winners already, she needs to be brave and go down the line with her own forehand.
You mean Bencic?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I do think Swiatek, she's definitely targeting that side, which is smart, but she's mixing it up, sometimes high, heavy. That one she kept low, actually hit a bit flatter.
40 love, no way through at the moment on the serve of Iga Swiatek, which is in fine fettle. In fact, seeing a second serve is a bit of a treat right now for Belinda Bencic. Only faced 2 in the match so far. Here comes another onto her backhand. That's a good deep return, and that first strike did make a difference and enables her to find a forehand winner of her own.
It's really the first, I think, deep return that Bencic has been able to hit, and she chose down the center of the court, just rushing Swiatek from that area. And then she sets up so well. She just looks like she had all the time in the world on that forehand.
Just makes a big difference, that second serve. As Swiatek finds the first again. But Bencic in the rally, big ball striking, good length from her as well. Now, these are good signs for her.
That's better, yeah. Yeah, just striking through the ball a bit better in these last couple rallies from Bencic.
Already a champion again as a mum for the first time in the Middle East this year in Abu Dhabi. Didn't see her at the French Open because she had an arm issue that she was a little bit concerned about, which developed in Rome, forced her to miss the French, but she returned for the grass swing, and she's been playing exquisite tennis as Swiatek finds an excellent serve, corner of the box. The return is a short one, and even though Bencic covered the inevitable cross-court forehand, she couldn't do anything with it. And Swiatek adds another game, a fourth of this opening set, and leads 4-1.
Just tactically playing very smart right now. Swiatek knew she had to serve well. She's serving exceptionally well at the beginning of this match, but the first ball is always going to the Bencic forehand, and that's what's keeping her in control of the point. I think the backhand side of Bencic can be lethal, and I think Swiatek is taking that shot away from her as much as possible in the beginning of this match.
Yeah, tactically it's been really smart so far, hasn't it, from Iga Swiatek? Belinda Bencic is just starting to find her range and rhythm, though, there's no doubt about that. 9-time champion on the WTA Tour, 22 titles for Iga Swiatek. 5 of them have been slams, 4 of them at the French Open, and just that one at the US Open. But she's found success at the Australian Open and at Wimbledon, a little more elusive.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what she's gearing up for. She is doing a good job of wanting to continue to peak at these Grand Slam events. She played a lead-up event on the grass court, got to the final, felt very comfortable coming in, but constantly still working on little things that she had to improve. We spoke with Wim Facet the other day, of course, Iga Swiatek's coach, and he was very particular about the movement getting better to that forehand side, and constantly, if you hear him in the box, just reminding her about that acceleration. Just keep hitting through that ball, and because we know how dangerous that forehand can be when she sets up, when she has time. She creates so much from that side.
Thank you.
So Bencic down the royal box end, serving at 1-4, needing to put the brakes on this Iga Swiatek momentum, which has been mighty in set 1. Good serve down the tee, and the return is netted. Better signs again for Bencic, just starting to find a few more first serves. Does not want to overexpose the second serve, especially the way that Swiatek is hitting the ball today, hitting the cover off it at times. Serve is good. Backhand is good on the first strike from Bencic now. She's looking with a forehand deep to the corner of the Swiatek backhand. Good length there as well. Defensive ball is put up by Swiatek. Now she looks for the pass, can't find it.
Well, it's much better from Bencic. Just the way she's approaching the ball as well, just with a little bit more commitment as she's going to the ball. It just seems more confident, more free as she's flowing through her shots. Definitely starting to find her rhythm.
Haven't seen her flexing that knee as much either, so she feels clearly, physically a bit more comfortable as she serves from the juice court. Wide serve, absolutely ripped the return, did Swiatek, but Bencic was able to redirect and absorb that, and it forced the error from the pole.
Yeah, it's a great example of what she can do so well. It doesn't matter how much pace Swiatek got on that. When it's just right in the racket of Bencic, she uses that pace against her opponents consistently.
A lot of players like to go down the middle, not to offer up the angle, but she's so good. Actually, that doesn't always work with her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because she gets ready so fast and she just lets that ball come into her racket. She can control it beautifully.
Serving down the tee. Big forehand return from Swiatek. Now the real shape on that from Iga, but it's too much. It goes long, and Belinda Bencic walks to the back of the court, very happy with a hold of serve, 4-2 opening set.
Very good service game. I just like the way, again, after the serve, didn't back off the baseline. That's the game where she plays her best, when she just stays up on that baseline. And even with that big penetrating return from Swiatek, she stayed up. Her 1 foot was inside the baseline. That's where Bencic wants to be.
So, Iga Swiatek serving at 4-2. Finds the net. That first serve percentage has been so good so far. But a second serve on offer for Belinda Bencic here, swaying in the return position. Long wait for this serve to leave the racket. It does, the return on the backhand. But then a beauty from Iga Swiatek down the line.
Oh, I like that serve, put a little bit more kick behind that serve from Swiatek and just jumped up on Bencic. Actually, Bencic got way ahead of that ball. She thought the ball would come into her racket a bit more, so just misjudged the return, gave Swiatek control.
15 love. Winners tally ticking along nicely for Iga Swiatek today. Up to 11 already in this set. 5 on the other side of the net for Bencic. Second serve again. And a backhand return cross court from Bencic. Now she's looking down the line, being brave with a change of direction, but not accurate.
That one really shot through the court on Bencic. So a very flat backhand cross from Swiatek, and it just stayed so low off the bounce. You could see Bencic trying to adjust to that low bounce, just guided the ball long.
So the world number 35 looking to get going in this return game. Not allowed to. It's been the story of the set so far. The Swiatek serve has been the platform for so much that has followed that has been so good. 4-2, 30 love. Lining up another second serve here, though, so just lost the level on first serve percentage. Cross-court return on the forehand from Bencic. Now she looks cross-court with the backhand, moving forward to the drive volley. That is absolutely sumptuous.
God, that was so fast. I mean, just such good movement forward into the court from Bencic off the forehand cross. She's so good at not hesitating when she sees that ball float into the air. Takes that ball as a swing volley almost every single time. That's one of her biggest strengths.
She's so comfortable behind the drive volley.
Yep.
As she showed with aplomb there, 30-15. And the serve is missed again. Just having a little dip in regards to that level right now. Maybe the door ajar a little bit for Bencic here. Second serve. 30-15. Finds the serve. That clipped the tape, but Swiatek was able to make something of it, and then she just hooked her forehand into the tram lines, Bencic, in a reaction of pure frustration.
Well, it was the right shot, and she knows it. She just pulled off of the forehand at the last moment, which is what made her miss that ball just a couple inches wide.
Yeah, she was just starting to sniff something on return there, was Bencic. 40-15 now, a chance to close out this 7th game of the opening set. And so does, with a very good first serve into the corner of the box. And the wide serve delivers. And Iga Swiatek has delivered so far. 5-2, opening set. Tactically right now, there's nothing really, is there, that you think Belinda Bencic needs to maybe do or start doing right now?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you made a good point. We're just looking at our screen about the average rally hit point between Swiatek and Bencic, and no surprise, I think, you know, Bencic is a little bit further inside, but actually not much difference. And I think that is a difference in Swiatek's game. We mentioned it earlier. We felt like she was taking the return a lot earlier than what she had in her previous rounds, and so I almost feel like she's trying to use Bencic's game against her by being up on the baseline a bit more, because Actually, it was a very interesting conversation we had with Iga's coach, Wim Fissette, earlier, and he said he's been trying to actually have her stay back a little bit further on the grass, which I found surprising, because normally on the grass it's so rewarding to be aggressive, to go after your shots, but he actually wanted her to move a little bit further back to give her extra time, especially on the forehand where she has a little bit of a bigger swing. But today I feel like she's been up a little bit further, and I do think it's because of the way Bencic plays. You don't want to get further back and allow that court to feel even bigger with how on top of the baseline Bencic is.
No, because she's so capable of finding short angles, isn't she? Almost at will, and she'll hurt you with that. Bencic just heading back to her chair just to retrieve something from her bag. Not quite sure. She's changing her racket, new balls. Serving at 2-5, so serving to stay in the opening set. And at the other end of the court, Iga Swiatek very aggressively shadowing that backhand.
I mean, if I looked at that, I'd be like, I mean, it looks so intense.
It does.
I would be intimidated.
I'd be terrified.
Yeah. It's like, whoa.
I don't know if Bencic spotted that. Hopefully not from her point of view. As she gets ready for the service motion. 2-5 first set. Wide serve, forehand reply from Swiatek, and Bencic went back in behind with the backhand, but didn't find the court.
I think because it just, again, the heaviness when Swiatek decided to take it down the line, it was a little bit loftier, higher, got above the shoulders of Bencic.
Love 15, instant pressure on the shoulders of Bencic, the world number 35. Nets with the first serve. Number 8 seed bouncing around on her toes at the other end of the court. Just creeps a little bit closer to her baseline for this return. It's a massive one off her forehand. And she was hunting that.
Yeah, she was. You could see it coming. Actually, as soon as she got off the split step on the return, just completely flew her body through that forehand. That one, it was right in the strike zone.
Well, she had her second serve dismantled by Katerina Alexandrova a couple of years ago in Miami when Alexandrova was well inside the baseline returning her second serve. She's clearly learnt from that, creeping forward with that return as well. Now she's dragged forward to the net by Bencic, but what a response from Iga Swiatek.
And Swiatek just putting her hand up to apologize. It was actually a pretty good body serve, and she got out of the way, ended up hitting a backhand, but it was such an acute angle, worked her advantage. I don't think she actually meant it to be as good as it was, but really got her in a good position in that point. 3 set points then for Iga Swiatek. Bencic in all sorts of trouble on her serve. Love 40-2-5. Alarm bells ringing loudly for the world number 35. Good return again from Iga Swiatek. She raises her racket to apologise. Maybe it wasn't the cleanest strike, but it's been a wonderful set. And Iga Swiatek takes it 6-2 in 37 minutes. Well, not only fantastic serving, but great returning, and I think part of it is because she's going after the ball to the ball, and I do feel like that, to me, that's a big difference in this match right now compared to Swiatek. We know how well she can return, but I think her body momentum is going forward to the ball, and that's why, even though she mishit those last couple, it's actually worked to her advantage because she's looking to attack, and she feels like she can read Bencic's serve right now. Bencic is not getting a lot of free points off that serve. It's just a very good first set from Swiatek. Well, we talked about the value of the first strike, didn't we, in the rallies in the previous semi-final. Actually, here we're also seeing the virtue of that first big strike because it feels like they've all been off the Swiatek racket. Yeah, and I think that focus is there for Swiatek. It's the first strike not only off the return and the first ball, but on the serve, too. I think she's serving so good in this match right now. Well, 12 winners from Iga Swiatek and just 4 unforced errors. 6 winners from Bencic, just 3 unforced errors. It's been a clean set of tennis from both of them, but the second serve has been a key scuffle, and it's been won emphatically by Swiatek. Bencic only allowed to win 40% behind her second serve. That number is going to have to improve. I think it will. I think she will. I think she already, in the last couple of games, was showing she was feeling a little bit more comfortable, so I do feel like Bencic will start this second set stronger. Jill, it's been a pleasure, that first set with you. Thank you so much. Barry Cowan is going to come in for the second set and join me in the centre court position here as
Belinda Bencic jogs down to the far end of the court, still bending that knee after that heavy fall in the second game, I think it was, of the opening set. But she's okay. But the scoreboard needs a little bit of urgent attention here, because Iga Swiatek with the serve from the royal box end, start of this second set. Bencic into the rally, looking down the line and then cross-court with her forehand, but Swiatek is there. Cross-court again from Bencic now. She changes direction again. The movement from Swiatek is good. Slice backhand from Belinda Bencic. And then the winner is a dream from Iga Swiatek. Good afternoon, Barry.
Good afternoon, Sue. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a performance this is.
It's been so clean.
This is Iga at her very best.
I would agree with that. I don't think I've seen her play this well for a very long time, and certainly not on the grass. First point.
In such a wonderful rhythm at the moment. And that's the hardest part for Bencic.
It is. She's got to try and break it up. She's serving so beautifully. 15-love, start of the second set. She's made 15 of 22 first serves. I mean, she's not giving Bencic anything to get her teeth into on return yet. The second serve here, she moves forward. In fact, just the thought of seeing Bencic move on to that second serve forced the double fault.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that I don't think Bencic is playing poorly. She's turned up. Sometimes they can be a little easier to just dismiss that first set. I think just try and stick to what she's doing and maybe see if the level drops from Swiatek.
Well, it would be impressive if she could maintain it for another set. You feel like there must be a dip at some point, but right now she's red hot.
If you'd said to me over a year ago, would you expect a dip, I would have said absolutely not, but she hasn't won a title for over a year. So there must be a little bit of doubt somewhere.
You would think, but then I wondered if perhaps that slip down the rankings might have freed her up a bit, but mind you, here we go, as we're talking about it, back-to-back double faults.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row. That doesn't happen. And now she's just sort of ran to the back of the court. Maybe just toweling herself down. Potts wouldn't have got anything in her eye, would that?
No, I don't think so. I think she was just breaking up the rhythm as if to say, come on, that's enough now. Get back into it, get back on it. Because her first serve has functioned at optimum so far today. 187% behind it. And that first serve lands, but so does the return, and the forehand from Swiatek is a little bit loose.
Wow. This has been some collapse in this game. Can she dig herself out of this, Swiatek?
How quickly the momentum can switch. You just don't get any time at all to enjoy the feel-good factor. The sit at the chair at the change of ends must have felt so good. This won't if she loses one of the next 2 points. Again, the first serve not there. It's amazing how this happens and how quickly it changes. Where's that first serve percentage gone? Needs a good second serve. Finds it. It was a gutsy one, and then she was a spectator as Bencic went for the inside-out backhand return. That's not easy to make, and she didn't quite do it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure you need to be that bold in terms of where you're looking to hit that return. I think you just got to recognise what's happened in this game. Return down the middle, play a tough point, because that's a freebie for Swiatek.
She finds the first serve then. Deep return from Bencic. Now she's hurrying after a forehand, and she can't find the accuracy, and a yell of delight from Iga Swiatek and encouragement, because that was a good point.
That was a terrific point. Bencic put her hand out as if to say, oh, what happened there? Well, nothing wrong with the 30-40 point. It was the 15-40 point that she might come to regret in 10 minutes' time.
Yes, too true. Doesn't like the ball toss at the moment, Swiatek. She's caught a couple in this game, actually. A couple of double faults contributing to the Bencic cause, and she's found a good return there. Oh, that was deep from Iga Swiatek, but Bencic tried to redirect that, just didn't quite find the accuracy she wanted. It didn't miss that tram line by much.
Yeah, one of the keys actually for Sabalenka, I know she lost the match, but actually when she stood a little further back to return the serve, it gave her a bit more time, and just wondering whether that's a thought for Bencic. Swiatek's doing so well on her first serve. She's won 15 of 18 points.
Well, game point from 2 break points down. Missing again with that first delivery. They were the first break points, incidentally, that she'd been able to manufacture in the match. And again, the ball toss, not what she wants. Sun glaring at that royal box end for the server, and she's struggling here to find the right ball toss. Tries again, that wasn't ideal, and the serve was a timid one, but she's in the rally and then out of it.
It's just an utterly fascinating stage of this match. She's twitchy.
She is a bit twitchy at the moment. That serve down in the 80s. Actually surprised it was that high. I thought it was even slower than that, if I'm honest. But back at deuce. She's played quite beautifully so far, the number 8 seed. But the brakes might just be applied here at the other end of the court. Good return from Bencic. Big forehand again from Swiatek. Now the Bencic backhand goes to work and then into the net. She cannot afford errors like that right now, and she gestured at her box as if to say, that wasn't the right body shape for that.
But again, I feel, Sue, that the return off the first serve, she's not getting that clean strike, and therefore she's under pressure. And we know how strong Swiatek is with her forehand. She's dominating those baseline points.
Yeah, she is at the moment. Sliced return from Bencic. And then the first strike on the forehand is pulverised by Iga Swiatek.
First game.
Well, that's how you close out the opening game of the second set, when you've made the first set yours.
Yeah, and coming into this match, she was performing the best out of all the players that had reached the 4th round or beyond in terms of service games won. She'd only been broken 6 times, Swiatek, and I probably wouldn't have put her down in that category, Sue.
No, that's kind of Sabalenka territory when she's playing really well. We're just looking at her forehand quality numbers here, Barry. Look at that in terms of what she's doing today. A massive uptick on the previous rounds.
Yeah, 9.4. Previous rounds, 8.6. The draw average 7. I mean, her forehand, when the computer is working, it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
When there is a slight malfunction, then she can struggle.
Yep, you can get into it, that's for sure.
Yeah, but she can't get into it, can she?
Not at the moment.
Bencic has not found it easy to expose her on that forehand side.
Well, she hasn't found the consistency of length, has she? That's been the problem. One of many problems, actually, that need to be solved, and fairly urgently, you would think. Belinda Bencic at the royal box end, serving at love 1, second set. Looks for the wide serve. Furious forehand return from Swiatek, who goes cross-court with the same forehand, and Bencic cannot live with it.
Just overpowering it. Bencic just struggling in terms of staying in those points.
Just starting to hear a reaction from her as she wanted to collect that ball. She was quite close to the player's box and had a little exchange with Ian Hughes. Needs to find a little more in many departments right now, Belinda Bencic. Doesn't want to be overexposing that second serve, that is for sure. 2 from 5 in that department so far. What a return that is. That's about to be 2 from 6.
Yeah, it was one of the big surprises for me yesterday that Andreeva didn't do anywhere near enough returning that second serve. It's not one of her strongest parts, let's be honest. That was 85 miles per hour. Doesn't have a lot of work on, and Swiatek gave it the full treatment. Let's go back to that 15-40 point in the last game. How important that was.
That was a big one. You said at the time the choice of return, maybe not the right one. She's still thinking about those break points. How many times do we see this? Player just cannot move on from the chances missed. Takes the speed off that serve, focuses on the slice. That's a good forehand down the line from Bencic. A high ball is lofted from Swiatek, but long.
Oh, just like the Sabalenka Anisimova match, which was utterly gripping. But the importance of that aggressive first strike, we've seen that again here. And Swiatek didn't quite get that return out the middle of the racket. And the few times in this second set that Bencic has then been able to get on the attack.
15-30, looks down the tee. And goes long. Key moments in this match. Right here, right now for Bencic. And she too doesn't like the ball toss, looking up into the sun at this nearer end for us, the Royal Box end. Again, takes the pace off of that. And Swiatek, again, absolutely smashes the return.
A clean winner. She was nowhere near it. This time, Swiatek running round her backhand and hitting her forehand down the line. It was more of a shot you would associate Roland Garros on the clay, about how high she hits it over the net.
Well, it's like a hook forehand. And it was bending down the line. Break points here, and Belinda Bencic kicks away the return from Swiatek, which was straight down the middle. Gonna have to save this with the second serve. Goes wide. And for once, a miscue off the Swiatek forehand. That is a rarity in this match today.
She barely missed a serve in the opening set. And she hasn't been able to find the serve in the second, just 1 of 5.
She's got a hold here.
Yeah.
Given the way that Swiatek is playing right now and serving. She will know that. 30-40. Still, the first serve, an elusive commodity. Taking her time with this second serve. Goes down the tee. Thrashed forehand return from Swiatek. Now she looks cross-court with her backhand, closing in on a short ball and making no mistake. And the number 8 seed is in position A and then some right now. And there is nothing at the moment that Bencic can do to stop this momentum.
Yeah, it's stunning tennis. And when you've got the situation that we had in the opening set where Swiatek hit double the amount of winners, and then at the beginning of the second set, you have a look at a second serve, you don't make the return, and then your service game, you only make 1 first serve. Trouble will be just around the corner.
Well, over 2.5 hours. An enthralling semi-final between Aryna Sabalenka and Amanda Anisimova. 51 minutes on the clock here. And warning lights flashing for Bencic. She's underneath a drive volley, but then cushions the attempted pass from Swiatek. That's better.
It most certainly is. She got hold of the first serve return.
Well, you can hear her dad.
I still feel...
bellowing instructions.
Even though she's a set and a break up, there will be a few doubts there for Swiatek.
Well, it's very much uncharted territory for her as she thumps down an ace. Second of the match. And this was inconceivable, really, when you think about the exit at the French Open, which marked the year anniversary of not making a final, never mind winning a title. And the doubts were blooming. But then the grass has been a redemptive quality as she thumps a backhand winner cross court.
And maybe just a chance for her to say, you know what, I actually feel good in terms of the way I'm hitting the ball, but my expectations aren't as high as they would be on the other surfaces, and she's just played almost see-ball, hit ball.
Well, this is her 7th semi-final this year. She's only won 1 of them, but she's hit the post several times, hasn't she, in those numbers? So maybe from her perspective, she was feeling that, you know, good times were just around the corner. They've certainly arrived here. But having said all of that, it is uncharted territory, and sometimes when you start to plough into uncharted territory, you get a little bit tight. But the serve has been an irresistible force today.
I do feel she's got to stand further back, Bencic.
40-15.
I think you've got to change it before it's too late. And the big number, 20 of 24 points won on first serve. I know she's serving well, but she's only hit a couple of aces. It's not like you're facing the greatest server and that it's not a Rybakina.
That is true. Oh, absolute bullet serve down the middle of the tee. And already she's raced into a 3-love lead in this second set.
1 set to love.
Well, if anything is going to happen on the Bencic side of the net, it has to be soon.
Yeah, because the clock is ticking. We're not quite in injury time. the fourth official hasn't quite held up the 8 minutes of injury time, but we are not far off because...
She hasn't ordered a double in the last chance saloon, but she's certainly perusing the menu.
Especially as she is the queen of bagels.
Yes.
They've been lacking, though, haven't they, in recent times?
They have. But at the moment, she has got to be feeling so good about the tennis she's playing right now. This is as clean a performance from Iga Swiatek as I've seen in a very long time. The ball striking is wonderful.
Time.
And tactically, she's got it spot on today. She's targeted the forehand of Belinda Bencic. She's found the first strike in the rally. Those two factors combined, along with the first serve, percentage and points won behind it, irresistible.
Yeah, the shorter rallies, 29 to 14 in favour, obviously, of Swiatek. Baseline points, 21 to 14 as well.
Thank you. Ready for play.
Yeah, she's been dominant. It's been more equitable when Bencic has been able to extend the points, but that's only happened 14 times in the match. Rallies of 5 to 8 shots, that is. Serving at love 3. The return is deep on the backhand from Swiatek, lining up a forehand, and the chipped offering in terms of a defensive ball is all that Bencic can do, and that's where she's being outmuscled.
Love 15.
What a strong, powerful performance. And I think you lose heart as well if you're Swiatek. And you just feel on the back foot.
Bencic then. That was a champagne cork again, I think. Sounded like it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been a thing, this Wimbledon, hasn't it? Bencic just stepping away from the baseline at the far end of the court and just resetting the service motion and rhythm. Hasn't had many freebies from the racket of Swiatek. She'll take that one.
She'll take anything.
Mm.
In terms of the numbers in this set, I mentioned the winners in the first set, which was double. So far in this set, 8 to 1. In simple terms, really, I mean, it's why I picked Sabalenka, Rybakina for the final at the start of the week. I always felt it would be a powerful player that would be the winner here.
Well, that second serve was an open invitation for Iga Swiatek to unleash another return. 83 miles an hour, but she couldn't find the accuracy uncharacteristically. And Bencic will be thinking, it's only the one break of serve. I've got to try and limit it to that. Give myself a chance here. Serving at 30-15. The first serve percentage just dropping off a little bit. In fact, dropping off a lot in this set, down at 33%. It's got to be better than that. That isn't going to do the job. And the second serve under real scrutiny. It lands deep in the box, but she's having to hurry to play a backhand, and then Swiatek is there once again to tidy up.
Yeah, it's stunning tennis. Right now, she is getting a clean strike on the ball early on in the point.
Well, if the first strike isn't a winner, it forces a defensive response from Bencic, and then the next strike will be the put away. 16 baseline winners today for Iga Swiatek. Bencic finds a first serve, deep return from Swiatek, flat backhand from the number 8 seed. Now she looks down the middle of the court. Bencic is there with her backhand, and there it is again, that pattern that we've identified. In the longer exchanges, if she can stay in the rally, Bencic is more successful.
Yeah, and going through the middle as well. That means it's not as easy for Swiatek to be able to use the width to maybe expose the movement of Bencic, which is certainly not her strength.
40-30 game point. Again, cannot find the first serve. She's kind of feeding off scraps at the moment, is Bencic. Second serve is good. First strike on her forehand. And there's the forehand of Iga Swiatek, and there's trouble as soon as she finds it.
Juice.
Needs to think pretty carefully about the next couple of serves here, because Bencic looks like this is an essential, necessary hold of serve. Double breakdown, the way that Swiatek's playing, you just cannot see that she would find a way back. Wide serve is a good one. Now she can dominate the point. No, she can't, because she tugs her forehand into the tram lines.
That's relentless. Whether it be the serve that's been dominant or the return. She hasn't served well, Bencic. She hasn't been able to hit her spots.
Finds a first serve, deep return from Swiatek. Now she moves on to a shorter ball. Heavy topspin on that. Forced onto the back foot and just misses the cross-court pass.
Well, well, well.
Juice.
She's clinging on. But again, it is Swiatek who's controlling these points.
Totally, from start to finish.
And the errors, they're good errors.
They are.
Because if she had executed there, that was another break of serve.
Back at Juice then, first serve netted. I just wonder how much that fall and that hyperextension of her left knee has affected her today. We'll find out afterwards. I just wonder with the serve in particular, as she finds the double fault.
Yeah, that's a possibility, Sue, isn't it? But if it was bad, wouldn't you have called the trainer?
Yeah, it looked like she had called the trainer a game after it happened, but no trainer appeared. Took the pace off that serve, just 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think her mind scrambled here. I mean, if you're hitting first serves at 87 miles per hour and you break point down, this is not a good sign for Bencic.
Bit more juice on that, 102 miles an hour, and it was gobbled up on return by Iga Swiatek, who has the double break. And there's a purpose in that stride as she heads to the towel box, 2 games away from the Wimbledon final.
Yeah, and well on her way, I think, for her 5th 6-love set on grass. 3 of the previous 4 here at Wimbledon, but not in the Wimbledon semi-final. I think she's putting down a marker here, Swiatek.
Well, Amanda Anisimova will be watching this somewhere, you would think, in and around the grounds of Wimbledon, with a raised eyebrow, because it's been that good of a performance from Iga Swiatek right now. Serving at 4-love. Oh, hang on, hang on. That was a pure return on the backhand from Bencic, and an angry one.
Yes, exactly, Sue. That was controlled anger from Bencic.
If she could have shouted, "have that," afterwards, I think she might have done. She must be so frustrated. As Swiatek looks down the tee, and Bencic nets the forehand. That's been the wing that's been a little bit targeted today, and a little exposed. Nine forced errors off the forehand today. 19 in total, enforced by the quality of Swiatek's tennis. Serve is a good one. Looks cross-court with the backhand and finds it. It's relentless.
30-15.
But when the great players are in this form, as Swiatek is in, you have to do something to rattle them. And Bencic has not been able to do that.
Not at all. Hasn't had a platform. As she fires a body serve at Bencic, who just cannot get out of the way, and she raises her head to the heavens and spreads her arms, Belinda Bencic, as if to say, what on earth is happening to me out here? Well, the reality is she's being beaten up badly by Iga Swiatek. 2 game points.
They're surely producing one of her performances of the season.
Well, this is a career performance on grass, I would say. As she looks for the wide serve, Bencic finds a return and is now dragged forward by Swiatek, who looks for the pass and misses it. Slaps her thigh in frustration. She hasn't missed much today.
40-30.
I was actually surprised she elected to go down the line there with that pass. With the grip that she has, it's a little easier to be able to go over the lower part of the net there, Swiatek, but she's probably so confident she feels that she can pull anything off.
40-30. Swiatek with a point for 5 love. This is the first serve. It's now or never really for Bencic. It's time for that Olga Savchuk brand of don't care tennis. You do care. You just let loose. You've got nothing else left. That's where Bencic is right now. Swiatek doesn't like the serve toss. She likes that one. Bencic looks for the backhand return down the line, finds it. Now she's moving forward onto the forehand and likes that.
Good combination of shots there from Bencic. She likes to play her tennis, Sue, when she gets inside the baseline and takes the ball early, which is, I thought, would be a key today. She just hasn't been able to do it.
No, hasn't been allowed to. And the crowd just trying to lift Belinda Bencic a little bit here. Swiatek, good serve, chip return, slice return from Bencic, and then a clip of the tape from Swiatek, and she apologises because it put Bencic off her rhythm, and she made the error.
Average rally length, 3.36 shots in this set, 2.95. It's not far off the Sabalenka.
I was going to say, no, it's more reminiscent of that. Game point for 5 love, finds the net.
In fact, their average rally length, exactly 3 shots.
Goodness me, she's doing well to beat that number. Pace off the second serve, good return from Bencic, deep response from Swiatek going down the middle, finds the length again. Bencic is there and she's down again. And Swiatek hits the ball into the open court, and it's a weary climb to her feet for Belinda Bencic, who has been absolutely all at sea in this second set.
She's been floored. I said a couple of games ago, the fourth official hadn't quite put up the minutes for the injury time. Well, it's we're in the final minute of the injury time.
We are.
Unfortunately, it's she's done well to get to this stage. Obviously, a wonderful story for Bencic, but it's more a case that Swiatek has turned up. But I'm surprised in this second set she just hasn't been able to get out of first gear, has she? She played okay in the first set.
She did. She did. But I do wonder how rattled she was emotionally, physically by that fall.
Time.
I really do. Because she's only managed to win a couple of games in the match. And it's been a suffocating performance from Iga Swiatek in every aspect. And her first Wimbledon final is beckoning. Belinda Bencic just trudging down the court, trying to skip now and break into a gentle jog as she heads to the royal box end and collects the balls. And this is mission impossible. Well, mission improbable. It's never mission impossible. While there's life in a match, there's hope, but she has just run into an inspired Iga Swiatek today, who has played the most sublime tennis. So Bencic serving after an hour and 8 minutes to stay in this semi-final. Good first serve, good return from Swiatek, and she's given the hurry up by that Bencic first strike.
That's more like it.
15 love.
Redirecting the traffic of her favourite plays. Down the line shot.
Well, that's the kind of tennis that we haven't really seen from her, because the return of Swiatek today has been sensational. Bencic serves into the net. Ball girl scurries hurriedly to retrieve that. Here comes the second serve. Swiatek strides forward to attack it. She's attacked everything today. Low backhands pummeled at Bencic, who blinks first.
15 on.
Something about down the line.
Yeah.
I can only think that's aimed more at her than her opponent.
Yeah. Hasn't been able to go down the line much, has she? Maybe that was the advice from her camp. First serve's a good one. Oh, that has landed.
Well, if ever a shot and a point kind of summed up what we're seeing, that was it.
She could have played that and she left it. And it nibbled the baseline.
Wow, talked about how good the forehand has been. Her return quality in this match, 9.7. That's as good as you will see.
Needs a big first serve, finds it. And for once, a forehand is netted from Swiatek. Don't feel like we've said that very often today.
Yeah, where are we on the unforced errors? Just 13. In fact, for Bencic, she's only made 8, but it's the winners. That's the biggest difference. 24 for the Pole, 10 for the Swiss.
30 all. Teetering on the brink here. Oh, and there is another sublime return winner from Iga Swiatek that takes her to match point. A first match point of this semi-final for Iga Swiatek. The Bencic serve is good. The return is deep onto the baseline. Bencic scuffs that on her forehand, but she's still in the rally, coming forward to the net now with a chance to find the drive volley. Swiatek's there with the lob, and again, Bencic has to find an overhead here on the bounce smash. She puts it away.
Yeah, this time on that last one, Swiatek moved from one side of the centre court to the other. She was almost in the crowd. And as she covered the open space, Bencic just went behind Swiatek.
And the Bencic feet weren't moving that much either, so you felt anxiety for her underneath that high ball, but she found the finish. Back at deuce, looks wide into the backhand of Swiatek, and the return is so good. It smothers Bencic. Here comes a second match point for Iga Swiatek. Waiting, watching this serve of Belinda Bencic into the net. Here comes the second serve in the sunshine on centre court. It's good. The return from Swiatek is mesmerising. It's better than that. It takes her into a first Wimbledon final. A stunning performance, simply stunning, from Iga Swiatek. They embrace at the net, and Belinda Bencic shakes the umpire's hand and heads disconsolately to her chair as Iga Swiatek dances into the centre of this magnificent sporting arena and acknowledges the crowd. What a performance from her. In an hour and 11 minutes, 6-2, 6-love. She is thoroughly deserving of that place in the final against Amanda Anisimova.
Well, congratulations to Swiatek. It's been a tough year. She's been well below her best for most of the last 52 weeks plus. But she has just produced a stunning performance, near perfection. The numbers back that up in terms of her shot quality. The score backs that up. Not to be for Bencic. She was out-hit, outplayed, but it has been a brilliant tournament for her.
It has, and that's a lovely ovation for Belinda Bencic. She had that heavy fall at the start of the match. I wonder how much that affected her. We will wait and hear that with some interest as she retrieves a Wimbledon towel. That's been Iga Swiatek's speciality. She just pinched one out of the towel box as she headed back inside the clubhouse. And now we get to hear the thoughts of Iga Swiatek. She and Amanda Anisimova have never met before. What an occasion on which to do it for the very first time.
Yeah, and Swiatek will start as favourite. She has to, because in the Grand Slam final, when you've been there before and you've lifted the trophy, you have that advantage, but she won't have it as easy against Anisimova because of the power that the American can bring.
And she will find the first strike as Iga Swiatek heads to the microphone, and now she waits to talk to Annabel Croft, who is in position A, to collect the thoughts of a first-time finalist at Wimbledon, Iga Swiatek.
Well, congratulations, Iga. That was an extraordinary performance, just losing the 2 games out here in just over an hour. Just sum up your emotions. You're into your first Wimbledon final.
Yeah.
even dreamt that it's going to be possible for me to play in the final. So I'm just, super excited and just proud of myself. And I don't know, tennis keeps surprising me. I thought I lived through everything, even though I'm young. I thought I experienced everything on the court, but yeah, I didn't experience playing well on grass. So that's the first time, and I'm super excited and just enjoying it.
Well, as you say, grass has often been a challenge for you. It's your 6th appearance here at Wimbledon, but how are you finding the formula to playing such terrific grass court tennis?
Well, every opponent is different, so every match I also need to, adjust my game, but for sure I feel like I improved my movement, and I'm serving really well, and I feel really confident, so I'm just going for it, and for sure it's working, so I'll keep doing that.
Well, absolutely. Now, as you walk onto court, you're often listening to music. What was the music that got you in the mood today?
Same as every time. I like to keep my routines, so there's some AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Led Zeppelin, so the Rolling Stones. So yeah, rock, but not too hard.
A bit of a rock girl.
Yeah, I mean, before the match, because everybody's asking me if I listen to that all the time. They keep buying me I don't know, vinyl records and everything, and I'm like, guys, if I would listen to that all the time, I wouldn't be able to sleep. So it's just pretty much, just to pump myself up. But off the court, when I don't compete, I'm more of a pop, jazzy, something. I don't know.
Still energetic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you certainly pumped yourself up for this match. We now know the women's final. You're going to be up against Amanda Anisimova. What kind of final can we expect?
Well, I don't think I played Amanda on WTA. We played in juniors, and yeah, I mean, she can play amazing tennis, and she loves, fast surfaces because she has a flat game, and fast. So yeah, you'll have to be ready for fast shots, for her being, proactive. But I'm just gonna kind of focus on myself, and yeah, I'll prepare tactically tomorrow because as I said, we know each other from juniors, and I know how she plays, but we never played a match, so I think. But I don't have good memory, so so yeah, I'll just prepare tomorrow, and as before any other match.
Well, we certainly look forward to seeing you back out here on Saturday. Well done again today. Into your first Wimbledon final, Iga Swiatek.
Well, a simply scintillating performance. I'm now low-key wishing I'd listened to a little bit of AC/DC before I started this match, because that's clearly the way to go. It doesn't get much better than that. I don't imagine she's ever played better on grass than that semi-final today.
No, I don't think she has, Sue. And, here was someone that has had a difficult year. Her form, her level, her confidence was inconsistent. But she did talk positively heading into Wimbledon. She felt Bad Homburg was key for her. She made the final. And is remarkably, and I think understandably so as well, she's kind of gone under the radar.
Yeah.
No one's really talked about her because in previous years she hasn't played well on the grass, and then she's come in this year with the ranking dropping and people feeling, and also for Swiatek in previous years they said, well, I can't really play her well on grass, and then that bottom half of the draw, she's taken care of her opponents. The key one, I guess, was the Katie McNally one.
Yeah.
Where she came back from a set down, and to be honest, since then she hasn't really looked back. And that was an emphatic win today.
She's grown into the tournament, and the best players, when they're charging towards maybe a Wimbledon title, their performances, there's always a little wobble. Their performances build and build and build to a crescendo, and it felt like that was an absolutely exquisite performance that will give her so much confidence moving into that first ever meeting with Amanda Anisimova.
26 winners, to 11. I mean, it was a mismatch in that department, and that's what wins you these matches on grass. The women's game is so powerful now. Now, look ahead to Saturday. She won't have the same luxury because Anisimova, the big game she's got. I mean, at times she was overpowering Sabalenka. So she will meet her match in that department. So it feels like on Saturday, it might just be who can handle the occasion better. Now, we know that Swiatek can.
She's never lost a slam final.
What we don't know, and none of us know, and Anisimova doesn't know, whether she can handle it. But just look at the last few years. Who would have guessed? Vondrousova?
Yep.
And Krejcikova.
Yeah, that is true. Well, it's a mouth-watering affair. Barry, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your company.
As always.
Saturday, ladies' final. Amanda Anisimova will face Iga Swiatek.
The Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Coming up next, live commentary of today's next match from one of the most iconic tennis courts in the world. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel.
Let's join our colleagues
Coming up next.
Yeah, let's join our colleagues then at BBC.
On BBC One. And here the temperature has finally
Here's our
dropped
colleagues at
to
BBC.
a manageable rate. My word, what a relief that is, because it's been a really hot day, but so much to enjoy and take in. Martina Navratilova and Ann Kyothafong are here with me. Martina, how good a performance was that, Iga Swiatek?
This is the most dominating match, for sure, that she's played on grass, but it's one of the most dominating big matches ever. And the fact that she did it on grass when she's never been in this position before is even that much more impressive. She just never let the foot off the gas. She had the 2 double faults to start the second set. No problem. That was the only hiccup she had the whole time. It was she was just firing on all cylinders, was so switched on, never a moment doubt. And yeah, it was really, she was in the sweet spot and never let off the gas.
And actually, it only took an hour and 11 minutes, Anne. It would have been even quicker than that. But as we did have in the first semi-final, there was a bit of a delay because of an issue in the crowd with the obviously the fans in the sun. It was so fast. I just couldn't believe how quick she was.
It was, but it was Iga's intensity. I mean, she's brought the intensity in every match she's played here at Wimbledon this year. But she was just in the zone. There was no let-up. It was a flawless performance. But in every department, whether it's serve, return, forehand, backhand, her movement, it was impressive. And Belinda Bencic just didn't have an answer. I mean, the few opportunities she had to come forwards and take the drive volley out the air, she did so. But there weren't many of those opportunities. And sometimes you just have to say too good. My opponent was too good and I was outplayed.
Was there any issue at all with Bencic's movement? We know there'd been a problem with the toe. There'd been a very nasty nail injury, and which they were talking about having to cut a hole in her shoe. But was she okay in movement?
I think once, but we didn't see any limping or anything like that. I don't think it would have made a difference, even if there was no issue at all. But no. I mean, she was fine. There was no limping, and she was moving well enough. She was hitting the ball well enough, but Iga was just hitting it that much harder. And they measured that return of serve. She was at like 9.8. To me, it's a 10. She was a 10 today, in every way, but particularly the return of serve. So I don't think anything that Bencic could have done would have made a difference today.
Let's have a look at a couple of the things that she did so well. And in the first set, the 1-2 punch. So this is the serve and then the shot that follows it up.
Well, on serve, I mean, she served her fastest serve of the tournament in this match, 119 miles per hour. But yes, the 1-2 punch, when you're serving as fast and as accurately as she is, you're able to control the ball from the middle of the court. And yeah, she, like, you know, there was no let up from her as well. She was explosive and sharp onto the ball. There was no mistakes.
It's actually funny. We talk about 1-2 punch on her serve. On the return of serve, it was just one punch. Quite often. Didn't have to hit another shot. That's how dominating she was. Just seeing the ball so well, striking it so clean.
And has she changed her service action at all?
She has. A couple of years ago, she tried to get more miles per hour on her serve, more power. And it was really twirly up here, but she's cleaned it up. It's much smoother now, so it's repeatable under pressure. And she has added the extra miles per hour. She's getting as many first serves in, but harder. So she's holding more serves, losing her serve less often. And on top of that, she's one of the best returner in the game.
Well, let's have a look at those returns and why they are so effective. And you can see her, she's so quick, but her feet never stop moving.
Yeah, it's her intensity again, doing what she's done in all her other matches here at the championship. She's giving herself more time. So starting further back behind the baseline, but then making those little shuffle steps forwards. And that allows her to really set up and rip the ball. And her racket head speed, particularly off that forehand, is so quick. She has the time to really open up the court. And there's a real contrast in her forehand and backhand. On the forehand, there's obviously a lot more spin. She's got that extreme Western grip, so she has to really get under and rip it. But on the backhand, it's a lot more compact. The take back is a lot shorter, and she's able to flatten it out a lot better, and with time, thumps it into the corner.
And there must be days, Martina, and you will have felt this and you will have had them here at Wimbledon, when just everything goes right. You are timing it right. It sounds beautiful on the racket. It's just all slots into place.
You just want to bottle it. I'm like, why can I not do this more often? It's a great feeling. Even the miss-hits went her way. When she missed it, the ball still went in. Yeah, it's nice when you feel that, but you're still like in a panic. Oh, is he gonna leave me? So you keep that intensity because you're so scared of losing that momentum and that feeling of being in the zone. But it's a drug that's legal and it's sweet.
She was on it today. She was 100% just excellent in every department. And I wonder, Anne, how much confidence this will give her going into the final. Maybe it's because it's been so hot. Is there a difference in the balls? Is there a difference in the surface? Does it feel different for her this year than ever before at Wimbledon?
There's something to be said. You know, the grass is firmer because we've had so much sun. You know, maybe that has allowed her to play the kind of tennis that she has done. But I also think it's down to the preparation and the mindset, and I think the confidence she came with, reaching her first grass court final a couple of weeks ago, before the start of the championships in Germany, that would have given her a lot of confidence. So look, it's a number of factors. Things have come together. Now, after a performance like that in the semi-finals, I'll be wondering how she approaches the final, because she is the favourite going into this final. She's the higher ranked player. You know, the way we've seen the two players, Anisimova and Swiatek, compete in their semi-finals. Swiatek's been the most efficient, hardly any court time in comparison to Anisimova. So that comes with pressure and expectation as well. And the question is how she manages all those different emotions. She does have the advantage, though, of having been in a Grand Slam final before.
And having a 100% record in Grand Slam finals.
Yeah, so
5 played, 5 won.
Exactly. She plays her best tennis when she gets to the finals, and she'll be so relieved that she is finally in this final, because that's been her Achilles heel in years past, and has had such a bad last 12 months leading up to this. So that was probably the lowest point of her confidence, but maybe that took the pressure off. And again, as Anne said, she did the preparation that gave her the confidence to hit her shots, and took the pressure off. And now in the finals, she's unbeatable. She has been unbeatable. So it's going to be a really tough nut to crack for Anisimova.
And I don't know whether they're going to produce special towels for the final. I think they might. But whatever the case is, we know that she's got a really big collection already. So it was pretty conservative today. Just the one. Just the one
Just
towel.
the one.
Unless she then went to the basket at the end and took the others as she went off court. I can't believe
Which she has done in some her other matches.
Well, maybe not, because she's so many more matches. She didn't have to be so greedy about getting all the towels off the court.
You might get one, Claire. You asked politely.
That would be lovely, actually. But I'm not going to take one away from Świątek. I mean, she barely needed them today, whereas the first semi-final it felt so hot, it felt so much longer, it was so full of tension. And for Aryna Sabalenka, the outcome was not, obviously, Martina, what she wanted. But how do you think she handled it in the moment?
Well, you know, she has played worse when she lost. So she played better under pressure. Certainly didn't play one of the worst matches at Roland Garros. And she was a bigger favorite here. But she played better. She still faltered a little bit, got a little nervous. And when she gets nervous, she gets off the back foot on the forehand. She doesn't step into the ball. But overall, I think it's more Amanda Anisimova winning the match rather than Sabalenka losing it the way she did Roland Garros.
And one thing that Sabalenka has definitely taken out of the Roland Garros experience, when she said some things in the speeches on court at the final after Coco Gauff beat her, and she said some things in the press conference that weren't very complimentary, and she immediately regretted it, but it took her a while to issue an apology, which she did in a fully authentic way and followed it up, and she and Coco made up for it. But it was quite an interesting press conference, therefore, after her loss in the semi-final. Let's have a listen to this.
Yeah, I mean, she was a better player. But that's true, guys. I mean, losing sucks, you know. You always feel like you want to die, you don't want to exist anymore, and this is the end of your life. But then you sit there a little bit and you think about what you could have done differently on the match, and you you see stuff where you wasn't at your best in the match, and you see that the other player performed much better, and you kind of like can see things better.
There's another point that you seemed frustrated at, where the ball hit the net, dropped over, and instead of saying sorry, it looked like she'd celebrated the point. What was your view on that? You seemed frustrated at the time.
I just look at her and for sure she didn't hear me, but I was just like, you don't want to say sorry. But she just wanted, I guess, badly to win this match, and it's on her. If she doesn't feel like saying sorry, like she barely got that point and she didn't feel like saying sorry for that tricky situation, that's on her.
It was interesting, actually, because right at the beginning of that press conference, as I understand it, Aryna Sabalenka said to the press, look, if you're expecting what happened in Paris, just leave now. It's not going to happen. Like I've grown from this. And it is difficult, Martina, after a defeat, to be gracious. And I think that's a really hard thing to expect of anybody.
Yeah, some people are lousy losers, some people are lousy winners. It's always easier to speak after you win a match. But I think Aryna learned her lesson, and she was perfectly fine in that press conference. And it's better to always take a little bit extra time, maybe talk to your team before you go talk to the press, just to kind of calm down and process it better, so you don't just start shooting off the roof of your mouth. So yeah, she learned her lesson, and she was very gracious.
And I mean, obviously players do quite often make an apology if they feel that in winning a point they got in anyway lucky, but I'm not sure that particular point Anisimova was lucky. I think she'd have won the point whether it touched the net or not.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a difficult one. I mean, the etiquette is to put your hand up and perhaps apologise if your ball just touches the top of the net and goes over. But equally, this is a semi-final of Wimbledon, and you've got two fierce competitors out there, desperate to win, throwing everything they've got at this match. And in the heat of competition, you don't care how you win the point. You just want to win the point one way or another. And if a bit of luck goes your way, then so be it. You're going to take it.
I mean, most of the time you're not even looking at your opponent after you lose the point. And I think Amanda, it wasn't anything on purpose. I think she was so concentrating on being on her side of the court and being right here to not get distracted or anything like that. Even when any other distractions were happening, she was right here. You could see she was really trying hard to concentrate and didn't want to break it up. So I think it was more that than anything else.
Yeah, she was zoned in, and as we saw with Świątek, zoning in sure does work. Let's just have a look at Anisimova's backhand, because it is something that is hugely admired, and I'm fascinated to know how and why it's so effective.
Well,
You've got really good theory.
Yeah, she's got a full extension on the left hand when she's hitting it. It's almost like Jimmy Connors, really straightforward back, and the left hand takes over. It's almost like a forehand, with the right hand being on the racket as well, but the left hand is doing more of the work, and because of that, she can redirect this easier. Timing wise, and gets a lot of pace on the ball. Because it's extended, she gets more racket head speed, and she's a pretty tall girl anyway, so she can hit a harder ball that way. And just a really, really solid shot, pretty good takeaway, but the left hand is straighter than most players when they're hitting that two-hander.
Yeah, and technically it's flawless. The way she takes the racket back, the hands are away from her body. They don't come too tight to her body, so that allows her to strike the ball as cleanly as she does. And everything about it is very simple, and that's what you want to see in someone, when you're looking at techniques. Simple take-back, simple follow-throughs, and the way they transfer their body weight, which for her on that backhand wing comes so naturally and so easily.
When it went to a deciding third set, because Sabalenka came back in the second set, leveled things up, gets to the third set, and what are you thinking to yourself?
I'm thinking Sabalenka has the momentum. She breaks serve.
Yep.
And that's when she got a little careful. And Anisimova, it's like, okay, I better wake up fast and get going and start going for my shots again, because Sabalenka's not going to give it to me. And she started returning better, but Sabalenka just pulled back just enough, and that's all it took.
There were some terrific points in this match, but Anisimova really was making her shots, and she absorbs the power of Sabalenka, and so many players can't do that.
Yeah, she doesn't mind Sabalenka's ball speed coming at her. If anything, that plays into her strengths too, because she's equally powerful from the back of the court, and they had some really fierce exchanges from the baseline. But for me, towards the end of that third set, I was questioning Anisimova's nerves. Is she going to be able to hold it together to really get herself over the line, playing for her first Grand Slam final? And credit to her, she did.
And you could, honestly, there wasn't a seat to be had, even given the heat and those that probably were suffering from it. But it was such an enthralling contest, because you kept thinking, this was a brilliant point, but you kept thinking, Sabalenka's still going to come back, Even at match point, you're thinking she's still going to come back. And in fact, as it was, that Sabalenka broke back and really started to put Anisimova under pressure. But the American was so strong, and there is a mental as well as a physical strength to this performance, and that was the fourth and final match point.
Well, it's sweet to win it on a winner, but you don't care how you get there. But I think Anisimova got a little nervous serving for it. She pulled back, hit a double fault, I think, and just a couple of unforced errors. But when Sabalenka was serving, she said, okay, I'm going to let her rip again, and she did, and broke beautifully. And I had a little drop shot for left 30, and then with a winner on match point. How sweet it is.
It'll be a big deal in America, but it's also, Anne, it's a really interesting story of resilience and of the benefit of taking time away from the sport, which she did for a good 7 months.
Yeah, and I thought it was, you look back now and you think, gosh, what a brave decision for someone so young, to be able to make that decision and do the things that she wanted to do and just take a break from the sport that had given her so much, but obviously was, filling her with so much burden and pressure, and it's not an easy decision for most players to make. Most players aren't brave enough, and it's always the fear of missing out. Well, if I take a break, or if I take a few weeks off or a few months off, it's going to be even harder to come back. And it has been a tough journey for Anisimova. I remember watching her in qualies 12 months ago. She lost in the last round of qualifying, and here she is in the final. It just shows, you've got to do what's best for you, and there is no perfect road, and there will always be a few bumps, but how you manage those bumps and the people you surround yourself with is key.
And with that in mind, I love the fact that in her speech, Martina, she mentioned her sister, her best friend was here as well, her brother-in-law, and the kids that are along. There was little Jackson, who's got his 4th birthday together. That there is that lovely feeling of a warm blanket of people who will love you whatever.
Yeah, actually she lost her father unexpectedly when she was 17. I think you really depend on the rest of your family that much more, and you could see it how happy she is that she can share this moment with them, and get that support, because there's no support like that, is there?
And considering she's the first American into the finals since Serena 6 years ago, how important is that for the profile of women's tennis in the USA?
I think we are in good shape. I mean, Coco Gauff won the Roland Garros, and we have Jessie Pegula ranked 3 in the world. So American tennis has never looked this good, maybe, or certainly not since the Williams sisters both were in the top 10. So I think we're looking pretty good right now. Thank you, Amanda.
Exactly. Thank you, Amanda, because Coco having gone out so early, I would have thought that quite a lot of the broadcast networks and the various media outlets in America were going, what happens? Well, you've got one. You've got one in the final. Amanda Anisimova is it. But just to give Sabalenka credit for the quality that she has produced over this fortnight, this was one of the points of the match, and it's the ability both players have to find their angles, to be able to keep the ball in play, to cope with power, and that to finish it off. And that is a really difficult shot to pull off.
Yeah, adrenaline would have been high after that, but the quality of the strikes from both women, the speed that they're able to strike those balls at, and the angles they're able to find, to play with that kind of intensity under an enormous amount of stress and pressure is wonderful to see.
So for Sabalenka, the American hard courts come next. And Martina, she knows that she is capable, and she is ranked #1 in the world, but she knows she's capable of beating anybody. Why is it not happening quite for her here at Wimbledon?
Well, it's been a combination, but she's consistent and goes deep, but she has not been great under pressure in the semifinals or finals. So maybe she just needs to take a little bit of a break, put her feet up, go to lay on the beach somewhere, and treat herself to some massages and just easy time to kind of regroup emotionally and mentally, because she wears her emotions on her sleeve, gives it everything she has, which makes it that much more disappointing. It hurts so much more when you give it everything and you still come out short. So just take it easy for a while and regroup, and then go back on the hard courts, which is her best surface. So, and for #1, the expectation is so much different from the rest of the field. You're always the hunted one. But nice problem, right?
Absolutely, and yeah, she'll come back and it will feel all the sweeter as and when it does happen. Anne, what is your prediction for the final on Saturday?
Look, I've said it after every one of Iga's matches here at Wimbledon. I've just been so impressed with her in every department, and the way she fired today against Belinda Bencic, how one-sided it was, how dominant she was, makes her the strong favourite in the final. But, we all love an underdog as well. And, look, I just hope we have a highly competitive final. And the way these two women have been playing, I think we'll get it.
I think it's going to be close. But you have to go with Iga Świątek, the way she played today and the way she's been playing this whole tournament, and how she's just looking and feeling. She can absorb the pace of Anisimova and then extra. I think she moves better. She's got a better return of serve.
Okay, it's time for us to turn our attention to the finals on the centre court, ready to go. Let's turn our attention to BBC Radio 5 Live.
Townsend. Very different experience level in her also lefty partner today, Verbeek. What a story he is, the 31-year-old from the Netherlands. Only played in a Grand Slam tournament for the first time last year. This is just his 6th Grand Slam, 2nd in the mixed doubles, and has teamed up really nicely with Siniakova to make this final stage. A straight sets defeat of Mate Pavic and Timea Babos, the #8 seeds in the semi-finals, to set this one up. And Joe Salisbury and Luisa Stefani actually fought a little harder because they needed the 2 tie breaks to get the better of #2 seeds Aravilo and Zhang Shui. So it boils to bubbling points this evening. It's around about 20-7 local time. In the near future, the shadow is going to encompass the court at the end of a very warm day. I think we had a 30 degrees Celsius peak, so it is nice to be playing a little later on. And should this go the distance, it will, of course, have the decider to see who wraps up with ultimate triumph. Siniakova and Stefani staying out the longer to wrap up the serves. Stefani, the youngest player on court at just 27 years old. She has been ranked as high as world number 9, still inside the world's top 30. And for the Brazilian, it's a big day. Her only previous Grand Slam title coming in the mixed doubles at the Australian Open in 2023. That was alongside her fellow Brazilian Rafael Matos. But the switch up to Salisbury has worked nicely so far. Salisbury finalist here in 2021 alongside Harriet Dart, but looking to take that one step further today.
He desperately needs this title.
Add it to his pretty full trophy cabinet. 4 men's Grand Slam titles for Salisbury and a couple of title runs in the mixed doubles as well, both in 2021, either side of Wimbledon. Well, it's Sem Verbeek to get us underway. Cross-court with the forehand. Siniakova's reflex is being tested out on the forecourt, but she can't quite respond to Stefani. The 27-year-old Brazilian just has such great hands, Olga, at the front of the court.
Yeah, she is, and if she is at the net, you have to understand that you probably will get the ball back, no matter how hard you hit at her. Such a good awareness of the court and such a good hands as well.
She's going to be tested by the lefty serve of Verbeek, who looks really up for this, pumping away with the left fist behind the swinger out wide to the Brazilian's backhand. It drew the error.
Also, Verbeek himself having one of the best seasons, I would say, with his partner Gorazon. They played semi-final earlier this year in Australia.
That was a huge run, having only made his Grand Slam debut last year. It's a lob return from Salisbury to ask the question of the Verbeek forehand here. Played with a lot of cover is the forehand lob in response from Verbeek. So the 2 men looking to go toe-to-toe at the back of the court. It's forehand inside in from Salisbury that seals the deal. So 15-30. And it is a meeting of non-seeders here, but that doesn't always tell the story, particularly in the mixed doubles where there's so much chopping and changing of the partners, and it takes players from the men's tour and players for the women's tour and unites them in a rare occasion. So you really can't look too much at that. And multiple Grand Slam titles between Salisbury and Stefani. They have experience of the major stage. Verbeek in his first ever Grand Slam final today. It's a great pickup from Stefani to offer the lob to Siniakova, who managed it, and the backhand goes long from the Brazilian, so is shaping into a pretty close opening game. Yeah, you mentioned Andre Goranson. So much that is the case, right, on the doubles court. It's not about your own level, it's about finding the right partner to complement what you do and to build with them. Goranson and Verbeek actually friends when they were both at different colleges in California and had wanted to play together, says Verbeek's coach, for a long time, but their rankings just hadn't been in the right region to play the same tournaments. And so it was really only halfway through 2024 that came together to effect. Not so effective, the forehand of Verbeek just now. He lifts the lob long, and it's break point to the British-Brazilian pairing.
Yeah, but it is hard, you know. It's like basically you're in a relationship. So I mean, you train, you travel all the time together. You have meals together. You train every day together. So it is very important to find the right partner for you.
As Verbeek responds to the slower return of Stefani with a forehand rifled down the line. He had time on the ball. He utilized it, and we do go to deuce here, full deuce in this mixed doubles tournament.
Also such an advantage to be a lefty, especially in doubles or mixed doubles. I just feel if you have along your side a lefty player, you pretty much cover the whole court.
He goes tee this time, does Verbeek, and sets up Siniakova nicely for the serve and volley winner. Very cool from the current world number 1 in the women's doubles. And she's out here in the mixed in a rare presence in this tournament, Siniakova, because she is so consistent in the women's doubles game, and she does maintain her singles career as well. So often it is too much of a load for her to play in the mixed doubles as well. It was after she lost in the singles event that she went to Sem Verbeek and said, actually, I can manage the mix this time around. And guess what? Verbeek had originally been scheduled to play with Luisa Stefani.
Ooh, some drama.
Some drama. Well, it's all good between them, but Stefani did, in the moments before the tournament, switch to partner with Salisbury, you do see a bit, because there aren't the consistent pairings in the mixed doubles. There can be that bit of last-minute shift around. So Salisbury asked Stefani, and then Siniakova was available to Verbeek, who's just nicely served out the opening game there. Serve out wide, forced the error. And from breakpoint down, they do put the first game on the board.
But it's good in the end, both of them are in the final. And as you said, it's tough to keep the same partner in the mixed doubles, and you see often players win the Grand Slam and then the next slam they have different partners.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of a switch around as far as Stefani goes. We did expect to see her playing consistently with Rafael Matos right the way through, because the Paris Olympics were coming up. They'd won a mixed doubles title together, but they didn't have the most successful run after the Australian Open. I think they lost their last 5 matches together, so she ended up playing in Paris with Thiago Seyboth-Wilch, who's a big fan of the clay courts, is Seyboth-Wilch.
But the interesting thing also about Stefani, that she tore her ACL playing with Dabrowski in her semi-final of US Open in 2021. And, you know, I would say finally, only now, finding her real form.
Yeah, it was such a key injury, that one. It is Stefani here who just puts the backhand volley long. That was building towards the best form of her career high ranking of #9 achieved at the end of that 2021 season, alongside Gabriela Dabrowski, the Canadian, who is still high up the rankings. She'd made finals in Canada and in Cincinnati at those Masters events. Last 4 of the US Open, I believe they were up in that match against Coco Gauff and Katie McNally when she had to be wheeled off the court, having torn the ACL. So a huge effort for her to keep competing and stay afloat in the game the way that she has.
Yeah, how you deal after that such a big injury, you know, with being confident, especially playing on the grass with movement, that's tough.
Yeah, it's a different set of requirements. It's a small part of the season. Looking to be punchy with the volley, Stefani, but she's got Katerina Siniakova at the back of the court, who's weaving the ball. She's got the lob to set up Salisbury, who puts the smash away. And they are well in this game.
They're having a fan where Verbeek and Siniakova, you can see all smiles on their faces, so they're not particularly feel the huge stress. But the main thing when you play mixed, I think, it's to actually enjoy and not put anyone under pressure, under stress. Because it's so many things can go wrong in the mixed or right, and it's such a quick and short points.
Salisbury serves T, the serve and volley winner from Stefani this time around, right into the corner, past the outstretched backhand of Sam Verbeek, and that takes her side from 30-all to game points. Did you play a lot of mixed doubles, Olga?
I did, but not successfully.
We can't thrive in every department.
Yes, but not successfully, really.
3-time tour level champion is Olga Savchuk. We can't have her playing herself down up here. Serve into the body from Salisbury, serving into Siniakova here, who's managed to keep the rally going with some great touch backhands. Even though Salisbury found himself sitting on the floor, he gets a pat on the back from Stefani because he'd set her up just enough to put the ball away. And it's Salisbury laughing that the Brazilian was able to help him through that exchange and ultimately through the game for the 1-all hold. He just slipped.
Yeah, it was a bit of awkward slip from him, but as we know, if Stefani is at the net, she will cover him. But it's always for me funny watching mixed doubles and playing as well, that you always find men in trouble when they have to play that rally cross-court against the girl or return girl serve. They're so not used to it, and girls are used to it because they so often practice with guys as a hitting partners. So we are used to that power and, you know, hitting, but the guys are not. So sometimes they find it awkward to play with that pace.
Such an interesting perspective. Here's Verbeek taking the ball, Salisbury, I should say, taking the ball on the rise down the line off the back of her. A second serve from Siniakova for love 15. Now, Siniakova, she's so great with the hands and the feel, but that serve is the opening in her game, or one of, is that fair?
You mean if she has some kind of holes in her
game?
Yeah, I mean, I think her most vulnerable shot is forehand, but she knows that, and she knows that every single player knows that, and they're going to attack there. So often you actually see a lot of winners coming out from the forehand side because she's just like ready, you know, that they're going to serve there and stuff. But again, she has quite a unique and unusual technique on her serve. And I always look at it and thinking how she put those serves in. But it's tough because she has a lot of slice into her serve, and it's tough to read as well.
So that gives it that little bit of defense. She's looking to make the first serve as she goes into Salisbury, hit the winner off the second delivery last time, and maybe there's memories of that for Siniakova because she has gone long off the box. The Czech serving here at 1 game apiece and 15 all, just in shadow. Racket goes up first, then the ball clips the net cord, so there's a real build-up here. Salisbury waiting behind the baseline. That was an unneeded interruption from the electronic line calling, so that's what drew the laughter from the good crowd here on center court for the final match of the day. Oh, tee accuracy from Siniakova into the backhand of Salisbury, who can only find the bottom of the net, and that is nicely handled by the world number 1. Martina Navratilova, the only player in the women's game with more year-end number 1 finishes than 29-year-old Siniakova. Navratilova ultimately had 5. Siniakova still going strong with 4. So she's got records to eye up, having first ascended to that position in 2018. Siniakova with racket back, forehand line. Draws the backhand volley error from Stefani, so she got that nice dip on the ball to generate the game points.
Yeah, and she was so far away from the baseline, Siniakova, and find that angle and find a way to put that ball in right into Stefani's feet. It was perfect placement from Siniakova. It was not an easy shot above her shoulders. Just such a good court sense from her as well.
Flattened out the serve out wide into the forehand of Salisbury, who could not respond, and that is a statement made by the 29-year-old from Czechia, and it means that Siniakova and Verbeek are holding the scoreboard advantage at the first sit down, 2-1.
Also, we have to mention that often in mixed doubles, the guys have to choose not the usual side of the court that they are used to play in doubles, so they go
their preference. They have to go away from it.
Sometimes they say no, I stay whatever my side is best, let's stick to that, but most of the time they would change that.
Great atmosphere.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Here on center court, the shadow quickly encompassing the main stage as the sun continues its descent, 10-7 local time. And neither team has hesitated in getting started here in the first championship match of the tournament. 3 service holds, 2-1 in the favor of 2 contrasting partners in terms of level of experience. Siniakova, world number 1 on and off since October of 2018 in the women's game, and Sam Verbeek, the 6'4" man from the Netherlands, only playing in Grand Slam tournaments as of Roland Garros last season, called his first round men's doubles win last year the happiest results of his life, and how much things have changed in the past 12 months. He whips a lefty forehand into Joe Salisbury at the net, does Sam Verbeek, and the former finalist here in 2021, Salisbury, in the mixed, can only put that into the bottom of the net. So it is Luisa Stefani of Brazil serving, Joe Salisbury in the forecourt, and the scoreline 1-2 and love 15. Stefani with the brown ponytail over the white visor, and she takes the volley on the ascent. Verbeek will be a little disappointed that he smashes the forehand volley long, because he had compromised the opposition, and it's 15-all.
Yeah, that's the way to put pressure from Stefani, just serves and come in. And especially after losing the first point in this game, it was quite an awkward miss from Joe Salisbury. Also, if you Stefani, you know, to serve last one in the match, it puts a lot of you under pressure. So you know that you know, you're the last one to serve, so you have to win the game.
Everyone's warmed up, right?
Yes.
And each team, having come through the 4 rounds to get to this stage, are sufficiently geared up for this showdown. Straight sets wins for each in the semi-final stage to lock in this encounter. Stefani serving into the body of Siniakova, sets up Joe Salisbury for the serve and volley. He actually has a lot to thank his Brazilian partner for, because Salisbury was 0-2 in the mixed doubles this season coming into Wimbledon. At both occasions, Australian Open and Roland Garros, he had lost to the same pairing of Michael Venus and Erin Routliffe. And here on the grass courts, what happened? They got the victory over Venus and Routliffe in the opening round. So that was probably a huge sigh of relief for the Brit.
Yeah, third is a lucky one. Third time.
So Stefani proving a good partnership, just the second time that they have contested a Grand Slam side by side. Second serve for Stefani now, catches the back edge of the service box, and Semverbeek has to just walk away from that one, as all four players have stepped up to hold serve at the beginning of this first final of the 2025 championships. Was it fairly level on paper, Olga, would you say, coming in? Mixed doubles always a little bit unpredictable.
It is very unpredictable, I would say. Even from the beginning of the tournament, you wouldn't guess, even though you have seeded and maybe definite champions, you still wouldn't probably say who you put your money on.
Yeah, it'd take a brave person. Verbeek showing his braveness as he comes up the court, and Luisa Stefani rolling onto her back in an effort to get away from the cross-court forehand winner, executed nicely behind an approach volley. Semverbeek, known for how good a person he is off the court to all his fellow competitors, was just holding their hand up in a prolonged display of apology.
It's so funny, you know, because so often the guys feel so bad after something like that when, you know, they by mistake hit the girl at the net or something like that, and the girl falls, and then for a few points they can't even play. Nice guys, you know.
It's a good job that he has that lefty weapon with the serve. Verbeek, he's getting a few cheap points serving into Stefani, so he's able to put that previous point behind him. He's got an interesting serve, Verbeek, because he does hold the racket right behind his head even as he's bouncing the ball, takes out that whole first part of the service motion and just comes down over the top.
It was Daniel Nestor, I think, who had similar technique. But it's very unusual. It's usually for players who have problems actually with the elbow who do that. He doesn't show any signs of elbow problem.
No, he looks pretty well swinging on the forehand, but Stefani finds it in her to intercept here and rushes Siniakova into the error. So rather than 3 game points, it is 2-all and 30-15 on the Verbeek serve. He did have actually very early on in his playing days, I think in his teens, a hip surgery, which meant that he actually struggled to find a college that would take him in the States because he'd had quite a serious injury, didn't have a lot of results behind him, and it was only the University of the Pacific in California that really took a chance on Verbeek, and they're probably smiling about that right now as he plays a Grand Slam final and serves another big one out wide for the 2 game points.
Yeah, and Wimbledon final, but I mean, it's such a new way for players. I mean, so many players you see coming off the American college. It's such a good also way for some players who also wants to get an education and maybe doesn't have a lot of money to start their career. I think it's a great way, and the amount of matches you play in the university, it makes you very good at fighting, actually, very good at competing, because again, I think nothing beats playing matches, no matter how much you train. When you play matches, completely different story. So I think it's a good way for many players, especially now it's getting more popular to do it this way.
3 of the 4 players on court coming through the college system. Verbeek, Joe Salisbury, whose former college doubles partner David O'Hare now coaches him, and Luisa Stefani, who graduated from Pepperdine University in 2018. Having started out there a decade ago, made serious strides on the pro circuit since then, the Brazilian. Verbeek serving here at 2 games apiece and 40-30, and for once, 27-year-old Stefani is going to get a look at a second serve. Does it make much difference with this lefty delivery kicking off the grass courts. Well, she locks into it and approaches behind it. Stefani controls a nice low backhand volley, but Verbeek finding the outer corner of the court with the passing forehand winner. And that is just too good from the Dutchman, who takes his side out in front once again. And after 5 games played, Olga, still no breaks of serve.
Yeah, not surprised at all. All 4 players on the court are playing pretty solid on their serves, and I think the last point from Stefani, it was intentional to take the racket away of that ball. She was sure it's gonna go out, but overall very good and solid level. And also I like to see Stefani constantly putting pressure and moving to the net forward, and after almost every single return she makes, or after her serve, because we know her game is not that huge from the baseline, but at the net she's very dangerous.
Yeah, she knows her strengths, and she's got a partner today who can set her up for them. Salisbury, even with the one-handed backhand, so solid from the back of the court. He's still ranked inside the world's top 20, is Salisbury at number 17, although his peak at the very height of the rankings came in the spring of 2022. That was off the back of real consistency. Semi-final run at the Australian Open, same at Indian Wells, although all that rendered kind of insignificant by the real highlights of his career, which includes 4 Grand Slam titles in the men's doubles, all of them alongside Rajiv Ram. They split finally at the back end of last year. They'd been gunning for a 4th straight US Open title.
Yes, that's pretty impressive. Yes.
Remarkable.
Something about US Open courts that they really liked.
Gets himself on the forecourt here. Likes the Wimbledon lawns as well, does Salisbury. Would be incredibly special to lift a first trophy on them as a Brit. But I found that particularly impressive, actually, Olga, because at the US Open, it's the back end of the season. It's often when players are getting quite tired. So to see repeat champions is not so common as it might be in some of the previous Grand Slams in the year.
But it's also, I think, the time where most of the players get tired and start to fight as well. And a lot of maybe teams split up as well. So that's maybe a good window to go at them as well. Again, great net coverage from Stefani in this point.
And punched a low volley away through the middle of the court. So that gets herself and Salisbury out to 2-3 and 30 love. First serve missed by the Brit with his cap on backwards. He's got the one wristband on his playing arm, the right arm. And he's got to come through with a second serve into 31-year-old Sem Verbeek, who responds into the forecourt, and the passing winner from Siniakova off what looked like a nice touch volley from Stefani. The beaming smile from the Czech says it all.
How did she do that, Siniakova? I was sure that point won by Stefani. Beautiful backhand volley touch, but Siniakova again, she proved how well she moves. You never can underestimate her moving.
Salisbury dropping the ball for an extra couple of bounces at 2-3 and 30-15. Quickly becomes 40-15. Unreturned delivery. He's walking with shoulders up to collect the extra balls from the back of the court. 2 game points in his possession.
And for girls in mixed doubles, it's always important also to move constantly, because there is some moments in the match where maybe even for a few games you don't touch a ball apart from returning or serving, because the guys usually they try to cover everything, sometimes maybe too much. And yeah, so you have to be, it's not easy for girls because you have to keep that focus, and it's like a lot of stop and start points, and sometimes you don't touch again the ball for a few points, so you have to be very focused.
Yeah, very different rhythm and a very big attempt on the return from Sem Verbeek, blasted long of the baseline. So we level up for the 3rd time in this match, 3 games apiece. Verbeek and Siniakova with the encouragement right from the offset here at the championships. After their last-minute pairing, they got triumph over the top seeds in their opener, Heliovara and Danilina, and that was the only set that they have dropped so far at Wimbledon. Angled backhand brilliance from Siniakova behind the serves, gets past Stefani and gets the first point of this game at 3-all and 15 love.
And you see nice laughs and smiles from this pair Verbeek and Siniakova. Again, such a court feel from Siniakova, just so talented player.
And the first serve finding the mark. It allows Verbeek to intercept. He does touch the volley into Salisbury. Not deliberate by any means, just reactive and good enough from Verbeek and Siniakova to stretch the lead.
So far it goes toe-to-toe. I wouldn't be surprised if we will have a couple of tie breaks in this match.
Oh, early prediction from Olga Savchuk.
Usually, don't worry, usually my predictions never succeed, so...
We like a call, something to keep track of. Second serve for Siniakova, and she does catch the back of the service box. Salisbury with a ridiculous recovery. He was out of the point on the 1-2 punch, stretched pretty much into the tarpaulin at the side of the court, just dinked to backhand short into Verbeek, who couldn't cross the net with the volley. I'm not sure how this is 30-15 instead of 40-love, Olga.
I'm surprised how on earth he was sliding on that court. It was like, I had a feeling he's playing on clay.
Well, it's a quick turnaround, clay to the grass. Maybe he thinks he still is. Encouragement for Salisbury, the final run at Roland Garros.
All this signs language between the players. Oh, that was a tight second serve from Siniakova. She felt a little bit of pressure. Also not easy to serve when your partner is that tall and you're doing eye formation. My always worry were to hit his head, which probably happened a few times, but yeah, you know, it's quite skillful. You have to go over your partner.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about.
And, I think inside the court.
It is kind of bothering Siniakova, particularly serving into Salisbury, knowing that he's waiting on top of the baseline to crack down. I think she's missed the first serve into the Brit every single time in this game. And now she drops the toss, and the shadow has encompassed the court, so that's not the sun. That's more the stress. Goes into the body. Volley from Verbeek, and the backhand into the net from Salisbury, who reaches to touch the ground. He had a play on the ball, but he couldn't navigate, and it is game point rather than break points.
Yeah, it was great reaction at the net from Verbeek. And again, it's a game point for Siniakova, Verbeek. Yeah, and some guys, they just refuse to go low at the net when they do eye formation. And even though you're telling them, okay, I might touch you in the head with my serve, they still will be like, it's okay, okay, I go into my position, and that's fine.
So it's 3-all, 40-30. Siniakova serving into Stefani, who takes the backhand on the rise, but it's not enough to bother Sam Verbeek, who is triple, quadruple, quintuple fist pumping as he jogs to high five Siniakova. That is game point converted, and that is 4-3 in this first set. Little to choose between these teams coming into the ultimate showdown. Siniakova and Verbeek took out the top seeds, and Salisbury and Stefani took down the defending champions. That was Jan Zielinski and the ageless Shea Su Wei in the quarterfinals. And we speak about hand skills. Shea must be as good as it gets.
She is probably one of the best I ever saw in my life on the tennis court, and still going like huge feel into her hands and so unpredictable.
Did you play her?
Yes, and it just, she makes you feel so uncomfortable on the court, and it's almost like she's laughing at you with all her tricks and shots. And yeah, it's just incredible, talented player. Sometimes you think, how on earth some players have that touch and you have to hit and practice same shot for like 15 hours a day and you still don't have that touch.
So a significant encouragement for Salisbury and Stefani getting that triumph in straight sets, pushed to 9-7 in the opening tiebreak, but then the 6-3 in the second primed them for another straight sets win in the semi-finals, this time over the number 2 seeds. And so they stand strong against Verbeek and Siniakova. All 4 players on centre court eyeing up a first mixed doubles trophy at Wimbledon. Stefani with the serve, Salisbury with the defensive volley. Siniakova, did she find that backhand? Yes, she did. Cross-court passing winner. And here we go, the receivers have the first point. Love 15.
Yeah, I think it's Verbeek a return. What made a difference in this point, very good body return straight to the Salisbury body. And then not great reaction from from Salisbury, and Siniakova again produced that out wide, short out wide backhand winner. Beautiful. She did it a few times already in this match. Just have a feel of those angles.
Speaking of angles, brilliant volley put away from Salisbury. High backhand set up by a well-placed Stefani serve. So good combat of the early deficit.
Also new balls this game for Stefani. As a player, you always love when the new balls come at your serve, because it adds up that few extra miles of speed.
But how much do you love it if the ball actually comes back?
You don't.
And there's a high chance of that happening right now because Stefani has missed her first delivery. So at 3-4 and 15 all, Verbeek, who's bouncing on the balls of his feet, just a step behind the baseline, he gets a look at a second serve. The lefty moves around. He was hoping to get it on his forehand, and he does. It's the angle winner. He was almost stuck because he was so desperate to get the forehand, but it proved effective, and it gets them out in front once more, 15-30.
Yeah, I was not sure how intentional that angle was from Verbeek, but clearly he wanted to go inside out forehand, but just it was way too good, and I think he was a little bit late and close to the body. The ball was into his racket of Verbeek, so in the end it was an awesome shot.
A cute angle. And will this deficit be felt on the shoulders of the 27-year-old Brazilian? She has missed another first serve. And this is the first time the scoreboard has really been stretching away in the other direction. 3-4, 15-30, crunch moment in the set, getting to the business end, and it's a double fault.
It's pressure, right? It must
15,
be.
14.
Missing all the first serves. Throwing a double fault from Stefani, it's definitely pressure.
You see her lick her lips. She's looking more tense than she has done so far, Stefani. All smiles and bubbly energy on the Verbeek-Siniakova side of the net, and a bit of stress now for Stefani, the women's world number 29, previously career high 9 at the end of 2021. And looking for her first Grand Slam title since Australian Open Mixed Doubles 2023. Cheap point as Verbeek's attacking forehand on the return goes into the net, but still a set point for Verbeek and Siniakova.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a tentative forehand from Verbeek. You could see him shadowing that forehand again. Yeah, and that's what I feel actually playing in doubles mostly, and more than playing on the mixed side. But I feel return is the most difficult part in doubles or mixed, just because you have 0 angles to play, and when you feel slightly under pressure, you just feel wherever you play, there are going to be a net player covering that. And when you come at this stage that you just feel there is no free spots where to put your return, it's just like you feel that pressure, and you just play worse and worse.
Well, no angles mentioned right on cue, because that was a devastating body serve from Stefani into Siniakova. Shut her out of the points, and it was a break point saved. So deuce now for Stefani. Can't find the first delivery into Verbeek, so the pressure still very much on here. Over half an hour played. No breaks to speak of as yet, but at 3-4 and deuce, we are heading into the high-pressure moments of the opening set of this final. It's a touch pick-up volley from Stefani, and Verbeek just misses off the back of it. It was such a well-placed return down to the feet, but he couldn't follow up.
Yeah, it was a massive opportunity for Verbeek to finish with that approach forehand shot. It was a bit of a awkward shot from his racket. I think he just framed it in the end. Maybe not enough footsteps on that forehand. Bit too far away, maybe was too excited to get this opportunity. Sometimes when you play and all that adrenaline kicks in and you're too excited, you know, you see it with your eyes, but you forget to actually hit the ball.
Smash volley, high and ferocious from Luisa Stefani, who smiles now and pumps a few in the direction of her team in the corner. They were on their feet applauding, because that was a critical moment for Luisa Stefani and Jo Salisbury to come through. Makes it 4 games apiece.
And Stefani would appreciate the British crowd behind their team as well. See more and more people coming back after those 2 semi-finals previously, coming back to their seats. Just like such a perfect time to watch some tennis, especially if you're in a shadow. Soon it will be, I think, shadowed everywhere soon.
Yeah, the whole court encompassed. There's just below us, we're in the upper echelons of the stands in the commentary box here on centre court, and just a patch of the crowd in front of us towards the royal box still have a bit of golden sunlight on top of them. It's a smash volley from Siniakova, a nice feathered, oh no, the ball kid ran onto the court thinking the point was done. I'm not entirely sure why, because Salisbury had the floaty backhand slice in play.
During the rally, causing hindrance, we're going to replay the point.
I'm sure we're gonna see the replay, but it's interesting because a few days ago in the morning show we had a few ball boys and ball girls came to the show and spoke about that, and they've been asked actually by Nick Monroe what would be the worst nightmare for you as a ball kid, and they said to move during the point.
The second time I've seen it this grass court season. Otherwise, the most memorable one was Victor Troitsky against Andy Murray at Roland Garros, and I believe it was 2011. There was a long, long argument with the chair umpire. He'd gone up to smash a ball in the forecourt. The hardcore fans know all about that one, I think. But this is a replayed point. Better the first point of the game than the last, and it is retaken to effect by Verbeek and Siniakova. Volley punched away by the woman from Czechia. And Joe Salisbury, with his backhand slice previous, is going to feel a little hard done to that it's 15 love and not love 15.
Yeah, great hands for Siniakova at the net just to block that forehand volley. I mean, all net plays about cutting the angles, how you move forward, your position. It's not actually about how you play your volleys technically. It's more about moving forward, attacking the ball and cutting the angles.
Forehand inside in from Verbeek has a lot of dip on it, and even Stefani's hand skills could not manage to navigate the net from that deficit. So 4-all and 30 love on the Verbeek serve, and we've spoken about his rise up the rankings to world number 31. This time last year, he put out a public call for help on social media because he and his partner for the men's doubles were third alternates, which meant that they did not have their accommodation costs covered. And he was asking if there was anyone in Wimbledon Village who was kind enough to open up their home to himself and his coach to help them out until he moved into the alternates range. And that is how far he's come in 12 months to be here playing in a final at the championships. He takes a forehand on to the forehand of Salisbury. The backhand volley is wide from Stefani, so triple game point here.
So did they find in the way in
they
the
did,
end? Yes.
yeah. I think they were actually inundated with people who were willing to help out. And look, it's a very loving tennis community and very hospitable people out there. You'll go to a lot of lower level tournaments in this country, and housing is an option because people are just willing to open up their homes to help out these players who have a traveling lifestyle. And if you're ranked outside the top 100, you're not earning a whole lot of money.
No.
You're not breaking even on what you're spending most seasons. So for Verbeek, who was ranked down the rankings at that point in time, it would have made a lot of difference to have that assistance. They did move into the main draw in the end. They did get a win in the main draw, and they have himself and Katerina Siniakova held that service game here on centre court this evening. So 5-4 and one game away from taking the first set of his first ever Grand Slam final.
So what I hope that those people got a nice pair of tickets for today's final.
There would have been something, I'm sure. We need to get an
what
update
a story,
on that one.
yes.
Yeah, huge story. But yeah, it's just the added pressure of being further down the rankings and coming to these big events. You just want to be able to focus on what happens on the court, but the uncertainty of if you're even going to get into the tournament, it will make such a difference to have that comfort factor off the court and just a few less logistical things to worry about, Olga.
Yeah, but it's quite impressive now if you're like coming here, even if you're third in alternate, it means you're probably just outside of top 100 in the world of the best players. How many tennis players play, tennis? It's probably more than 10,000 people, and you're the best, the very best at your profession. And to have those kind of problems still, it shows how tough this sport is.
Absolutely brutal. And Actually, Jacob Meyer, who's been the coach of Sem Verbeek for some time, stressed to me before this final. He said nothing clicked for Sem. He always had the level, but you can be a Grand Slam champion, top 10 level player, but because there's so much depth in the sport, you can actually be having to play on the ATP Challenger Tour, which is the step below the main tour level. That's where Verbeek found himself even at the very beginning of this season and much of last season, just because the strength of the field is so much. Joe Salisbury knows a little about that, as the forehand goes middle from Verbeek, gets the winner. So Salisbury serving to keep his team in this opening set, and it goes to 15 all at 4-5 and serving. Yes, Salisbury I saw for the first time at a Challenger event here in the UK in 2018, and he was partnering a guy you might have heard of called Frederick Nielsen. And I watched them play and said to whoever was with me, these guys could win Wimbledon. A handful of weeks later, they were in the Wimbledon semi-finals very quickly off the back of playing one of those lower level tournaments. So the margins are so fine, and that can be frustrating, but it can also be really motivational as well. This is Luisa Stefani backing off to nail the overhead winner. High five with Salisbury as they inch out in front, 30-15 here on center court.
And Stefani is one of the best at actually hitting those overheads. Whoever you ask on WTA Tour who plays doubles, they all say about Stefani that she is very strong at overheads.
Okay.
So you don't want to lob against her, maybe.
And what is that? Is that the footwork? What's coming into play?
Yeah, it's a very, very challenging shot, and it's mainly footwork and your focus on the ball.
As Salisbury smashes a volley, the ball comes back, rolls off the net cord from Siniakova. What a pickup from Stefani that sends Verbeek sprawling into the net. The dynamic of that rally changed incredibly quickly, and the adjustments were made by Salisbury and Stefani, 40-15.
I think Stefani and Salisbury got really lucky on that point, because it was not a great placement from Stefani. It was quite an easy... She tried to go for a drop shot, but it didn't really work. Got lucky to get a mistake from the other team.
Oh, off the shoelaces, but he can't pick it up. Salisbury, he was going for the serve and volley, and Verbeek found just the right spot. It was the bullseye on the dartboard, and it keeps himself and Siniakova in this return game. They are still a game away from the opening set, but Salisbury and Stefani still have a game point here. Edging towards the 45-minute mark on center court. Salisbury 4-5, 40-30. Aces out wide beyond Siniakova, who can't even stretch the racket out. So well placed was that attempt. 10 games played. Guess how many breaks? Big fat 0.
We are getting closer to my prediction about tie breaks, but let's see. Pressure is building up towards to close this set. Siniakova is serving.
And from the right-hand side of the umpire's chair, she does it into Salisbury, who took the ball on the rise, but couldn't keep it down towards the net. Swatted away as the volley by Verbeek. And we've definitely clicked into something of a rhythm out here on center court as far as the serving games go. Nice little leg up for Siniakova, 15 love. The world #1, just collapsing into the first serve. It goes down into the net. Stefani with the neon orange racket frame. She bends low over it and just stays a fraction behind the baseline. Second serve kicks up into her. She wasn't quite ready for it, so touches a lob return. Now goes down into Verbeek. Oh, what happened there?
I think that, it probably touched her body, Stefani's body, yeah.
It went back across the net, but it wasn't a touch with the racket. We're going to see a replay actually on our screen here in the commentary box. This happened quickly. So Siniakova drives the forehand. Volley goes down into Verbeek, and she tries to jump out of the way, Stefani. So it went back, but it went back off her body, I think off her torso or her upper leg. Doesn't count. Siniakova then with the bit of daylight on the board at 5 all and 30 love. Should that count?
The body touch?
The body volley.
No, but it's tough to judge, right? Because the chair umpire doesn't have a replay.
Second service.
And I feel actually it would be nice for a chair umpire to have a replay as well.
Yes,
The
video
computer-
replay.
Yeah, video replay, so they can actually, especially because it goes so quick at a rally exchange at the net when all 4 players are there, it's tough to keep it up and to see exact what happened. And if you're not sure and it's a final of Grand Slam, you know, you don't want to make any mistakes. Double fault again from Katerina Siniakova. I mean, Czech tennis is just blooming, right? Whatever draw you look, women's, men's, doubles.
They're a winning machine.
Mixed doubles, juniors. It's
14,
always bunch
15.
of Czech players. It's incredible, their school of tennis. And I think it's like a snowball effect. You know, more players they produce, more successful they are. They look at each other and they try to compete with each other. And then the youngsters, they're growing up.
A huge strength in depth as Siniakova sets up Verbeek for another volley punched away. He's piled up so many fist pumps, Verbeek, tonight. There's probably enough to fill his entire tournament, and yet he doesn't seem low on energy at all. They have guaranteed themselves, Verbeek and Siniakova, at least a tiebreak from this opening set of the first final of the 2025 championships here on centre court. And you mentioned the Czech success, Olga. Siniakova, a long-time doubles partner on and off of last year's women's singles champion, Barbora Krejcikova. They were playing together from the junior days, and she has won the majority of her Grand Slam titles with Krejcikova. They have 7 titles as a team.
Yeah, I have to say it's quite an incredible story about Krejcikova. You know, she was always playing singles, but then she becomes so successful in the doubles and mixed draw, and together with Siniakova, and she kind of put all her focus in that, and they won so many titles together and Grand Slams. And then, you know, a few years ago, I think she signed for singles, as you always do. Even if you play, your focus is on doubles, you always sign. And she thinks she qualified and won the title in Dubai. And then suddenly the belief kicked in, you know, because the game was always there. But it's not easy, because if you're constantly playing doubles and mixed, you know, you're only covering kind of half of the court. So to be fit physically, to go from that to singles tour, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a tough task. Credit to Siniakova. We mentioned at the very beginning of this final that she hasn't played more in the mixed doubles because of trying to balance the singles and the women's doubles, where she is reigning world #1, ended a 4th season as world #1 in 2024. In the singles, she is still keeping herself afloat inside the top 100. She's a current ranking of 81, has cracked the world's top 30. And it was after her second round loss here at Wimbledon to Naomi Osaka that she turned to Sem Verbeek and said, "I can play the mixed with you." Turned out to be a good decision. First ever mixed doubles final tonight for Siniakova, and we could be on track for a first tiebreak of the night. It's a volley put away by Joe Salisbury, set up by Luisa Stefani from the back of the court, and 2 points away from that tiebreak that Olga Savchuk predicted a good 20 minutes or so ago.
I mean, return is just crucial in this game. You have to find that free spot on the court, which is so not easy, especially if good serve comes at you.
Stefani was going for the serve and volley move, misses out wide. The orange racket frame glows ever brighter in the dimming shadow on center court. Serves, double fault. Just a couple that we've seen. Verbeek has taken a slap at some of the returns, so she would have felt the pressure from the 31-year-old from the Netherlands. Just a little bit of a helping hand into this game. Verbeek is a bundle of energy. I don't think he stopped moving since his side walked out onto this court around about 50 minutes ago.
So positive as well, with a smile.
Siniakova with a very positive return. Forehand slap downwards, the backhand up the line, followed up, time on the forehand, but Stefani's hand skills keep the point alive to the point that Verbeek puts a forehand into the middle of the net, and that's a huge point. Could have been 30 all, but instead it's 2 game points.
40-15.
I think it's also a great partnership for Siniakova, because she tends to go a bit negative on herself on the court, and I think to have someone who is so pumped and good, like great, like energy ball out there, just to cheer herself.
Particularly in the mixed doubles, energy can do so much.
And the momentum could change so quickly. Just, you know, sometimes it takes just 1 point and suddenly the game changes. So you always have to be positive. You cannot allow yourself to react really for a long time, because again, the game is so quick and the points are so short.
An extended discussion between Stefani and Salisbury after the initial connection with the net cord. A reflex volley from Stefani on her way up the court. A stretch volley from Salisbury that puts the opponents on the ascent. But it's a lob volley from Stefani that draws the error from Siniakova. What adjustments from the Brazilian. And it does seal a first set tiebreak here on center court. No breaks to speak of.
I think it's Stefani who absolutely won this point. I mean, when you play against her, when she's at the net, you could see she make you play all these awkward shots and makes you, you know, overplay.
Yeah, spread arms from Verbeek, who in his body language, his general demeanor, seemed to believe that his side were going to get the breakthrough and avoid the dangerous territory of the tiebreak. But it is the Dutchman who finds himself serving first, left-hand side of the chair umpire, with that unique service motion, starting racket behind the head. He twiddles the racket in his hands and stares down Joe Salisbury, and taking in some of the hand signals from behind the back of Katerina Siniakova, who's squatted right down below the height of the net. Goes into the body, does Verbeek, with the serve. Then the forehand down the line into the forehand of Salisbury. Stefani looking to intercept. She does. Slower ball in front of Verbeek, taking forehand, cross-court, the backhand deep into the forehand of Verbeek from Salisbury. Now the off forehand into the forehand of Verbeek, and he's just lost control. Has the 31-year-old. The forehand balloons long, and the opening mini break is for Salisbury and Stefani.
Yeah, what a rally. The longest rally probably of this match so far. And it's Verbeek who felt under pressure with his forehand. Didn't manage to stay committed to it. Great hands again from Stefani. Few good quick reactions there. I really like Siniakova movement at the net as well. She was trying to fake a little bit to put pressure.
Ducking and weaving, but the pressure now on Verbeek and the women's world #1, because Joe Salisbury serves with the opening mini break. 1-0. First serve missed. Siniakova will still stay back. Stefani in the forecourt on her side of the court. Double fault from Joe Salisbury.
1-0.
So both players, both teams
feeling it
here. Yeah. As you would after a set that's been this close. 51 minutes played, no breaks of serve. Quality play from both sides, each team having their moments. Salisbury backwards cap, takes his time with the serve, still can't find the box, down into the net. Communication is with Stefani, who is offering the hand signals. She's gone a little more into the, almost into the I formation. She is fractionally to the side of the T line. Into the body goes Salisbury. It's the forehand winner on the return from Verbeek, who will feel he has redeemed himself, saw the approach coming, responded in style, and the scoreboard has flipped the other way. It'll be Siniakova serving at 2-1.
And Verbeek has just such a nice shape on that forehand. He managed to put it in their feet. Doesn't need to go full power most of the time.
He's got that natural spin with the lefty element of his
shape.
game. Yeah, nice arc on the forehand side. It's now Verbeek crouching down in the forecourt, and Siniakova catching the bug of not quite being able to land the first serve. Goes long to Stefani.
More and more time players take between their serves.
Is it the moment? Siniakova drifts to the back of the service box. Good enough to set up Verbeek for the volley down into Salisbury. Too much heat for the Brit. And so that's 3 points in a row for Siniakova and Verbeek at 3-1.
Just feel that Siniakova, Verbeek slightly, maybe slightly more aggressive Then Salisbury and Stefani just putting more pressure.
Verbeek bending down below the height of the net in the forecourt, allowing the body serve into Salisbury, which is capitalized on. Slap, backhand volley down into Stefani, seals the deal. And Verbeek and Siniakova really threatening to stretch the lead now. If they win this next point, which will be on the return, they'll have a healthy advantage heading into the change of ends.
But it's incredible. I mean, you play toe-to-toe set of tennis, and then suddenly you don't even realize how in 1 second you're 4-1 down. That shows how quick points can go in mixed doubles.
Yeah, particularly mixed doubles on the grass courts.
Yeah.
Stefani at 1-4 in points, serves wide to the backhand of Siniakova. A back behind volley, is it, from Stefani, but the reach from Verbeek is too much. Down into the feet. Again, he raises his hands in apology because nothing was meant by it, but the precision, too much for the British-Brazilian pairing, and that is the 5-1 advantage in points.
Again, such an advantage for him to be that tall. He has such a long reach, and being left, you just feel he covers most of the courts, especially when he's close at the net.
Tallest player on court, Verbeek, who's beaming widely, 6'4", just an inch taller than 6'3" Joe Salisbury, and that was a tricky period for the Brit, who actually had a real growth spurt in his younger years, grew 1 foot in a short space of time, and it resulted in a back fracture that he had to deal with and kept him out of competition for some time. So he's come through some adversity, the 33-year-old, to get to where he is today, one of the world's best doubles players. And in a bit of a tricky situation now, Stefani serving, Salisbury with the leaping overhead, and Stefani having to use her hand skills in the forecourt, Salisbury doing the same. Verbeek and Siniakova are asking the questions, the ball will come back, and the forehand will be put away by Stefani. She stayed nicely on the balls of her feet, under pressure, under scrutiny, comes through for 2-5.
What a point. Again, I think Salisbury did so well to save that overhead. He had to really go behind him and stretch and jump. And Stefani, great coverage again on top of the net to finish that point. Still in the game, always still chances.
It's on the serve, though, of Sam Verbeek, and if he can just hold these 2 service points, that'll be the first set in the bag. Easier said than done for the man in his first Grand Slam final. Big lefty serve, though, to set him up for the drive into the forehand of Stefani. Now it's Siniakova with time on the ball. She smashes into Salisbury, and now both Siniakova and Verbeek in the forecourt, trying to put the volleys away. We're on to about the 5th, and it's still not put to bed. Verbeek with the sliding volley, the pickup from Stefani. The forehand is long from Siniakova. What a point! And what a mini triumph for Salisbury and Stefani, who is summoning the thick crowd here on centre court to get behind the Brazilian-British duo. What hand skills.
I mean, this is the best point of this match so far. Stefani and Siniakova going at each other at the net. It looked like absolute ping-pong game. And what a disappointment in the end for Siniakova, because you just felt that they were on top of this point and they were the ones who dictating.
And they dictated for some time. The ball just kept coming back. Ping-pong, as you say. So Verbeek with the serve, but he has to lean out of the forehand back behind. Siniakova looking to get involved in the forecourt, but lets the ball go for Verbeek, who's now going toe-to-toe with Salisbury. Puts a little bit more loop on his forehand. Interception is good from Siniakova. And that takes herself and Sam Verbeek to 6-3 triple set point, and Verbeek is full-on fist-pumping like they've actually won the tournament. That was a huge moment to come through.
And what a reaction from Siniakova. She was just rowing after the point, and what a great point for her to recover also after that previous one. Can hear from the crowd, you know what to do. I don't know to who.
Sounded like Verbeek's coach, actually, from the box. It's Verbeek and Siniakova with the opportunities. The triple set point, serve and volley from Salisbury. Backhand with venom from Siniakova. And now the forehand. Forehand on top of the court for Verbeek. Does it draw the error? Yes, it does. Stefani goes long. Hand skills have been superb, but just enough heat applied by Sam Verbeek and Katerina Siniakova. And after almost an hour of high-quality tennis here on centre court, world #1 Siniakova and Sam Verbeek in his first ever Grand Slam final are 1 set to the good after a tremendous tiebreak.
I mean, what a great set of tennis, especially in this tiebreak.
7-6. And into a second set that Verbeek and Siniakova will look to claim for the trophy.
Such a good quality from all 4 players on the court in this tiebreak. Was very fascinating to watch. Some really, really good battles in the point, long rallies. Really loved that volleys to volley exchange from the girls, from Stefani against Siniakova. Very quick reactions as well.
And something of note that is not so technical, I don't think they ever stopped smiling, Verbeek and Siniakova, whether they won the points or whether they lost them. The energy was on a high throughout. They were really embracing the occasion.
Verbeek, yes. Siniakova, I saw her stopping, smiling after that point that she lost the opportunity, right, in that exchange of the volley.
The one time.
Yes, one time. But overall, they look a bit more positive and more pumped and maybe a bit higher energy than the opponents.
Well, you'd expect it to stay that way after the culmination of that too close to call set. No breaks of serve. The mini breaks had to do in the tie break. A little bit of chop and change at the beginning of proceedings, but when Verbeek and Siniakova mounted momentum, they did not look back. Joe Salisbury will be thankful for the serving advantage at the beginning of this second set. The Brit, former world #1, still looking for a first Wimbledon trophy, was runner-up alongside Harriet Dart in this mixed doubles event in 2021, lost to his fellow Brit, Neil Skupski, who was alongside Desiree Kravchuk. Second serve from Salisbury, taken on by Verbeek. The forehand lob from Siniakova lacks a bit of height, but Verbeek keeps them in the exchange. Now he slots a backhand volley down. Great cupped forehand volley winner, angled from Stefani, who's clenching the fist. And that's the first point for the serving duo at 15 love.
A great volley touch from Stefani. She did so well at taking the pace of that volley and just drop shot at it. But also Joe Salisbury, we know he's one of the most physically prepared doubles player on the tour. Also, as you mentioned, come from college, so a team player, very athletic.
30 love.
Yeah, that does mean he's come up against a lot of crunch moments. And I feel that with the doubles players in general, Olga. That was an unreturned serve out wide by Salisbury for 30 love. On the regular tour, where the match tiebreak in place of a third set so often comes into play, you're under so much scrutiny, you're under that spotlight, and in those big time moments so often that it can become a little more routine than it would for your average player.
Yeah, I have to say it's breathtaking when you have to play a deciding tiebreak. It takes so much nerves from you, and every that's a
40 love.
I think it was a not up from Siniakova in that point. It was quite a short volley from Salisbury, and now Siniakova and Verbeek are sure. I think they're talking to umpire. They're sure it was a one bounce only from Siniakova.
I gotta say, she got up to it pretty quickly, Siniakova.
Yeah.
From our perspective, and we are way up the stands, but I wouldn't have expected that to be a double bounce, but the call has to be made quickly.
Again, we need a... Oh, yeah, it was one bounce. That's what I see on the
boy.
replay, yeah.
Well, not a wonder that they were arguing it.
Yeah.
The difference between 30-15 and what is now 40 love is quite substantial. I think that was a catch from the ball boy. Well done.
But again, coming back to that super tiebreak, I think it's like nothing more scares you than playing a super tiebreak in doubles or mixed doubles. Seriously, it's just such a nerve-wracking 10 minutes of your life.
Biggest nightmare in the sport.
Yeah, and you feel it's just like not... It's like a lottery, not much depends on you, because it's only a few points. By maybe be unlucky, you know, you lose your serve and that's it.
Yeah, it can swing very quickly.
It's very, though, for the public, it's very
entertaining.
Entertaining because it's a lot of drama. But as a player, you're always like, takes 5 years out of your life.
Wonder how Salisbury's feeling here. 40-15 in a second serve. Verbeek into the net. He's gone big on some of these returns. Has the Dutchman, and occasionally to effect. He had tagged Stefani just on the point previously. I think that's about 3 times now that he's hit one of the opposition, but Salisbury and Stefani not thrown, hold to open the second set. And there is a bit of a change up this time around, because in the opening set they were always serving second, and now they get to hold the scoreboard advantage. Over an hour played here on centre court at 1-love in set 2.
Yeah, not easy actually, to good point, to serve second in the match, especially in doubles again and mixed, because you're constantly feeling that you're under pressure. And we just saw Stefani on a quick changeover stretching her hip. Hopefully she's feeling all right. Again, so many short movements on the grass, stop and start movements and side to sides, and yeah, have to be so careful.
A lot of tennis played by all 4 competitors. Only Siniakova still going in either the men's or the women's doubles. Herself and Taylor Townsend, the defending champions, scheduled to face the very crafty Shea Suwei and Yelena Ostapenko, the number 4 seeds, tomorrow. But
that's a popcorn match.
Yeah, that's a hugely popcorn match.
Worth watching.
Not to be missed. It's actually, I was looking at that one and wondering who would come through. It's very hard to call from the outset. You got a pick?
I would probably go with Suwei and Ostapenko. I don't know, have a feel.
Salisbury just sliding away a return winner there with the slice, so it's love 1 and love 15. Yeah, they've had form, haven't they, Ostapenko and Shea Suwei. Final at the Australian Open.
Yeah, but also, like, I feel just such a style difference, and it's great to combine both of these styles. Ostapenko have a huge firepower and so solid, and you know, we know Suwei, she just magic touch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true complementers of each other. And credit to Yelena Ostapenko, who has been right up at the top of the singles game and Grand Slam champion there, and has really put the shift in doubles over the last season, getting herself up inside the top 4 in that discipline. It's Verbeek on top of the court, and he shanks a forehand, leans right out of it, the Dutchman. From the sounds, I think that ball found its way into the crowd somewhere, but we are right up under the rafters here, and Josh Salisbury staring in our opposite direction, which is behind the chair umpire. I think that went right up to the top of the court.
And I would say it will never come back to the court.
So it's a little serious now for Sem Verbeek, staring at love 1 and 15-30 at the beginning of the second set into the body of Stefani, who just misses the backhand down the line. She leans back in frustration and then turns to look at the big screen, which does confirm that ball fractionally wide. So the leveler for Verbeek and Siniakova, 30 all.
I was just still terrified thinking about the super tiebreak. And I have to say, I always felt like when you play doubles or mixed doubles that by winning a set, you pretty much don't have any advantage, because it just takes the same one set for the others to win, and then it's this lottery.
Yeah.
So I feel you can't gain the confidence really by winning a first set. It's still like you're at the same confidence level as you start the match.
This is true, but not relevant in this match, because if they go down the wire here at a Grand Slam, it will be a full third set, and that is something that Salisbury and Stefani are really gunning for. The reaction was for a huge falling backhand return from Salisbury that went angle cross for the winner, and now Verbeek is facing break point on his lefty serve, which he goes out wide with. It is an ace, cuts through the corner of the service box. Nothing Stefani can do about it, out of her hands, and to deuce we go.
Typical lefty out wide serve on the ad side to Stefani, even though you know when you play against lefties that you're gonna get this serve often, and you try to cover it. It's just they have such an angle there.
Drops the toss on this occasion. So do you think Stefani should be covering that a little more?
Yes, but even when you cover, I just feel left-handed players, they for some reason have a better angle on that ad serve than the right-handed players.
Lob return used effectively by Salisbury. Verbeek is scampering at the back of the court. Now it's a venomous overhead from Salisbury, but Verbeek gets the ball back in play on his forehand side. Backhand into the forehand volley of Stefani. Into the net goes Siniakova. It will be another break point for Salisbury and Stefani.
Great point, great recovery there from Salisbury. Again, few overheads he played, he had to save it, and constantly moving forward together with Stefani, just adding that pressure. And it's Siniakova backhand side, which went downhill this time, and that's one of her strongest sides. She can normally hit that backhand cross court or down the line with closed eyes.
So with the back and forth nature of deuce, it is Stefani who has to convert here. And she gets a second serve to look at. Siniakova crouching very close to the tee line. Verbeek with the serve out wide to the backhand, just the tiniest bunt across the net from Stefani, and destroyed by Siniakova. The smash volley put away. There was a moment where her heart would have been in her mouth because that ball barely crossed the net, but she dealt with it.
That was quite bold from Salisbury to go that close to the net, just in front of Siniakova overhead. That could end quite badly for him.
Went for the distraction tactic, didn't he? Smack bang in front, but had to hide beneath the net cord to avoid collateral damage. So it is deuce once more. Verbeek serving out wide, missing his initial delivery. The world number 31, career high of 29, achieved as recently as May by Sem Verbeek, who was ranked towards the edge of the world's top 100 this time last year when he approached the championships as an alternate. Backhand return line is wide from Salisbury, who hangs his head for a moment. The high five with Stefani, but he will see that as an opportunity missed on his one-handed backhand. He's just mirroring how he would have liked to have played it, Salisbury. Big pressure on the Brazilian. Taps the neon orange racket frame into the ground, sways side to side. Verbeek goes for the lefty swinger. He just misses the mark and tips his head back in frustration.
Still another smile on his face.
Well, when Stefani missed the backhand return at the very beginning of this game, he kept running and high-fived someone in the front rows of the stands. That's how relaxed he is at his first Grand Slam final, allowing himself to embrace the occasion, and he embraced the moments of pressure there. Unreturned body serve to 27-year-old Stefani. It is one game each in the second set. One service hold each in set number 2. And so after around about an hour and 15 played, no breaks of serve, still a tie break required for Sem Verbeek and Katerina Siniakova to take the lead out here on center court.
Great recovery in the end from Verbeek in this second game. They were questioned, they were under pressure. But
and now Stefani serving for herself and Joe Salisbury, both of them quickly in the forecourt. Siniakova with a response and a half, though, the cross-court backhand winner, and the raw to back it. Love 15.
You have to mention it was a drive volley of the low ball, backhand winner, cross-court, past the Salisbury. Again, that angle, but how not easy it was to come out with this shot. Low, it was bouncing so low, and she took it off the drive volley, backhand side. I mean, what a skillful player she is.
Well, she almost played the two opponents at singles, and now she's catching fire. The off forehand return winner from Katerina Siniakova to give her side a real platform at love 30.
And feeling the momentum right now, they have to take this advantage.
She was laughing at her own brilliance after the cross-court backhand passing winner, Siniakova, and the smile is still there after the return winner. Stefani with everything to deal with right now. One game apiece and love 30. Her side already down a set. The punch volley from Salisbury. The backhand winner from Sem Verbeek, who full-on fist pumps the air as he takes his side to love 40.
I absolutely love watching him and his energy. I mean, he just brings this game to another level. It was brilliant down the line passing shot from Verbeek.
Outrageous stuff from the Dutchman, who spent the entire 2023 season on the ATP Challenger Tour, was still mixing in those competitions last year as he began his ascent up the sport. What a stage and what an opportunity. The triple break point becomes just 2 as Salisbury leaps into an overhead, but still opportunity for Verbeek and Siniakova.
Huge pressure on Stefani's serve right now. Desperately need first serve. You would probably actually go a bit slower pace and maybe slice body against Verbeek. As we know, guys don't like those kind of serves.
Can she find the mark?
Second serve.
And there's a fair amount to feed off for Verbeek and Siniakova because they've seen this from Stefani before, just with the serve. Not the strongest of her weapons. Second serve's going into Verbeek. He takes the backhand cross-court punch volley from Salisbury. The pickup from Siniakova. Now it's Verbeek with time on the ball. And it's a punch volley winner from Stefani. Credit to the 27-year-olds.
Yeah, great. Again, volley reaction from Stefani. Managed to put a short volley, drop volley in the end. And you just felt like it was a bit of an opportunity here in this point for Siniakova and Verbeek. Siniakova was playing so stable with her backhand side. And you just felt one more shot and maybe they will win this point.
So will it be third time lucky? Stefani just testing the toss. Salisbury standing shoulders up in the forecourt. Goes into the forehand of Siniakova. It's a dig approach volley from Stefani, who's now stretched up on the backhand, and it's Verbeek who puts the winner away on top of the court. He suffocates the net. He raises another fist pump. High five Siniakova. That is the first break of the match after an hour and 15 minutes played, and it puts Verbeek and Siniakova in a first-time partnership. A set and a break to the good on center court. And a reminder that Katerina Siniakova, the 29-year-old Czech who has done it all, won it all in the doubles, apart from a Grand Slam mixed doubles title, is now zoning in on that achievement.
I mean, what a smart way was to finish this point. First, the return from Siniakova managed to put right in Stefani's feet. And knowing that Stefani usually moves straight forward after her serve, just that placement, and then the second shot from Siniakova again, trying to play that inside-out forehand, shorter forehand again, trying to put it in Stefani's feet. And now we see a medical time taken by Stefani. Probably something to do with that hip flexor that she was stretching. Few changeovers again.
You clocked that, Olga,
yeah,
a little earlier on. She's downing some fluids here and ongoing conversation with the trainer.
Probably will take a medical time.
Have you seen it affect her during play at all?
Not yet, no. I think it's easy also to hide in doubles and mixed. It's just too much action and tough to notice. But yeah, you could see her touching that hip flexor and trying to relax. Maybe if it is that place, maybe she would have to go off court to do some treatment.
You would see her indicating to it again, and as she does, she exposes the tattoo on the outside of her left arm, the Olympic rings. That is a tribute to the bronze medal that she won alongside Laura Pigossi at the Tokyo Olympics, which were 2020 but played in 2021. And when she accomplished that feat, she became the first Brazilian to win an Olympic medal in tennis. And for the Brazilians, Olga, that means a whole heap. The Olympic Games mean everything to that nation.
Yes, and I mean, the pair that they beat for that bronze medal, it was Vesnina Kudermetova. You know, it was huge, and it took, I think, everybody by surprise. And we know that Pigossi is not playing that much double. She's more concentrated on singles events, and it was big surprise for everybody how they managed to win that match. And as you said, Olympics, maybe not for every tennis player is huge, but for a lot of nations it is big. And if you also have a sporty family, it is big in your family as well.
Yes, Stefani said at the time, for me the Olympics is the best sporting event in the world. So despite already holding a Grand Slam trophy, herself and Rafael Matos winning the Australian Open mixed doubles in 2023, I think that's still the career highlight for the 27-year-old. If herself and Joe Salisbury can turn this around tonight, then maybe this will be up there too, but it doesn't look great for Stefani at the moment. There is a medical timeout here, and she's lying out on her back on a towel on the court. So for the time being, staying out here on center court. But is this still the assessment stage, or have they called a medical timeout just yet?
No, I think it started. The medical time has started now. But what would you take, the Olympic medal or Wimbledon title? What
Olga, I would take anything I could get since I've not been on the court professionally myself. If I got close to either of those, my life would be complete. See you later. What would you take?
That's a tough one, but I come from track and field family, so I would take Olympics. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I would still. You can't say no to Wimbledon title, right? It's the best. I mean, every probably young player, I mean, me, myself including, when you're growing up, you always say you want to win Wimbledon. You rarely hear players saying any other slam. Maybe later when they grow up and then they have their preferences, right, the surface and stuff. But when you're like young player, it's all you hear, Wimbledon, right? And
so did you say that as a young player?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't even know that it was played on grass, right? But it's just
Really?
like, it's the whole history about tennis and Wimbledon in particular, which, yeah. So, and then when I realized that it's on grass, I changed my mind. Yes, but yeah, for me, Olympics was also always big, and I think it's you can't beat those memories if you happen to be, you know, Olympian or Olympic. If you win any kind of medal there, it's just incredible feels. You can see Siniakova is serving.
Yeah, handling this well, Siniakova, just trying to keep the flow because they have just broken serve, so the momentum is with Siniakova and Verbeek, who is opting to sit down for the time being.
He's a bit too relaxed.
But his energy has been so high all the way through, the smiles and the fist bumps in the direction of his box. And I think we should mention that being from the Netherlands, it's just a hop across the channel. I'm aware that a few family and friends have been able to come today. And among those, I've been told, should be his mum. Now, his mum had a very severe stroke on the 27th of September last year. And it's quite incredible that she's still with us. She can't communicate, but she has been able to come to watch the match today. And something like that you go through must give you so much perspective on the court, and to be able to embrace big occasions like this rather than let them get on top of you.
Yeah, it is an incredible story, and to do it for your mom, you know, in Wimbledon center court, and to bring her that experience. I think for parents, you cannot be more proud seeing your kids, you know, out there at this stage. And it gives me goosebumps just to speak about this field, right, for her and for him as well, to do it in front of her.
Yeah, it was a very, very hard few months at the back end of last year, and all the more impressive that he was able to go out there, Sam Verbeek, alongside his good friend and doubles partner Andre Goranson in January, and have a career best run to the semi-finals of the Australian Open in the men's doubles event. Embrace the big stage. They got a match or two on Rod Laver Arena. He soaked it up. So even though he's by far the least experienced on this court, he's not without those prior matches that would have prepared him a little bit for the grand occasion of tonight. Good to see Luisa Stefani back on her feet, jumping on the balls of them next to Joe Salisbury. So she skips into the forecourt. She's just testing out her movement, her center of gravity, stretching. We do think it was the hip area. She was back down on the towel at the side of the court. But it's Katerina Siniakova, after 7 minutes of stoppage time, who is relaunching this clash. A tie-break set and 2-1 for herself and Verbeek, who borderline with the volley, but puts it through the middle, finds the baseline, and Salisbury and Stefani were staring at the big screen for confirmation because they weren't convinced.
Got a bit lucky there, Verbeek with his last volley, but I want to say a little bit of pressure here on Siniakova's serve. Again, it's been 7 minutes since they played the last rally, and this medical time, you know, just when they had a momentum and break of serve, not easy to start, but they're doing quite well in this game so far.
Great dynamic movement punch volley winner from Verbeek, so the lead is building. Salisbury with the backwards cap, all white of course, right down to the racket frame. Crouches behind the baseline. Siniakova's serve goes wide beyond his forehand, but also long, so a second delivery to come from the reigning world #1. Targeting a first ever Grand Slam mixed doubles trophy today, although she won mixed doubles gold last year alongside Thomas Mahach. The punch volley put away by Verbeek took his center of gravity down to meet the ball, and it is triple game points for the Czech-Netherlands pairing.
Again, the last 3 points went one way, and they all was finished by Verbeek volley, forehand volley.
Missed into the net by Siniakova. Stefani moving back and forth behind the baseline, going to be keeping an eye on the Brazilian after that lengthy medical timeout. Takes the backhand down the line, and it is easily dealt with by Verbeek. Well, they're getting closer. Reality does not seem to have dawned as yet. They're going with the rhythm that they've developed in the match so far, but that is a significant hold. It backs up the break and makes it 3-1, Olga, in this second set.
Yeah, and great hold of serve from Siniakova. She didn't hesitate. She didn't doubt herself after that quite a long break, medical break that they had, and still have that momentum, and they go with the flow in this match.
Serve, overhead, smash. The backhand response from Siniakova, the touch, forehand volley from Stefani, the scramble long from Verbeek. This feels like a must-hold service game for Salisbury and Stefani, so fine have been the margins, and now they are leaning in the direction of Verbeek and Siniakova, so a lot of scrutiny on Salisbury, the home player, as he serves from the right-hand side of the chair umpire. Goes tee. Pick up into the forecourt from Siniakova, takes the forehand middle, blocked down by Stefani, who's put under pressure with another forehand, and that volley is just bunted long. So Siniakova and Verbeek on the board here at 15 all.
If you look at the most points, of course, most of the rallies, guys and girls would try to attack girl at the net, right? Because they would think that she reacts slower there, but Stefani is just in charge of that net. Ooh, he made that return, Verbeek. I think he was surprised with his quality of this return.
Yeah, he absolutely lasered through it, and it was only when it was confirmed on the big screen that anyone really dawned upon reality. It was through the line, it was ferocious, and it does real damage on the scoreboard. Salisbury serving down a set, 1-3 and 15-30 in this second set, and he's missed the first delivery into Siniakova.
Could see also all smiles on Siniakova, dead reaction always in her box. So good to have a family member traveling with you.
Second serve barely catches the back of the box from Salisbury, but the bravery pays. Siniakova's on her knees as she puts a cross-court backhand into the net. And it is light relief for Salisbury and Stefani at 30 all. Not home yet.
I think Siniakova went again for that short out wide angle on that backhand and just a bit overplayed it. Now it's becoming a bit maybe more expected from her. Maybe throw some down the lines.
So that wide from Salisbury, the ball will not come back. Drifted wide at the line is Sam Verbeek's return.
40-30.
So game points to stay in touch for Salisbury and Stefani, who's kicking up her heels as she jogs to the forecourt, squats down below the height of the net cord, middle of the service box. First serve missed by Salisbury, percentage not great for the current world number 17 in this game. Short communication with Stefani, who has the hand signals with her left hand behind her back. Salisbury serves out wide to the backhand, southern volley. Verbeek offers an extra ball. It's a chop volley from Stefani and a stretch reach forehand, a pick up from Verbeek. Siniakova weaves effectively, covers the open court, but can't quite with the acute angle from Stefani. Cuts through the sideline, jogs to the sit down. It is a crucial hold for Salisbury and Stefani, but is still Verbeek and Siniakova who leads with the set advantage, claimed in a tiebreak, and 3-2 and serving in the second. Well, will they blink is the big question. The energy has been well maintained throughout. Verbeek very much leading. Siniakova having her skill set facilitated. She's come through with some absolutely clutch points. But would you expect there to be a few nerves if they get to the point where they are a game away, even with that break advantage?
Yes, definitely. And we know, again, how quick the momentum can turn around in these kind of matches and doubles and the mixed court. You know, again, the points are so short, you cannot get relaxed. And sometimes you almost want to be the one who is behind to, you know, to feel that edge always, that you have to be focused. And we also know how good, for example, Joe Salisbury backhand volley, especially first volley, is one of the best, I would say. So have to watch that too. We could see in the last rally he played quite a few backhand volleys out there, very, very good quality. And you know, usually the pair who have kind of nothing to lose anymore, they're losing the match, they can produce some real quality.
Well, we know the quality of both teams on court. Verbeek and Siniakova, victors over the top seeds in the opening round. And Salisbury and Stefani taking down the defending champions in the quarters. Something had to give tonight, and so far it's leaning in the direction of Verbeek and Siniakova, who have got the first point on Verbeek's serve here. So it's a set 3-2 and 15-love. The lone lefty on court with the ball in hand. The single wristband on his left wrist, serves out wide to Stefani, who's been struggling to handle the heat on that delivery, and it's setting up Siniakova nicely. She smashes away a volley with time, and the lead lengthens.
Both of the girls doing so well at covering the net tonight. Just finishing all the easy points.
Easy in theory. Not so much in the moment when it's a Grand Slam final at the Championships Wimbledon, but they're making it look easy. That's the quality of the competitors on court. An extra little discussion for the pair of 29-year-olds as the first serve is a let. No, Verbeek is 31, I beg your pardon. Muddled.
But it's interesting, actually, when it comes to the tight moments, most of the mistakes you see from the easy put-away volleys, right, when you're on top of the net. And that's, I think, the reason for that is because you never really train the easy shots. Ooh.
Nothing easy about this rally. Salisbury forced to back off. Verbeek had held his own from the back of the court in a moment of struggle, was looking jammed up, but he's got such a natural lift up the back of the forehand that clears the net and asks the question. And it set him nicely at triple game points. Siniakova crouching low towards the tee line, halfway up the service box.
First service.
Verbeek went for the big one down the tee, for once actually, into Stefani, and missed.
Would you be able to stay there at the net, Abigail, in the doing I formation?
With Verbeek serving?
Yes.
I wouldn't trust him, no.
You would just...
Well, she is crouched incredibly low, Siniakova. It should be said. She's on her haunches, and I don't think her head is even in line with the net cord,
but
so low
still,
as she's squatted. It's worrying. I did see someone get hit quite hard in the back of the head out on the outside courts earlier in the fortnight, and I think that prospect is more scary than the match tiebreak. I speak as a non-former player, Olga, but I would be more concerned about my mixed doubles partner cannoning one into the back of my skull.
You'd be just laying on the ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't be much help, that's for sure. First serve missed by Verbeek, doesn't make much difference. He's serving into Stefani, goes into the body. The high backhand return is put away by Siniakova. She raises a hand in apology. I don't think it was the cleanest hit, but really it was just good enough. And that is a set and 4-2. Verbeek and Siniakova edging ever closer to that first Wimbledon mixed doubles trophy. They are just 2 games shy of it now.
And again, all the pressure on Stefani right now. It's absolutely must-win game for her and for Joe Salisbury.
So the pressure is well and truly on for Luisa Stefani. The Brazilian has been here before, serving to keep her side in touch. They trail by a set, and there's daylight on the scoreboard in the wrong direction from their perspective here in the second. 2-4 and 15 love after the T serve goes unresponded to. Encouragement from Salisbury, who squatted in the forecourt. Stefani with the serve. Tee to the forehand of Siniakova into the middle of the net, so light relief for the 27-year-olds, who did have the lengthy medical timeout just a handful of minutes ago.
And still fighting. Good energy for Salisbury and Stefani. Good fist pump from Stefani. So realizing that it could only take few points to change everything.
Yeah, momentum can switch so quickly. Joe Salisbury with another overhead leaning out of the shot. He's handled those incredibly well tonight, the 33-year-old, and Siniakova goes long off the heat on this one. So it is triple game points for Luisa Stefani.
Yeah, and then you never know. It's, I believe it's gonna be Siniakova serve after. You never know.
If the moment might get to the server, or if the heat from the receivers might do that for her. It's a great approach, serve and volley from Stefani from below the height of the net. Siniakova now taking on the forehand into the forehand volley of Salisbury. Misses the angle cross-court pass on this occasion. She's made it before. She wanted more magic, but it won't happen this time. And the centre court crowd are remembering their duty to Joe Salisbury, the home player who's been so close in previous years but has not yet hoisted a trophy at the championships. He's still got a chance out here on centre court, but the lead is still with Verbeek and Siniakova. At this sit-down, it is a set and 4-3. Siniakova very much head in the game of this one. She does have another match to play tomorrow, semi-finals of the women's doubles alongside Taylor Townsend. They are the defending champions, and that win is by no means a given as they tackle the number 4 seed, Shea Su-Wei and Jelena Ostapenko, both of them multi-time Grand Slam champions.
What a nice feel would... What a nice feel would be for Siniakova to win this title and to go tomorrow to play her semi-finals doubles and to be relaxed. And since you have already that Wimbledon title in your pocket,
you know you take something from the event with
yes.
you. And there's the confidence of having been able to come through the pressure situations. I'm sure that could factor. It was a very special occasion 12 months ago because that was Taylor Townsend's first ever Grand Slam trophy. Siniakova is swimming in them. She has double digits of Grand Slam trophies. I don't know where she keeps them all. They're probably not all on display. But she also has a phenomenal record, actually, in Grand Slam finals. She's won 10 of the 12 that she's played in prior to today. As Verbeek puts away the backhand volley. So that's got to be a comfort level for Verbeek as well. He's in a first Grand Slam final, and he's alongside none other than the reigning world number 1.
Yeah, it definitely helps. And it would be nice for Siniakova to add that one more Grand Slam title to her collection. But you could see the moment ago Stefani goes to her box and getting some coaching advices.
Oh, there's a pop away on the volley, not required from Verbeek because the first serve was a miss, but I think that was quite appreciated by the crowd. Almost an hour and 40 minutes played out here on centre court. There was golden sunlight a little earlier on, a day that peaked at 30 degrees Celsius, but now the entire arena in shadow as Stefani is forced to defend with the volley. Siniakova now lifting one up into the backhand of Stefani, who's going for the field, can't navigate the Czech player. It's Salisbury that punches the volley away. And the crowd will lap everything up now because if Verbeek and Siniakova come through this game, they are one game from the trophy and they would go all guns blazing on the return.
But an unbelievable point from Stefani. You just can't get through her. Siniakova tried every possible angle, even drive volley we saw there, and she just couldn't hit through Stefani.
Serve and volley courtesy of Sam Verbeek, and the softest touch on the finish after Salisbury was on the stretch. We asked the question largely of the 31-year-old who only played in a Grand Slam tournament for the very first time last year. Would he blink in the headlights? Would the reality of the situation dawn on him? They are not one game away as yet, but in this particular critical game, he looks very much composed. Siniakova is the one letting the toss drop at the back of the court. The reigning women's world #1, tasked with taking the team to the finish line. It's a lob return from Stefani to get herself stretched in the forecourt. It's on top of the ball. Salisbury puts away the winner down the middle. That is tremendously done by the Brazilian and the Brit. And it levels up at 30 all.
Brazilian Stefani is just refusing to miss. Just becoming hugely resilient, you know, for the power. And
stretch volley from Verbeek, the pickup from Salisbury, the forehand into the net by Siniakova. So there's a response here. There are fist pumps from both Salisbury and Stefani, who stands here in just her second Grand Slam final. Won the first alongside Rafael Matos at the Australian Open in 2023, but it's been a drought for the 27-year-olds, and she's looking to rise to the occasion. Siniakova is facing break-back points at a set and 4-3 and 30-40. Serves wide to the Stefani backhand. It is a lob return. Siniakova with time on the ball, goes for the forehand, wide on the volley. That was all tension from the 29-year-old who swats the ball away. Can't quite believe it, but the crowd are here for it as Stefani and Salisbury, smiles on their faces, level up somewhat surprisingly at 4 games each in the second set.
it was an unbelievable choice of shot from Siniakova. I think she felt the huge pressure out there because she went for, I mean, she had that ball on her racket on the forehand side, and she, in the last moment, she just went for a slice passing shot. That was pressured decision probably from her.
Well, it's been the Verbeek serve getting them a lot of cheap points. The lefty powerful delivery from a 6'4" height. It would have been much nicer for them to have him serving at that moment in the set, looking to get one game away. Now they've got to come through with the goods on the return again, and it's Stefani and Salisbury all over the forecourt. I think the call was not up to Siniakova on the dig in the forecourt with the backhand. The crowd was so quick to react, they drowned it out, but they're getting excited for the home player. Joe Salisbury taking his side out in front for the first time in some time in this second set. Down a set, but now up 15-love at 4 games all. Now there's a bit of silence on centre court. Salisbury out wide to the backhand of Siniakova, and there is venom in the smash volley of Luisa Stefani. The crowd are getting back into it, but it was Salisbury and Stefani who first made them believe.
That's what we're talking about, right? It's only a few points that can make the difference and change everything. And you could see now the crowd is involved, and suddenly the momentum is on Salisbury and Stefani's racket.
And he's an experienced man, Joe Salisbury, 6 times a Grand Slam champion, twice in the mixed doubles, 4 times in the men's doubles, but never at Wimbledon. So how special would this be if they can continue to turn around proceedings? Little chat with Stefani at the back of the court. She jogs to the forecourt, and it's a little less force now from the Brazilian. Salisbury with the serve, T. Forehand is flying long from Siniakova, and the drop of a hat has turned the storyline on centre court. Back-to-back games for Salisbury and Stefani from a set and a break deficit, and now they stand 1 game away from a decider.
I mean, for Siniakova and Verbeek, it's so tough now not to go to a panic station because nothing really happened. Okay, they got a bit maybe unlucky with few points, and they got broken back, but still everybody is on their serve. But it's tough because you feel you are so close to the closing line, and now you just feel suddenly the crowd is behind Salisbury and Stefani, and they're more energetic now and smiley. And, you know, for me, the huge difference what happened in the previous game is that Stefani decided just be a wall and not to miss at all. and everything what she touched, it was coming back from her.
And you've got to credit her composure
Yeah.
there, because
Yeah.
she has not been in this situation a whole lot. As we said, just a second Grand Slam final for her. Best result in the women's doubles was a semi-final run at the US Open in 2020. Was it 2021?
21, yeah.
2021. And then that ended in misery because she was wheeled off court in a chair, tearing her ACL. So there was a long recovery process there, even as she kept competing. So Sem Verbeek might have expected to be serving for the match and the championship a short while ago. As it is, he is serving to keep his team in the second set. Right-hand side of the chair umpire. And already down to a second serve that Joe Salisbury is awaiting from just on top of the baseline. Touches the return down the line. So Verbeek lifts the forehand long. He's been flirting with disaster on that side at times. He's landed enough punches, but this is where the scoreboard can really be felt.
Yeah, it's just incredible. You can see the body language from Verbeek and Siniakova has dramatically changed, and they're just realizing that, you know, the set is slipping away from them. And Stefani is just jumping light on her feet, getting ready to return. Second serve for Verbeek.
Kept his head down. Engages in conversation with his Czech partner. Stefani stands up on the baseline to receive. She lobs the return. Verbeek lets it land, takes the forehand on the approach overhead for Siniakova. The hand skills of Stefani to lock into that, but into the net goes Salisbury. And Stefani very quickly turns her sag of dismay into a high five for her partner, because they've got to keep the spirits up. But that was a little disappointing.
Yeah, but you can see now how difficult it is to hit through Stefani. She just covers everywhere. Desperately, Verbeek and Siniakova need to hold this serve here.
Yeah, tremendous hand skills on the former college tennis player. Stefani graduating in 2018, committing to a doubles career for several years now. Aiming to become the first ever Brazilian champion of the Wimbledon mixed doubles event. Several runners-up, but none who have hoisted the silverware. Cross-court forehand passing winner from Salisbury as the momentum continues to swing. Verbeek a little more tentative in his approach up the court, had to take a volley from low. And this is 4-5 and 15-30.
I loved what Joe Salisbury did there. He didn't rush, took his time, stepped back on the forehand and just throw that out wide, short angle passing shot. Beautiful, great touch.
Small margins, such big differences. An hour and 45 minutes played, and Stefani's finally locked into one of those wide serves from Verbeek. Gets herself set in the forecourt. Salisbury's missed again on the backhand volley. He can't believe it. He'd been set up by his partner, who landed the lob return in the most brilliant position in the corner. But the volley is missed, and the result is 30-all as opposed to double set point.
Stefani does so well with that return. Kind of a slice lob with no pace at all.
Verbeek bending down over the bouncing of the ball, the racket raised behind his head in preparation for the serve. He can't find a first delivery in this game. The initial attempt is long at the tee. So where will Joe Salisbury in his backwards cap stand to receive? For the moment, he's staying behind the baseline, but surely he'll step up. He will. Takes on the ball off his body. Forehand is short in the court. Forces Verbeek on the ascent. Siniakova outstretched on the defense. And now into the middle is the drop volley winner from Siniakova. So cool and so composed in a huge moment for game points.
4-3-30.
She had to go so low with her feet, Siniakova, out there on the last volley, drop volley that she made. All the pressure was on her racket. They were clearly attacking her side. Such a good reaction at the net. Hand-eye coordination. And again, some smiles on Verbeek's face.
It would make the world of difference to come through in this next point. But again, he's down to a second serve, the 31-year-old. Verbeek serves wide to the backhand of Stefani, who's now cottoned onto that serve, and she offers the lob return. The backhand is long, though, from the Brazilian. And the straight sets triumph is not as likely as it seemed about 20 minutes ago, but it is still a distinct possibility for Verbeek and Siniakova at a 7-5 And they smile once more, Olga.
I think they smile because the call was so close to the line, and I think it's Verbeek who told Siniakova to let it go, because I think she was ready to take that ball off the air. And it was some close call, the baseline. Good for them to hold that serve.
So Stefani is once again under scrutiny, despite all her good play. In the last 15-20 minutes, it comes down to these moments. Looking to guarantee herself and Joe Salisbury at least a tiebreak from this second set. Serves big into the forehand of Verbeek, but it's taken on well, and the volley is missed behind it. The yelling that you heard was from Sem Verbeek. They're on the same side of the court, himself and Siniakova, as their coaching box, and he fired those cheers in their direction as they look to pick themselves back up. Love 15 for Katerina Siniakova to try and take advantage of here on center court. Joe Salisbury leans in for the whispered commands from Luisa Stefani at the back of the court. Then he takes his position up in the forecourt to the left of the chair umpire. Stefani serves into the body, and whatever they said has worked well. The serve and volley put away by Salisbury to get them on the board in this game, 15-all.
So important right now to stay cold-minded and focused and dialed in and try not to react on anything and play with momentum, but at the same time not to overplay, not to rush and not to panic. Again, easy to say, but when you're there, adrenaline, the score pressure.
Stefani tests the toss. I think there's a little bit of breeze down there. Serves to bouncing overhead once again from Salisbury. He's barely missed a beat with those, falling backwards off the ball, but still finding an effective mark at the feet of Verbeek to edge himself and Stefani back out in front.
And the first time I think I see Verbeek reacting, actually. It was a good lob of the return from him to Joe Salisbury, but then he decided to go forward, which I'm not sure was the right decision, to go forward off the guy hitting overhead.
So into the body from Stefani. It was a bit of a wild hit on the forehand from Siniakova. Went well long, didn't seem to have a hope of finding the court. And the result is double game points for the double S's, Stefani and Salisbury. Current women's world number 29, Stefani having climbed inside the world's top 10, both in the doubles and in her junior singles career back in the day. Sees the return fly long from Verbeek. And it's getting a little more bitty now as the stakes rise on center court. And that hold from Luisa Stefani confirms that herself and Salisbury have guaranteed themselves a tiebreak at minimum, and this second set at most. If they can really stamp their authority on the return, it'll be Verbeek and Siniakova looking to level in this next game and keep their straight sets hopes alive.
Yeah, let's see if Siniakova can back it up. The pressure right now, the score pressure is on her. She's going to be the one to serve, and she was the one who got broken, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, very
going to be a challenge, yeah.
And that's the stakes, and that's the moment in the match. You expect it to play a part in a title match at the Championships, Wimbledon. Huge pressure, a first-time achievement on the line for all four of these players. None of them have won the mixed doubles event here at the Championships. Siniakova, for all her lofty accomplishments, has not won a mixed doubles event full stop, and a reminder that this is because she's so committed to the women's doubles and also her singles career, and often the load with the achievements and the results that she's getting is too much to play the mixed. She didn't play any mixed doubles between Roland Garros of 2018 and the Australian Open of 2022, and she has played very little since. The last-minute decision to play the Championships with Verbeek could end in glory, but it could be heartbreak in this second set. She is serving to stay in it, and she collapses the first serve into the net.
And you would assume if they split sets, they would close the roof, right?
Yeah, because the light is fading. Yeah. They need this court lit up by the floodlights very soon. The slap volley from Verbeek, the forehand pickup from Salisbury, the cross-court forehand into the forehand outstretch of Siniakova, the forehand line from Salisbury, the backhand punch volley from Stefani. Off the net court goes Verbeek. Weaving and dodging are all four players on court, and Verbeek goes long. Ball off his body. And Salisbury and Stefani off and running at love 15.
I think Salisbury just picked up his level and brings so much more energy into his hitting, and just feeling that they're just overplaying Verbeek and Siniakova, and you could see Siniakova is reacting more and more. It just seems that they can't find any open spaces against Salisbury and Stefani.
Deep breath for the Czech, who goes deep to the backhand of Stefani. Lob return, overhead handled by Sem Verbeek, who pumps his fist once more. A little more desperation this time. The footholds for the Czech-Dutch pairing.
And Stefani is the one who keep producing those lobs of the return, which are just killing you where they drop.
Yeah, she's finding what works, that is for sure. Serve and volley punch away by Sem Verbeek, set up by a very precise T-serve from Siniakova that dragged Joe Salisbury off his mark. And that's the edge out in front at 30-15.
I have to describe you the feeling when you're serving and you're under such a pressure. The only hope you have is, please, please, the net player, my partner, please just play the next shot, otherwise I can't hit one more ball.
Well, that was clearly the arrangement, because Siniakova's bitten the corner of the service box once more, and there was so much venom in the slap away of the ball from Verbeek in the forecourt. It's taken his side to double game points. Are we ready for another tiebreak? Do we have the stomach and the heart for that? Do the players on the court? Well, they better, because that is a forehand volley slapped away once more by Sem Verbeek. The hold to 15 for Katerina Siniakova, reigning world #1. And they are just a tiebreak away from Wimbledon glory.
As we predicted.
As you predicted, Olga. I give you all of that. Tie-breaks upon tie-breaks.
It's a teamwork here.
Yeah. Well, it was 2 tie-breaks won by Salisbury and Stefani in the semi-finals to move into this ultimate showdown, but the loss of the opening set in a breaker could just weigh here. Salisbury serving first, and he double faulted on the second point of the opening tie-break for things to level up. He redeems himself here, ace down the tee. And they're up first at 1-0.
It's always a question who starts the tiebreak first, right? You would think the guy should start, but it's only 1 point. And then, you know, it's the girl who has the 2 serve after that. Always a challenge to choose the right tactic in the tiebreak.
Well, a nice call from the Brazilian-British pairing there for sure. Very cheap points to just get the ball rolling. It'll be Verbeek first up for his side, out wide into the backhand of Stefani, who again goes for the lob return, misses the mark this time, though it goes beyond the baseline. So both teams up and running in this second set tiebreak. Verbeek and Siniakova, the winners of the first, stretched to the 6-3 lead and closed soon after, but the stakes very different this time around. There is a trophy directly on the line, and it's at one of the most prestigious events of them all. Second serve netted by Sem Verbeek.
His return goes straight at Siniakova. That's my call.
Of Joe Salisbury, this
Yes.
is, who's waiting at the baseline. Second serve into the backhand, into the net goes Salisbury, and he squats down on his haunches in disappointment. Verbeek and Siniakova with their noses out in front, 2 points to 1.
All this movement at the net, even if you don't touch the ball, but you make a lot of movements and a lot of different combinations, it just adds so much more pressure on the opponents. Because even if you try not to look at opponents, but it's unintentionally, it's on the back of your side eye, and you just get affected.
Stefani serving at 1-2. Nets the first serve. A lot of chat between herself and 33-year-old Joe Salisbury. Multiple times a semi-finalist in the men's doubles here. Mixed doubles runner-up in 2021. Never further. Serve and volley from Stefani. Time on the backhand for Siniakova. Goes for the angle. Verbeek takes the ball in the forecourt. Puts a lot of pressure on Stefani. Siniakova on the ascendancy. Puts the ball away down the line. And that is the mini break. 3-1.
I think great decision from Siniakova to take the pace of that backhand and not to try and hit over and over to Stefani when she's at the net, and just slow down a little bit and provide some nice shorter angle. That gave them a chance to go for the approach shot from Verbeek.
Stefani takes a glance across at Sem Verbeek. She's serving at 1-3 here in the second set tiebreak. And it's a backhand long on the return from Verbeek. Found the corner, did Stefani, in the fading lights on centre court. Should this go to a deciding set, the roof will be shut and the floodlights will come on. But whether we get there remains in serious question. A huge point coming up now ahead of the change of ends.
Yeah, when it comes to this stage of the match, it's all about how well you fight and who is hungry more.
And is Siniakova tough enough here, because her serve was broken when they held the set and a break advantage. She's just dropped the toss here, serving at 3 points to 2, looking for daylight on the scoreboard at the switch. Goes into the body of Stefani, who finds that lob return, but not enough height. Verbeek smashes away. And they get ever closer out here on the championship's main stage.
I'm sure Stefani wanted to return with that lob. Probably cross-court, not over the Verbeek, knowing how tall he is. But didn't happen for her.
And 6'4", Sem Verbeek, at 31 years old, only made his debut in Grand Slam competition last season. This is his second ever mixed doubles tournament. And to put that even more in perspective, he said as recently as last season, it was always a dream of mine to play in a Grand Slam, not to win a Grand Slam, to play in a Grand Slam tournament. And here they stand. He is just 3 points away from a major trophy in his hands. Siniakova with the serve. Into the body of Salisbury, who will go long. Muscled that forehand, leaned out of it. And at 5-2, it's in touching distance.
What a serve to come up with for Siniakova. Body slice serve, first serve. And you could see also the box on their feet, trying to bring that energy. And only 2 points away from the trophy.
So much pressure on the shoulders of the home player, Joe Salisbury, runner-up here in 2021. Tasked with keeping himself and Luisa Stefani alive, he has missed the first serve. Verbeek bouncing on the balls of his feet in the forecourt, trying to pretend this is any other point of the match. Salisbury serves body. Siniakova leathers a forehand. It's a volley from Salisbury. It's cross-court from Siniakova. It's a punch from Salisbury. Stefani with the ball out in front. What a pickup from Verbeek, but he won't find the baseline. 3-5.
Huge, powerful hitting from Siniakova, and you felt that she has this point under control. But then great hands from Stefani in the end. Great reaction at the net. I just feel this pressure in this country.
There's no escaping it. You could cut the tension with a knife. And Salisbury's got to handle it on the main stage. Serves tee and misses. Again, he's going to have to combat with a second serve, and it is the most fractional of margins. 3-5 and serving. Salisbury, tee, forehand from Verbeek has found the mark! An unbelievable return winner. It's a double-arm fist pump from the Dutchman.
It's just insane return from Verbeek. The shape, the pace, and it touched the line. They have to paint that line, probably.
It's a script that you couldn't write because it's on the racket of Sem Verbeek, who is somehow smiling in this moment. Could he even have imagined it? a set and triple championship point. Verbeek serves out to the backhand. It's a high ball for Siniakova. She puts the overhead away. Sam Verbeek is on his back in disbelief. And now Katerina Siniakova is in his arms. The elusive Grand Slam mixed doubles title is hers. And for Sam Verbeek, it is the accomplishment beyond his wildest dreams. A major title in just his second year contesting Grand Slam events. Both are Wimbledon champions. The joy, the elation is so tangible in that two tie-break triumph over Joe Salisbury and Luisa Stefani. Both rackets on the ground, both players in each other's arms, and tears in the support box. What a way to clinch a monumental achievement. The fists of Sam Verbeek are clenched, the smile is on his face. He shares this with the reigning world #1, but the 31-year-old story is something else. Just his 6th Grand Slam overall, his 2nd in the mixed doubles, and it's a lifetime achievement.
I mean, what a way to finish this match, and what a story for Sam Verbeek, and what an achievement. And finally, that mixed Grand Slam title, Wimbledon title for Siniakova, and another Grand Slam title for her. But I think we can confidently say it's the best, probably one of the best reactions we saw here on the center court.
Absolutely.
I love watching him constantly smiling, still sitting now with his fist pump and all the box, only joy and happiness there. I mean, what a story.
Incredible story. I couldn't get colleges to take him in, Sam Verbeek, when he was trying to play college tennis as a teenager. He'd had the hip surgery. He barely had results. University of the Pacific reached out and allowed him through the gates there in California. He started his career, humble beginnings. He grafted away on the ATP Challenger Tour. He only really got out of that level of the sport last season. And here he stands as a Grand Slam champion. That puts him as an equal with the other 3 players on court who all had trophies at that level, or at least a trophy in Luisa Stefani's case, at that level coming into this match. But now Sam Verbeek, I think it's just dawned on him. I'm not sure if he's crying into his towel here. At first it was smiles and joyful sensations, and he's shaking his head. He can't
Ladies and gentlemen,
quite take it in.
the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and runners-up of the mixed doubles final. On court for the presentation, please welcome Debbie Jevons, Chair of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Sandy Proctor, President of the Lawn Tennis Association.
So it's Lee McKenzie guiding us through this. The plinth for the trophy is out on the court, draped in a Union Jack. And the presentation party are on court.
Please show your appreciation for our chair umpire, Eva Azderaki.
Eva Azderaki chaired this match, and she receives a little memento as a result. Heads back to the chair.
And now this year's runners-up. From the United Kingdom, Joe Salisbury, and from Brazil, Luisa Stefani.
Warmly supported as they turned that second set into a battle, took it to a tie-break from a breakdown. It is a tough one, Olga, for Joe Salisbury to take.
It is, yeah, another disappointment here for him, and he was desperate to win this title, and they were very, very close today, and especially in that second set as well. They had their chances. And I have to say, to lose in a Grand Slam final, even though it's an amazing achievement.
You've
it's
been
tough.
in this position before, but it's such fine margins out here. Just sum up the emotions.
Yeah, obviously it's always tough to lose a final, especially one so close as that. But yeah, Sam and Katerina played amazing. So congratulations to them. Yeah, they were too good for us in the tie breaks today. But yeah, I got to say a big thank you to Luisa. She's been amazing. Thank you for texting me 2 days before the sign-in to ask to play with me. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to play with you all week, and hopefully we can again.
And Louisa, great to see that firstly you were okay and you played on in brilliant style. There was some fantastic tennis out here this evening. We've all been treated to a brilliant match.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for the great atmosphere, first of all. It's my first time on center court, so it's been a huge honor, and especially playing with Joe this whole week. It's been a lot of fun. Us and our team have had a lot of fun. Every time I look at the box, they looked like they were having a great time. Today was a bit tougher. Congrats to Katarina and Sam for a great match and a great tournament. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit hard right now. It's a lot of...
Yeah, she's understandably emotional, the Brazilian. First time back in a Grand Slam final since winning the Australian Open mixed doubles in 2023.
Yeah, I mean...
Take your time.
Yeah, it's been a tough few years with injuries, and I have to thank my team, my family. You know who you are, my health team. I will shout out to WTA health team as well, mental health team. You guys are amazing. Thanks for keeping us sharp and finding our best versions to come out here and play. And we live for this moment, so I'm really proud of us this week. I hope we can come back and win this title. I hope we can have many more amazing weeks. This is some of the best tennis I've played in a while. So I'm really... Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to look at how far we've come, especially in tennis. We're always looking for more. We always want to do better, but sometimes we've got to take a step back and be proud of how far we've come, how much good things we're doing for Brazilian tennis, and especially playing here with Joe in the UK. I mean, it's a lot of firsts, and yeah, I'm really proud to be here. So thank you so much for a great atmosphere and for having us. Congrats, you guys, again, and your team.
And thank you so much to both of you as well. Louisa Stefani and Joe Salisbury.
Really well spoken by Louisa Stefani. We can lose sight of actually the mental struggles that come as the result of such a significant physical injury.
And now for the 2025 Wimbledon Mixed Doubles Champions from the Netherlands, Sam Verbeek, and from the Czech Republic, Kateřina Siniakova.
Warmly applauded to collect the trophies. They each wave to the standing crowd here on centre court. That sport, devastation and elation on the biggest of stages, each with a shiny silver trophy in their hands as they head to the microphones.
Congratulations to both of you. Kateřina, let's start with you. You have a very full trophy cabinet when it comes to women's doubles, but to get this Wimbledon trophy for the mixed doubles, how special is that?
Well, thank you. It's very special. I mean, it means a lot. We had a lot of fun on the court, so I really enjoy it. Thank you for playing with me, Sam. It was really amazing time here. I mean, be back on the center court, this atmosphere, it's always amazing, so I'm just really happy that I could be here again.
And Sam? You're holding this trophy like a precious baby or something. This is your first major trophy. Can you sum up the emotions, what it means to get it, and to get it here on center court at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I have to get through a few things, and then I'll let myself get emotional. First of all, Joe and Louisa, congrats on a great week. And I know hopefully we'll get a lot more battles against each other. And then I just want to thank the crowd for being here. Just like Louisa, it's my first time on center court, and you guys made it really special. So thank you so much. I just want to give one special shout out to a Dutch tennis player that announced his retirement this week, and I know he has a lot of great memories on this court as well. I'm talking about Tim van Rijthoven. So I'd just like to join you guys in a round of applause for him as an appreciation for what he's done.
Well, how incredible.
Tim, best of luck with what comes next, and we've all really enjoyed having you on court, and thank you for being an inspiration, at least to me, but I also know to Dutch tennis, and good luck to whatever comes next.
It speaks to his selflessness, Sam Verbeek, to shout out his fellow countrymen in such a big moment, forced to retire at 28.
Katja, thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to compete next to such a great doubles legend, really. One of the best to ever do it. Thank you for making this a Thursday I will remember for the rest of my life. And then the last thing, everybody up there, thank you so much for being here. I know he's gonna hate this, but I'm gonna love it. It's my dad's birthday today. So happy birthday. This one is for all of you, but I would just like, his name is Frank. So if we can all sing happy birthday to him, it would mean so much. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Frank. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, Frank in tears in the box there, appreciated that.
My goodness, we've had tears, we've had cheers, and it has been an incredible final. Put your hands together for our mixed doubles champions, Sam Verbeek and Katerina Siniakova.
Well, that was a presentation ceremony like no other here on Centre Court, and it was wonderful for it. Sam Verbeek and the tribute to his dad, who was living every point at the end of that mixed doubles final and celebrated with tears in his eyes when his son got over the line to claim a Wimbledon championship. Sam Verbeek and Katerina Siniakova, the first champions then of Wimbledon 2025. And sincere thanks to Abigail Johnson and to Olga Savchuk for taking us through the commentary there and into the presentation ceremony. Well, the first winners here this fortnight, unexpected winners, certainly in the Verbeek household. I don't suppose that Dad Frank imagined that his Wimbledon would come to such a conclusion with the whole of the Centre Court crowd singing happy birthday to him, but there you go. This is what sport can provide. Abigail, Olga, what a delight that was, and what a beautiful way for it all to end. I can't remember everybody singing happy birthday to players down there. I mean, it's firstly the way they played, Olga.
Well, certainly in my lifetime, I don't seem to remember singing happy birthday on Centre Court, but they've lifted the trophies. They are the champions here at Wimbledon. Well, my thanks to everybody for tuning in for what has been a fantastic day here on Centre Court, full of action as well. We'll be back tomorrow with all the semi-finals from the two men's games that are coming up. And trust me, we're looking forward to Sinner and Djokovic. Thanks for your company. See you later. Bye-bye.